professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Muyu's Strongest Disciple. We will win. Obito was very confident. The legendary Shisui, who was undefeated in the Civil War, was a thing of the past. He had undergone many transformations in various accidents. Obito was confident that he could defeat Shisui, who was 2 years younger than him. Shisui opened his Sharingan earlier than him, but he reached the 3 Magatama first, which was the proof that he had surpassed Shisui. Obito was already thinking about who would be his opponent in the second round. Obito and Shisui walked to the open space together and set up their positions to form the seal of opposition. Begin, Nohara Rin shouted after seeing the two of them ready. As soon as Nohara Rin finished speaking, both of them concentrated their breathing to improve their physical abilities and rushed forward with the instant body technique. Bang bang, the two of them exchanged fists and feet, making the sound of flesh colliding continuously, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. At this moment, Shisui suddenly switched from offense to defense and seized the opportunity to use the instant body technique to distance himself. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses. Because of his age, Obito was taller than him. It seemed like a stalemate, but if it lasted, it would be Obito's advantage. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito did not choose to chase immediately, because he knew that Shisui was very good at the instant body technique. If he chased blindly, Shisui would wander around and might reveal his flaws. A large amount of chakra gathered at Obito's throat, and then all of it was instantly transformed into fire attribute chakra and sprayed out in a breath. Whoosh! A large amount of flames quickly formed a huge orange-red fireball up to 5 meters high and smashed towards Shisui. As an Uchiha who often uses the Great Fireball, Shisui is familiar with the various characteristics of the Great Fireball. In order to save chakra, Shisui did not use ninjutsu to offset it, but used his flexible movement to dodge. Under normal circumstances, Shisui's chakra is enough, and there is no need to save it, because he is a Uchiha who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and his chakra is much more than that of ordinary ninjas. But this battle is different. Shisui's opponent Obito is also an Uchiha who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He wants to use the armed color to break the situation, so he must reserve a part of chakra for the armed color domineering. Seeing that Shisui did not use fire style to counteract the great fireball but dodged, Obito immediately launched a fierce attack, first throwing out a large number of shurikens and then using the instant body technique to attack with various swift physical techniques. When using the great fireball, Obito prepared 2 attack plans. If Shisui used fire style to counteract, he would immediately use a stronger fire style to suppress it. Obito was very confident in his fire style. After all, he could enter the flame-breathing chakra mode. If Shisui did not fight hard, then Obito would take this opportunity to consume more of Shisui's physical strength and cause some minor injuries to Shisui. Facing Obito's swift attack, Shisui calmly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan to enhance his ability. Obito also immediately condensed chakra to open the Sharingan and continued to maintain a suppressive posture. Sure enough, I am stronger now, Obito thought to himself. He speculated that he was stronger based on the previous battle between Kakashi and Shisui, but because it had been a long time since that battle, and Obito had not sparred with Shisui during this period, before the battle, Obito only looked down on Shisui in terms of strategy, and he was not 100% sure of winning in his heart. After experiencing these waves of collisions, Obito was sure that Shisui's strength was not as good as his, and he had surpassed Shisui by a lot in terms of comprehensive strength. After the test, Obito concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode to prepare to defeat Shisui in one breath. The flame-breathing chakra mode can not only greatly improve the ability of nature change and enhance the power of fire style, but also improve the body to a higher level. Except for the excessive consumption of chakra, there are almost no disadvantages. Obito felt the power surging in his body, and couldn't help but smile on his face. After entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, he released fire style without the need for hand seals, and it was still powerful. What could Shisui do to fight him? Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Obito clasped his hands together and opened his mouth to spit out a large number of small fireballs at Shisui. Shisui quickly retreated, his hands moved quickly, and finally he successfully used the ninjutsu when a large number of fireballs were about to arrive. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Although they used the same ninjutsu, because Obito had entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, not only were there more fireballs than Shisui, but they were also much larger. With the same nature changes, and even the same ninjutsu, it was natural that the stronger party would win. Obito's fireballs offset Shisui's fireballs with a crushing force and continued to hit Shisui. Faced with such a large-scale attack, Shisui could only try his best to use chakra to protect himself and then move frantically, but the distance was too close, and Shisui was inevitably injured. Obito's Sharingan could clearly see Shisui's wounds. Shisui, although I am your brother, I can't let you in this matter. Obito thought that the victory was already decided, and he felt a little guilty. When he thought that he would have to do a lot of questions if he failed, the little guilt in Obito's heart quickly disappeared, and he burst out chakra and attacked Shisui directly. Before he was injured, Shisui could barely fight him to a 50-50 match with his normal physical skills. Now that he has activated the flame-breathing chakra mode and Shisui is injured, it is a 90-100 match. In fact, Obito thought it was a 100-100 match, but he thought that would be a bit arrogant, so he gave Shisui a 10-100 match. Obito condensed chakra in his palm and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra. Fierce flames bloomed in Obito's hands, and his punches and claps carried high-temperature flames. Facing such Obito, Shisui seemed unable to resist and could only dodge, but he was injured by Obito's rapid large-scale fire escape, and the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Obito. Obito seems to be winning. Nohara Rin felt that Obito had a great advantage. Compared to Shisui, Obito was not only the advantage, but also had no injuries on his body. Not necessarily. Kakashi shook his head and then expressed his opinion. Shisui should not be suppressed like this. Even if Obito wins, he can't win so easily. Kakashi didn't see what Shisui had hidden, but Kakashi was sure that Shisui must have hidden something. Obito fought so smoothly in this battle that Kakashi felt that Shisui was acting. Is this the bond between close friends? I think so too. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Might Guy felt that Shisui was deliberately showing weakness to the enemy, and sometimes he would rather get hurt than use ninjutsu. Fire style, flame fist. Obito clenched his fist and gathered a lot of chakra, preparing to use the fire style ninjutsu to make the final move. The flame-breathing chakra mode is really strong, but the consumption is also really high. Obito found that he had consumed 2/3 of his chakra without realizing it. But something he didn't expect happened. The fire fist he swung out was actually caught by Shisui's palm, or to be more precise, by Shisui's black palm. Obito was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that this was the armament color secret technique that Muyu had taught them before. Obito immediately wanted to burst out all the fire attribute chakra condensed in his fist. Just now, he thought Shisui was going to lose, so he didn't use too much strength. However, Shisui predicted Obito's thoughts and immediately threw him to the ground. The huge force stirred up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Obito had no time to care about the pain in his palms and back. He gathered a lot of chakra in his throat and opened his mouth to spit out a lot of flames at Shisui. While Shisui was dodging, Obito quickly climbed up, but soon Shisui moved forward again. As long as Obito dared to use ninjutsu, he would definitely be hit by Shisui's armament hockey iron fist. Obito could only fight Shisui and physical skills again. Although it was not necessary to make hand seals, it took a little time to release ninjutsu. Obito was short of such a little time. The situation was reversed, and Shisui pressed Obito to beat him. Obito, whose right fist was injured, could not beat Shisui, who used armament hockey and physical skills. It turns out that you have mastered armament hockey. No wonder you used this tactic. Kakashi understood. Shisui's previous injury was not only to paralyze Obito, but also to save chakra to use armament hockey. This secret technique requires a lot of chakra. I've already lost. Kakashi had foreseen Obito's defeat. In general, Obito's overall strength is still stronger than Shisui. Even though Shisui has learned armament haki, Obito lost because of lack of intelligence and carelessness. If Kakashi had given Obito's strength to Kakashi, Kakashi would have a 75% chance of defeating Shisui. As Kakashi expected, Obito lost quickly. I lost. Facing the black glowing flame kunai in front of him, Obito admitted his defeat. Shisui won. Nohara Rin announced the winner of the first battle and went to treat the two. After the battle, Shisui felt relieved. He didn't have to accept punishment after winning a game. Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode was stronger than he thought. If he fought normally, he would almost certainly lose. I need to practice the breathing method as much as possible. Although he won, Shisui felt more urgent. Obito has the chakra mode of the breath of fire. Kakashi has mastered the transparent world, and although Might Guy has not mastered the advanced breathing method like him, he has a powerful 8-door ninjutsu. Although his armament color is strong, his chakra at this stage cannot allow him to use armament color while using other ninjutsu at full power. It's just a loss of a battle. It's nothing. Just try harder next time. Nohara Rin saw Obito lowering his head and not speaking, so she comforted him softly. Ahaha, indeed, it's just a battle. Obito raised his head and pulled out an ugly smile. I don't care. Lies. Obito cares so much that he wants to cry. He made harsh words before the battle and lost to Shisui, who was weaker than him. All kinds of emotions in Obito's heart burst out, which was really shameful, annoyed and regretful. He wanted to travel back to the battle and give himself a big slap in the face. Why was he so confident? He became the strongest among the weak. Sadness is sad, but he still has to pretend in front of Nohara Rin. This is his last stubbornness. Seeing Obito and Nohara Rin, who seemed to be about to cry, hesitated to speak, and finally chose not to speak. Thinking that this might be better, Obito took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down, and then the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. However, he was not angry with others, but with himself, angry that he underestimated Shisui during the battle. Don't be sad. Kakashi patted Obito on the shoulder. Obito was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to not taunt him at this time, but comfort him instead. Kakashi, before Obito finished speaking, Kakashi continued. If you are sad, think about the next test paper and questions, so that you will be even sadder. Obito eliminated the gratitude in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back and cursed. You laugh at me now, and you will laugh more when you lose later. Kakashi's face remained unchanged. My loss to Kai doesn't mean anything. Kai's strength is not weaker than mine. Obito blushed again because of the connotation, but he couldn't refute Kakashi because he didn't have enough confidence. Seeing that Obito was speechless, Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. It was only by such a severe humiliation that Obito would learn his lesson. In practice, carelessness would only lead to punishment, but in a real battle, carelessness might lead to death. No matter who the enemy is in the future, as long as he is not defeated, he must not underestimate him. Obito thought fiercely in his heart. He definitely didn't want to experience such humiliation by Kakashi again. Then Kakashi and Might Guy consciously walked to the open space and set up their positions. My dear friend, let me feel your growth. Might Guy looked excited. Let's fight. Why do you say it so strangely? Kakashi couldn't help but complain. A minute later, Nohara Rin announced the official start of the second battle. Youth, burn. 8 gates, open. Open. Shu gate, open. Might Guy roared and directly opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, and his chakra and momentum increased dramatically. Facing Might Guy, who opened the 4th gate and entered concentrated breathing at the same time, Kakashi did not dare to be careless. He immediately concentrated his breathing and entered the state of the transparent world. Might Guy in full power was extremely fast and powerful, and Kakashi could not make any mistakes. Konoha Great Tornado. Might Guy's chakra burst out, and he ran towards Kakashi at a high speed under the powerful amplification, bringing up a puff of dust. Because he entered the transparent world, Might Guy's body movements were seen by Kakashi, which allowed Kakashi to easily dodge the first whirlwind kick. Kakashi did not rush to counterattack, but just threw a few shurikens at Might Guy. He wanted to test Might Guy's current strength. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy condensed a large amount of chakra on his palm, and then chopped towards the shuriken fiercely. A transparent air force was generated at a high speed, which bounced the shuriken and chopped down a big tree. Then Might Guy continued to attack Kakashi with undiminished momentum. Konoha's strong tornado. This time Might Guy's attack was stronger and faster. Boom! Exclamation mark. All the trees around Kakashi were broken by Might Guy's whirlwind kick. Due to the excessive power, the strong wind caused by the kick made the surrounding leaves rustle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. This time, Kakashi used lightning chakra to strengthen his legs and increase his speed, and still managed to dodge. My physique has become much stronger, but there has been no qualitative change. Kakashi compared Might Guy with the last time he fought. There is a chance to win. After the test, Kakashi prepared to turn defense into offense. If Might Guy can't open the fifth gate, then he still has a lot of hope of winning. Kakashi said that losing to Might Guy is nothing, but if he can win, Kakashi will definitely want to win. Apart from anything else, the punishment for losing is really uncomfortable. What kind of jump will Obito have that week? My dear friend, how about we have a move to decide the winner? Might Guy suddenly said. Might Guy wanted to see Kakashi's strongest attack in his perfect state. He was worried that if they kept going like this, neither side would be able to use their most extreme moves. Okay. Kakashi thought about it and agreed to Might Guy's proposal. It was not because it was faster, but Kakashi felt that it was beneficial to him. With the progress of lightning breathing and the change of the nature of lightning chakra, Kakashi could strengthen most of his body at the cost of more chakra. If he used Thunder Flash in this state, the power would be greater than that of ordinary Thunder Flash. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would not use this move, because it was too risky to bet so much chakra on one move. Since Might Guy took the initiative to make a suggestion, he would not be polite. Might Guy smiled. Since he dared to take the initiative to propose a move to decide the winner, he naturally had the confidence. He had been practicing Golden Skyline for the past few months. The good news was that Golden Skyline became more proficient, and Might Guy could use more 8 gates chakra to strengthen it. The bad news was that it was too strong. After using it once, those 2 fingers would be useless for a day. Although Might Guy doesn't make hand seals, the fingers of a physical ninja are also very important, so he thought of deciding the outcome with just one move. Might Guy took out his nunchaku, wrapped the chain around his index and middle fingers, and put his right hand on his waist to make a sword-drawing gesture. Golden Skyline. Might Guy poured all his strength into those 2 fingers, then gathered a large amount of chakra in his body at his fingers, and finally swung his fingers in a rapid charge. Zizizizi! Exclamation mark. The dazzling yellow lightning enveloped Kakashi's body. Under the shining lightning, Obito and the others couldn't even see Kakashi's face clearly. Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade in his hand, and a large amount of lightning chakra flowed into the blade along Kakashi's arm, extending a lightning blade for the short blade. Thunder Flash. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, and Kakashi rushed out like a real lightning, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The lightning strike collided with the golden thread at high speed, causing a huge explosion. The ground cracked, and a strong wind was raised around. Nohara Rin squinted her eyes and looked at the battlefield. The distance between her and them seemed like an endless road. Although Nohara Rin tried very hard, she still felt a little emotional every time she saw Kakashi and the others fighting with all their strength. So strong, but it shouldn't be a move that can be performed casually. Shisui was a little surprised to see the 2 people's attacks so terrifying. At present, the strongest ninjutsu that Shisui can use is a distance away from them. Come on, Kai. Obito stared at the battlefield and kept cheering for Might Guy in his heart. If Kakashi also lost, then he would feel much more comfortable. Bang! The lightning blade extended by the white fang in Kakashi's hand shattered in the collision. At the same time, a stream of blood splashed on Kakashi's body and he fell to the ground. Might Guy's 2 fingers were covered with bloodstains, and they fell down powerlessly after the lightning blade was broken. I have to learn armament haki soon, otherwise I won't be able to use White Fang to fight Kai in the future, Kakashi thought to himself as he glanced at the White Fang short blade in his hand. Just now he almost thought that the White Fang left by his father would be broken by Might Guy, but fortunately he strengthened it with chakra. Kai wins. Nohara Rin announced the result of the battle. From the perspective of Nohara Rin as a medical ninja, Might Guy's finger problem might be more serious than Kakashi's physical injury, but Kakashi fell to the ground, which meant that Might Guy won. You fought well. Obito was instantly overjoyed. He was sad that he lost the battle, but Kakashi, who mocked him, also lost, so Obito was happy. Neutralizing the two, Obito is now half sad. Kakashi was about to ridicule Obito, but when he thought of his punishment, he closed his mouth silently. It's been a tough week. Kakashi felt that the punishment he had given himself was a bit too harsh. Without hearing Kakashi's response, Obito was a little confused, but he immediately thought of Kakashi's punishment. Just when Obito wanted to attack Kakashi, Kakashi left. Aren't you going to practice? Obito stopped Kakashi and asked. Nothing, just asking Miyu teacher for some questions. Kakashi replied lightly. Obito's smile froze, and he immediately went from half sad to 75% sad. Shisui originally wanted to postpone the third battle for one day. After all, Might Guy's fingers had not recovered to their peak after treatment, which would have a certain degree of impact on his strength. Let's do it today. I also know the information about your arm color, Shisui, so it's fair. Might Guy rejected Shisui's proposal. In addition, I don't only have these two fingers that can use the golden skyline. Might Guy laughed with 2 rows of white teeth. In order to deal with more situations, Might Guy deliberately trained his little finger and ring finger so that these two fingers can also reach the level of using the golden skyline. Although not as powerful as the index and middle fingers, it is still quite powerful. Shisui thought about it and accepted Might Guy's proposal. Might Guy's words do make sense. Even if the first opponent is not Obito, Shisui is confident that he can catch Might Guy or Kakashi off guard. It's hard to say whether he can win, but it's okay to give them some armament haki shock. Looking at Might Guy who made the seal of opposition, Shisui took a deep breath. If it was Might Guy in his peak state, Shisui thought he had almost no chance of winning, but now Might Guy has 2 fingers that have not fully recovered. This is Shisui's chance. The battle begins. After hearing Nohara Rin's command, Shisui immediately focused his breathing, opened the Sharingan, and rushed towards Might Guy with the instant body technique. With the blessing of armament haki and the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he may not be unable to gain an advantage in physical skills. 8 gates of ninjutsu? Wound gate, open. Might Guy laughed fearlessly and went forward. He was just about to test the strength of armament haki. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. The two fought at high speed. The 2 fingers that had not recovered seemed to have no effect on Might Guy. His physical skills were still smooth and powerful. Shisui was extremely surprised. Even in this situation, Might Guy's physical skills were still not inferior. Although it was a bit unfair, Shisui still chose to seize every opportunity to win and deliberately attacked the fist of Might Guy's injured finger. But Might Guy's performance was a bit beyond Shisui's expectations. With the Sharingan, he couldn't catch Might Guy's flaws. Shisui immediately changed his attack method. He shouldn't use physical skills to fight Might Guy who only practiced physical skills. This was underestimating the physical skills that Might Guy worked hard to practice day and night. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Shisui concentrated his chakra at his throat and spit out a large number of small fireballs at Might Guy. Might Guy had the full concentration of rock breathing and the 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The average speed of the fireball had almost no effect on Might Guy, so Shisui chose the Phoenix fire technique with a larger number. Then Shisui used both ninjutsu and Teigen, forcing Might Guy to dodge everywhere. Kakashi, who had returned with the test paper, nodded. Ninjas with balanced development, should flexibly use their advantages, but Shisui still has too little experience. Although Shisui's performance was very impressive, Kakashi still believed that Might Guy would win. Shisui's hard power was indeed a little worse than theirs, not only because of physical development problems, but also because of life experience. Kakashi and his friends had to go through several life and death crises to have their current strength. Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode and Kakashi's transparent world were all realized by the potential explosion between life and death, and the same was true for Might Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu that could improve rapidly. The battle developed as Kakashi thought. Although Shisui could gain some advantages to a certain extent, he could not defeat Might Guy. On the other hand, Might Guy seized the opportunity to use the golden skyline again with his little finger and ring finger, defeating Shisui in one breath. Akai wins. No Harlan announced the final winner. Ha ha ha. The victorious Might Guy laughed out loud, and the severe pain from his fingers did not affect his excitement at all. I am the strongest disciple of Mr. Muyu. Shisui clenched his fist unwillingly. This title belonged to him for a long time, until he was defeated by Kakashi after the Chunin exam. Next, practice more armament hockey secret techniques. Kakashi increased the time for practicing armament hockey, striving to master armament hockey as soon as possible. The ultimate lightning sword technique plus armament hockey. Kakashi did not believe that this could not break Might Guy's golden skyline. If this still didn't work, he could only ask Muyu. Obito looked at the complacent Might Guy, and then looked at the unwilling Shisui and the lost Kakashi. Next time, I must win everything. Obito did not want to be one of the lost in 3 months. He hoped that he would accept No Harlan's blessing with a big smile. Then Obito thought about how to defeat Might Guy. If he wanted to win in 3 months, Might Guy would be a strong opponent. The defeated 3 people thought about the plan to deal with Might Guy at the same time. P.S. I did a lot better today, but I was still a little sleepy when writing. I originally wanted to write 8K, but in the end I stopped at 7K. I will try harder tomorrow. Chapter 402, The Legendary Teacher of the Rain Country. After dinner, Shisui and Obito went to Uchiha Fugaku's house to invite Uchiha Ichi to take a walk together. In order to prevent Uchiha Ichi from going to extremes and becoming a future genocide, Shisui wanted Uchiha Ichi to have a normal outlook on life. But the influence that strangers can give is limited, so Shisui is trying to become Uchiha Ichi's friend. Uchiha Fugaku's family had just finished dinner. Uchiha Fugaku was very relieved about the 2 geniuses in the family and did not stop them. Ichi, do you know Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Shisui asked with a smile. Uchiha Ichi thought about it, then shook his head in denial. He was still young and had not received Uchiha education. Senju Hashirama is one of the founders of our Konoha and the first generation of Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Madara was once the patriarch of our Uchiha and one of the founders of Konoha. Shisui briefly introduced the two. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were mortal enemies. Shisui explained the history of Senju Hashirama's founding of Konoha while taking a walk. Before coming, Shisui had a special talk with Obito, asking him to reduce the communication with Uchiha Ichi and let him come this time. Uchiha Ichi listened very carefully. Although he didn't understand much, he thought it was a wonderful story. Considering Uchiha Ichi's age, Shisui didn't talk too much, but just roughly talked about the difficulties and efforts that Senju Hashirama encountered in establishing Konoha. Ichi, do you have any thoughts after listening? After finishing speaking, Shisui looked at Uchiha Ichi. Do you think that the first generation and Uchiha Madara are very powerful, and can do so much for peace? Obito, who was still thinking about the test paper, also subconsciously looked at Uchiha Ichi. I didn't understand much, so I don't have any thoughts, but brother Shisui, you talked very well. Uchiha Ichi answered honestly. He was just a 1-year-old child. He knew that it was not good to steal the lollipop of an old lady, but it was difficult for him to understand what war and peace were. You are still too young. It is normal that you don't understand, but you can write it down first, and if you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me. Shisui smiled and touched Ichi's head. He didn't expect Uchiha Ichi to understand. The reason why he talked about Senju Hashirama and the founding of Konoha was because these were positive energy. He wanted to make Ichi admire people like Senju Hashirama by telling these histories, and then learn from their qualities. I will also tell a story. Obito had a flash of inspiration. Material 1. In the early days of the ninja village era, Konoha captured the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Ichi, why do you think Konoha sold the tailed beasts to other ninja villages, and what impact did it have? Uchiha looked at Obito with the confused face. Is this a story? Why can't I understand it? Shisui looked at Obito speechlessly. It's okay to let a 1-year-old Uchiha do history questions, just be a human being. Obito may also feel that he has gone too far. When he walked to the Konoha commercial street, he bought some 3-color dumplings and treated Uchiha to a string. This made Obito's image in Uchiha's heart a little better. From a big brother who likes to bully old ladies who can't understand what he says to a big brother who will treat him to dango but likes to bully old ladies who can't understand what he says. Looking at Uchiha who was immersed in eating dango, Obito smiled complacently. The child was so easy to control. The land of rain. The two ninjas activated their chakras and hurried on their way. Is there really a chance to get ninjutsu? There won't be any conspiracy, right? One of the ninjas said with some worry. Kuroda, you think too much. Who cares if he has any conspiracy? Anyway, he won't charge money. If you can't get ninjutsu, just leave directly. Kai Chang also said indifferently. They were wandering ninjas who were hanging around nearby. They heard that there was a ninja in Ozu village giving lectures on ninjutsu, so they came to see the excitement. At first, Kai Chang also thought like Kuroda that there must be some conspiracy, and charity was not done this way. But the ninja that Kai Chang also knew got ninjutsu, and he was not calm. Kuroda thought about it and felt that what Kai Chang said made sense. Since they were here, if they could really obtain ninjutsu, wouldn't it be a loss for them to retreat at the last minute? There are many types of wandering ninjas, including ninjas who rebelled from ninja villages and ordinary people who accidentally obtained ninja inheritance. The latter lack systematic ninja knowledge. Kuroda and Kai Chang belong to the latter. A good C-level ninjutsu was very precious knowledge for them. After entering Ozu village, the two quickly found the person they were looking for because it was too conspicuous. In an open space, a brown-haired man in a white long coat stood on a temporary low platform, and below were dozens of listeners of different shapes and colors sitting on the ground. The two thought that ninjutsu was already being taught, so they hurriedly sat down to listen to the class, but they found that it was not ninjutsu, but peace and ninja sect. The Six Paths sage created the ninja sect in order to create a peaceful world without war. Kai Chang only now realized that there were ordinary people among the dozens of listeners. It was not that he could sense ninjutsu, but that person looked like a farmer who had just finished his work. Didn't you say that you can learn ninjutsu here? How can you learn ninjutsu? Kai Chang interrupted and asked directly. He didn't come here to listen to fairy tales. If he couldn't get ninjutsu, he would have to continue to find ways to make money to buy training resources and ninjutsu. The next moment, Kai Chang regretted it a little, because everyone's eyes were on him, and some of them were dissatisfied. The lecture was interrupted, but Muyu didn't show any displeasure, and answered Kai Chang's question with a smile. Ninjutsu is a reward for those who perform well in the class. Although he was a little scalp-numb from being stared at, he asked anyway, so Kai Chang also plucked up the courage to continue asking, what attributes of ninjutsu are there? If there is a ninjutsu that I can't learn, then it's useless. Ninjutsu itself is a kind of resource. If you can't learn it, you can sell it for money. However, Kai Chang also thinks that if you sell ninjutsu obtained in this way, it will offend people unless you get permission. Then you can listen to the class with peace of mind. I know a little bit about each attribute of ninjutsu, Muyu replied with a faint smile. For this plan, Muyu specially developed a lot of C-level and B-level ninjutsu. However, it is called development, but it is actually imitation, because these ninjutsu have nothing special about them. Kai Chang also subconsciously felt that Muyu was bragging. How could someone know all the ninjutsu of all attributes? Even those powerful jonins of the 5 major countries generally only know 2. What does it take to be considered excellent? Kai Chang did not immediately refute that there was no, but asked the last question. He did not believe that Muyu knew so many ninjutsu, but felt that Muyu should have something, otherwise she would not be able to attract so many ninjas. Kai Chang was also ready to give it a try. If he could have water attribute ninjutsu, he would make money. If not, he would leave. Write down your thoughts after listening to the class, and I will select the excellent thoughts. After answering, Muyu started the lecture again, telling the history of the Six Paths Sage's pursuit of peace. Kai-Chang and Kuroda also listened carefully to what Muyu said for the sake of ninjutsu. Muyu did not mind bringing some good changes to the residents of the Rain Country when making profits for herself. But change requires a foundation. The current Rain Country has not reached that foundation. It is just empty talk to directly move the knowledge of the previous life over, which does not make much sense. So Muyu just told the ninja world about the peaceful history that existed, and let them think about the existing history. This was decided by Muyu after analyzing the intelligence of the Rain Country. The Rain Country, which has been in war for many years, yearns for peace and stability more than ordinary countries. After the lecture, Kai-Chang wanted to communicate with Kuroda about writing his thoughts, but he found that many listeners gathered together. Kai-Chang immediately pulled Kuroda over, and when he found that he couldn't squeeze in, he asked the people next to him. Because Kai-Chang interrupted the lecture, the people next to him didn't want to answer, but they couldn't stand Kai-Chang's thick skin and kept asking, so they told him, his name is Nanyu. At that time, Lord Sosuke had just started to teach, and no one believed that he could teach ninjutsu. Only Nanyu wrote his thoughts after listening and submitted them, and then he got a fire escape ninjutsu. He is also the only ninja who learned 3 ninjutsu from Lord Sosuke. It's so easy to get 3 ninjutsu. Kuroda was shocked and envious. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar. First published this novel. How long does it take to afford 3 ninjutsu? No wonder so many people are asking. It turns out that he has received 3 awards for excellence. Kai-Chang also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Kai-Chang also noticed a detail. The man used the word learned instead of obtained, which means that the other party even promised to teach him. Kai-Chang also felt that this was a rare opportunity. He patiently squeezed in and listened to their discussion. In the end, he wrote an article boasting about the Six Paths Sage overnight. Unfortunately, he was not selected when the outstanding candidates were selected the next day, but Kai-Chang was not too upset because no one was rated as an outstanding candidate this time. This shows that it is not just him who has a problem, but that everyone is not good enough. Although I am telling you about history, you should look at the current Rain Country. Muyu gave a hint. He does not have much time, so he cannot train slowly. He arranged a 2-month training plan for his disciples, leaving the Shadow Clone behind and using the Flying Thunder God to leave Konoha. These 2 months are the time Muyu set for himself. Originally, Muyu would have had less time at his disposal. After all, the Shadow Clones could not refine chakra by themselves and had a limited existence time, but his Yang Seal had a small breakthrough. After the Shadow Clones were separated, the main body transferred chakra in the Yang Seal of the clones, which could allow the Shadow Clones to last longer. Although it did not have much effect in the battle, it was indeed of great help to the busy Muyu. In fact, Muyu had a faster way to make his name, but it would make the people of the Rain Country suffer a little. If Muyu did not set any conditions and directly taught ninjutsu in the Rain Country without restraint, he would become famous quickly with his ability. But what those wandering ninjas who had improved their strength would do was not something Muyu could control. So Muyu set a threshold. The first threshold was the impression of the class, which eliminated some people with bad intentions. But some people have strong disguise ability, so Muyu has a second threshold. The hard-turning technique can convey what is in your mind to others. Muyu used this method to teach ninjutsu and take a look at the learner's memory. For those who have committed minor crimes, we will try to reform them. If they cannot be reformed, we will seal their memories and throw them away. For those who have committed serious crimes, we will send them to reincarnation. For those who have no problems, Muyu will teach them ninjutsu immediately. With Muyu's reminder, the situation on the 3rd day was much better. A speech about the cause of the war in the Rain Country was selected as an excellent work by Muyu. After checking that there was no problem, ninjutsu was taught. After witnessing that someone was rewarded with ninjutsu and successfully learned it, Kuroda and Kai-Chang were more motivated. But on the 4th day, Muyu stopped the class. How many days do you want to rest, Lord Sosuke? Kai-Chang also asked respectfully. He thought Muyu didn't want to talk anymore, so he wanted to rest. Kai-chan could understand this very well. Before I had the strength, I worked hard to make money and become stronger. After I had the strength, I could rest as much as I wanted. When there are 100 ninjas gathered here, I will start teaching again. Muyu stated his conditions. He wanted these ninjas who were listening to the class to go out and recruit new people to accelerate the spread of his fame. Could it be that Lord Sosuke is a person who cares a lot about his reputation? Kai-chan also tried to figure out Muyu's character. Some of the first listeners were not surprised. They packed up and left to go to a farther place to help Muyu promote. This was not the first time Muyu had asked for promotion. This was a remedy for Muyu to set a threshold, which could speed up his fame to a certain extent. Although there was no reward for attracting new members, some people had been writing testimonials for more than 10 days, and they would definitely not give up the opportunity to obtain ninjutsu. However, not everyone was like this. Some people would choose to give up, but this part of people was relatively small. The effect of dozens of ninjas working hard to promote together was very good. After all, everyone had their own interpersonal relationships, and they could even spread it to the Rain Ninja village. In order to attract more people, Kai-chan spared no effort to brag about Muyu. He described Muyu as a hidden boss, a strong man comparable to a demigod, who mastered all the changes in the nature of chakra, could use hundreds of ninjutsu, and was very happy to pass on his skills, and gave Muyu the title of Ninja Master. If Kai-chan was the only one who was bragging, it would definitely not have caused much impact. However, while Kai-chan was bragging, there were dozens of ninjas who were also promoting Muyu, so the credibility was high, and the name of Ninja Master Sosuke spread all over the Rain country. Yahiko, who wanted to recruit Muyu, immediately led his men to Ozu village when he heard Muyu's name. He did not doubt the rumors. After all, Muyu was a strong man recognized by Nagato. The Akatsuki organization is not a small transparent organization now, and their actions undoubtedly spread the rumors about the ninja master further. Hanzo also noticed the rumors about the so-called ninja master, so he sent the Rain Ninja to Ozu village to check the situation. Such a strong man suddenly appeared in the Rain country, and he must find out the situation. A large number of wandering ninjas went to Ozu village with the idea of trying their luck to see if they could learn ninjutsu. So the publicity effect this time exceeded everyone's imagination. It seems a bit too much. Seeing all the ninjas discussing Ninja Master Sosuke, Kai-chan felt a little guilty. Before the publicity came out, Kai-chan never thought that people would believe his exaggerated words. If there were a strong man like Hanzo in such a small place like the Rain country, he would have been famous long ago. There is another chapter later. It will be a little later. Chapter 403, Ninja Master on par with Hanzo. Kai-chan finally did not run away because of his guilty conscience. He asked Kuroda to wait there, told him to run away if there was any movement, and then went to Muyu's temporary residence. Lord Sosuke, why don't you stay out of the limelight? Some people have promoted you too much, putting you on the same level as the demigods and Hanzo. Now not only are there ninjas from the ninja organization, but even ninjas from the Rain village are coming. Kai-chan said to Muyu with a serious face, with a hint of regret on his face, as if he was sad that he would not be able to listen to Muyu's lectures in the future. Is that so? Who do you think promoted it too much? Muyu smiled at Kai-chan. Muyu's eyes that seemed to see through everything made Kai-chan feel a little guilty, but his expression did not change, and he still looked like he was thinking about Muyu. Write down your views on war and peace and give them to me before I leave, Muyu said and walked towards the village entrance. No matter what Kai-chan's purpose was, in terms of the result, he had exceeded Muyu's task. Knowing that he would notify Muyu to run away after he made things worse, he still had some conscience. So Muyu was willing to give Kai-chan a chance that could affect the trajectory of his life. Muyu sensed the breath of those ninjas before they approached Ozu village, and Muyu had already observed their strength with his white eyes. Most of the wandering ninjas were genin who could not pose a threat to him, and then there were some ninja organizations and chunin from the hidden Rain village, and there were even fewer jonin. In addition to the Yahika trio, There was only one qualified online ninja from the Hidden Rain village. Are you really not considering avoiding the limelight? I see that some ninjas look like they are coming with bad intentions, as if they are looking for trouble. Kai-chan reminded. In fact, your publicity is not too much. Muyu gave Kai-chan a meaningful smile. With Muyu's current strength, it is not false publicity to be on par with Hanzo. This made Kai-chan, who was about to run away, a little hesitant. Muyu looked really confident, but Kai-chan was also worried that Muyu was blindly confident and overestimated his own strength. Forget it. Let's see. Kai-chan thought for a while and decided to stay. Anyway, with Muyu's current performance, he will definitely not be held accountable. If something goes wrong, he and his good brother can just run away together. Where is Ninja Master Sasuke? Isn't he teaching ninjutsu? Is this a scam? This is an ambitious wandering ninja. You dare to put yourself on a par with Hanzo-sama. I want to see how capable you are. This is Hanzo's fanatical fan. Because there were too many ninjas gathered, the scene was very noisy. The ninjas who had been listening to the class for a while before were unable to maintain order due to their lack of strength. Nagato frowned. He didn't like this noisy environment. Yahiko was like a fish in water, and he introduced the great goal of the Akatsuki organization to the ninja next to him who he didn't know. Brother, have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? I have heard of it, but I don't want to understand it. The ninja next to him declined. Don't worry, you will get to know us again after I finish telling you the dream of our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko's enthusiasm did not diminish. Yahiko, don't you want to recruit that Sasuke? Zeonin saw that the wandering ninja was a little bit unable to hold back and said, the main target is Uncle Sasuke, but there are so many ninjas here. It's a good opportunity for Akatsuki to strengthen its strength. Yahiko turned around and said to Konan. Just when Yahiko was about to continue to promote the great ideals of Akatsuki with the wandering ninja, Yahiko found that the other party had run away in just a turn. Hello everyone, I heard someone seemed to be looking for me. I am Sasuke. Muyu walked to the open space where people gathered and introduced herself. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Muyu, looking at this bold ninja master with curious eyes. They can only use the word bold to describe it. In the land of rain, comparing themselves with Hanzo is equivalent to saying that they are 50-50 with Hashirama Senju in the land of fire. Are you Sasuke? The ninja master who compares himself to Hanzo, a ninja with orange hair, walked out and asked with a bad face, I am indeed Sasuke, but ninja master is not a title I took for myself. Muyu nodded. The point is that you actually think you can be compared with Hanzo-sama, the orange-haired ninja said with an extremely dissatisfied look, and then he burst out his chakra and stepped on the ground. The powerful force instantly cracked the ground. The ninjas near the orange-haired ninja showed surprise and kept a certain distance from him. He was obviously looking for trouble, and his strength was not weak. Seeing this, Kai-chan also pulled Kuroda back a certain distance and protected the ninjas in front of him. You are free to think so. To everyone's surprise, Muyu did not rush to defend and refute, but tacitly agreed with the orange-haired ninja's statement. The Rain Village ninjas in the crowd frowned. They were too arrogant. Their Hanzo-sama was a strong man recognized by the entire ninja world. If the orange-haired ninja had not shown strong strength, the Rain Village ninja would definitely stand up to test Muyu's strength. Since someone was willing to do it for him, the Rain Village ninjas were also happy to watch the show. Let me see how strong you are. Ichigo Kurosaki, you dare to compare yourself with Hanzo-sama. Ichigo Kurosaki snorted coldly and burst out his chakra, and his aura spread out to the surroundings. The Jonin of Rain Village felt the oppression coming from Ichigo Kurosaki and showed a surprised expression. He was much stronger than him, as expected of Hanzo-sama. There are admirers of this strength outside Rain Village. The Jonin of Rain Village admired Hanzo even more. It's almost time for class, so let's have a practical teaching. Muyu accepted the invitation calmly. This Ichigo Kurosaki is not a ninja with the same name as the protagonist of a certain migrant worker comic, but Muyu's shadow clone. Muyu wants to show his strength, and the best way is to jump out of the crowd and beat him up by a brainless villain, which can show his strength and establish his prestige. But there are not so many brainless people in the real world, so Miyu directly let the shadow clone start. In order to prevent Nagato's reincarnation eye from seeing it, Miyu's shadow clone also used transformation to pinch his face. Because the transformation of a ninja with information consumes more chakra, and it also requires chakra to maintain it, the shadow clone can't withstand this consumption. Otherwise it would be better to directly choose a ninja from the rain country to transform. That guy looks quite strong, shouldn't we help him? Konan asked softly. Konan was not present when Miyu went to see Nagato, so she didn't know what Nagato thought of Miyu. I believe in the strength of Uncle Sosuke. Since he has admitted it, he must be no worse than Hanzo. Yahiko chose to believe that Miyu could handle this matter. In order not to affect the villagers of Ozu village, Miyu changed the battlefield to a large open space outside the village. If you have no problem, we will start by counting down to 3. Ichigo Kurosaki took a fighting stance. Miyu nodded to indicate that she had no objection. 3, 2, 1. The moment the two counted to 1, they both moved. Earth style, Earth spear. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly formed seals with his palms, and many thick rock spikes immediately flew out of the originally flat ground. Each rock spike was taller than an ordinary person and extremely sharp. Most of the wandering ninjas had never seen such a powerful and terrifying ninjutsu, and they subconsciously retreated a little to prevent being affected by the fight between the two. But Miyu seemed to have expected it, and with a whoosh, he dodged the large-scale rock spike attack with a flash. What a fast speed! The rained village Jonin found that this Sosuke seemed to be really not simple. Just now he didn't react to how Miyu dodged Kurosaki Ichigo's earth-style attack. The rained village Jonin was lucky that Kurosaki Ichigo took the lead. If he embarrassed the rained village, Hanzo would definitely punish him. Sharp lightning can break through the hardness of the earth, and the change of the nature of lightning attribute chakra restrains the change of the nature of earth attribute chakra, so it is best to use lightning style to deal with earth style, Miyu said while forming seals. Lightning escape middle. Fake darkness. Miyu gathered a large amount of chakra in his mouth, and spit out extremely sharp lightning and strong sweeping. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Boom! Exclamation mark. The terrifying lightning spear instantly destroyed all the rock spikes on the ground, and the gravel flew everywhere, and continued to shoot towards Kurosaki Ichigo with their remaining power. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to expect that Miyu's lightning escape would be so terrifying, and he was very embarrassed to deal with it. It's so powerful, which means the rumors are true. A wandering ninja clenched his fist and showed an excited expression. If he could learn such a powerful ninjutsu, he wouldn't have to hide and rob ordinary people to maintain his training. He could get rich by taking bounty missions in the black market. He was not the only one who thought so. Many ninjas felt that their trip was not in vain. So what if you can restrain my earth escape? I don't only know earth escape ninjutsu. Kurosaki Ichigo reluctantly made a seal again. This time he used fire style. A large amount of flames were spit out by Kurosaki Ichigo, which quickly formed a huge fireball and smashed towards Miyu. The best choice to deal with fire style is water, which can put out fire. Miyu continued to explain. Water style, great waterfall technique. Miyu condensed chakra and spit out a huge water ball, which not only put out the attacking fireball, but also drenched Kurosaki Ichigo through the heart. Don't think you are the only one who can use water style. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to think that he was humiliated, and his face turned ruddy. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With the remaining water flow from Miyu's great waterfall technique, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly condensed an extremely thick water dragon. Looking at the super water dragon that was far longer and thicker than ordinary water dragon bullets, many onlookers retreated a little. Many of them were not necessarily much stronger than the genin who had just graduated from Konoha. They could survive in the chaotic place of the rain country by being cautious. They knew that they had to keep a safe distance when watching the excitement. The rained village Jonin was already thinking about whether to recommend Kurosaki Ichigo to Hanzo. Although he was from another village, he was really strong. He not only mastered 3 kinds of nature changes, but also seemed to have a certain degree of proficiency. Of course, nature restraint in battle is not absolute. If the strength difference is too big, It will be useless. A strong enough flame can also dry up the water flow. Muyu did not choose to restrain this time, but was restrained actively. Fire style, had hard work. Muyu spit out a small fireball compressed to the extreme at the rushing water dragon. At first, the fireball was only the size of a fist, but after colliding with the water dragon bomb, the compressed flames instantly burst into a sea of fire. Under the baking of the high-temperature sea of fire, the thick water dragon disappeared rapidly. The pupils of the Rain Village Jonin shrank suddenly. The meaning of this ninjutsu collision was completely different from the previous one. Being able to suppress the opponent while being restrained can only mean that the strength is too much, and Kurosaki Ichigo's performance is already much stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. The Rain Village Jonin was surprised to find that except for Hanzo, there seemed to be no one else in the Rain Village who could be the opponent of the Sosuke. No wonder he dares to put himself on the same level as Hanzo-sama. The Rain Village Jonin no longer thought Muyu was arrogant. This is reality. This is the ninja world, and the strength of ninjas is the foundation of everything. Although the Rain Village Jonin felt that it was impossible to beat Hanzo, the demigod of their Rain ninja, it was no problem to say that he was the second strongest in the Rain country. Considering that Muyu had never fought with Hanzo, it was normal to misjudge, so he didn't think he was arrogant. As expected of Uncle Sosuke, Yahiko couldn't help but admired as he felt the heat wave coming. He was a ninja specializing in water escape, and he could understand the value of Muyu's fire escape just now better than ordinary ninjas. What he said before was not true, was it? Kai Chang was also a little dumbfounded when he watched Muyu teach the powerful Jonin with his forehand and backhand. He had a terrible guess in his mind. Muyu was not bragging before, but really mastered the 7 types of chakra nature changes. Thinking of this, Kai Chang's heart beat violently. He thought of what Muyu said to him a few minutes ago. Although he was still writing his thoughts, this time was obviously different from the usual ones. Next, Muyu showed the ninjas a strong level of physical skills. While fighting, he could also point out Ichigo Kurosaki's shortcomings and make suggestions for improvement. Not only the new ninjas were surprised by this, but also the old people who had been with Muyu for some time did not expect Muyu to be so strong. In their hearts, Muyu's level of being a top ninja of the 5 great countries was the best. After all, this was already a strong man they could not reach. You are indeed very strong, and I am not your opponent, but this does not mean that your strength can match that of Hanzo. Ichigo Kurosaki took the initiative to admit defeat, but he was still speaking for Hanzo. The ninjas of Rain Village were a little moved. There are still such ninjas in this day and age. Now it is impossible not to recommend them to Hanzo. The other ninjas who were watching were also in awe, thinking that Ichigo Kurosaki lost but deserved respect. After that, Ichigo Kurosaki left without looking back. The ninjas of Rain Village silently remembered this name. Muyu's strength was too strong. He had to continue investigating and could not leave for the time being. Master Ninja, please teach me ninjutsu, a ninja shouted respectfully. This shout instantly set off a chain reaction, and other people who reacted also complimented Muyu and acted like students. Chapter 404, The Tempting Ninja Clan Heritage. I can teach ninjutsu, but can you first answer me what a ninja is? Muyu looked at the crowd and asked with a smile. The ninjas in the crowd looked at each other. There were too many answers to this question. It can be said that people who graduated from ninja schools are ninjas, or it can be said that ninjas are a profession, or it can be said that they are people who use ninjutsu. But they felt that the question of a strong man like Muyu must be meaningful and not that simple. Ninjas are people who can endure everything. Seeing that no one answered, Yahiko took the lead in saying his answer. Muyu smiled and nodded without commenting. Ninjas are people who can use chakra to use ninjutsu. Kai Chang also said quickly. He really couldn't think of any meaningful insights, so he might as well say it earlier and leave an impression on Muyu. Others also figured it out quickly and said their answers one after another. Ninjas are a profession and an identity. If you have learned ninjutsu, you are a ninja. Hundreds of ninjas rushed to answer questions, making the scene very noisy. Muyu pressed his palm slightly downward to signal everyone to be quiet. In less than a minute, the scene returned to the previous quiet atmosphere. It's not that Muyu has been a teacher for so long that his ability to control the situation is invincible. but the damage caused by Muyu's ninjutsu is still nearby, so everyone is very kind to Muyu. In a broad sense, you are alright. Ninja can be a profession or a person who can use ninjutsu, Muyu said while using Earth Escape to clean up the traces of the war. But do you know what ninjas looked like in the beginning? Where did the word ninja come from? And what are the responsibilities of ninjas? It was the Six Paths sage who founded the ninja sect that gave rise to ninjas. Kai Chang also answered immediately. The day he came, Muyu happened to talk about the Six Paths sage founding the ninja sect, so he remembered it very clearly. Six Paths sage, isn't that a myth? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Not everyone thinks that the Six Paths sage is real. Some people think that the Six Paths sage is just a myth. Six Paths sage is real. Muyu was the first to confirm this. The real Six Paths sage does not have the power to create the world as in the story. He is the ancestor of ninjas and the founder of the ninja sect. There are many myths about the Six Paths sage circulating in the ninja world. One of the most widely circulated is the Six Paths sage creation theory. This myth believes that the Six Paths sage created the ninja world. This is also the reason why some ninjas think that the Six Paths sage does not exist in reality. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it is impossible to create the world. However, for Muyu, who is familiar with the plot, this myth is not completely nonsense. At that time, Kaguya's planting of the sacred tree caused great damage to the ninja world. It was the Six Paths sage who traveled around the ninja world to repair the earth and created the current ninja world. The original ninja refers to the people of the ninja sect. The main responsibility of the ninjas during the ninja sect period was to maintain peace and create a peaceful world. After talking about the Six Paths sage, Muyu immediately talked about the responsibilities of the ancient ninjas. Yahiko widened his eyes. He had never been to school and had no idea that ninjas had such an origin. At this moment, he was very happy in his heart, because they were doing the same things as the original ninjas, and they were on the same path. Since the responsibility of ninjas is to maintain peace, why are there so many ninja wars now? Nagato couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to speak at first, because Yahiko liked Muyu very much and wanted to recruit him, but he really felt that ninjas didn't deserve to be called peacemakers. This was not only because Nagato's parents died at the hands of ninjas, but Yahiko and Konan were both war orphans, and they all lost their parents because of the ninja war. So I'm talking about the period of the ninja sect. Muyu replied calmly. After the demise of the ninja sect, ninjas changed. Today's ninjas are just like what you said at the beginning. People who can use ninjutsu, and they are professionals. Muyu's expression became solemn and serious. Nowadays, ninjas have deviated too far from their original intentions. I, who have inherited the ninja sect, really can't bear to see the ninjas who were peacekeepers become today's war makers, so I decided to restore the ninja sect and learn from the original ninjas. The onlookers looked at Muyu in confusion. They just wanted to come here to learn ninjutsu, but they didn't expect such a hot thing to happen, and they actually had to rebuild the ninja sect. Although most of them don't know what the ninja sect is, after Muyu's introduction, the Six Paths sage is the first leader of the ninja sect, so the ninja sect's gold content can be said to be full. The Rain Village ninja pays attention to different points than ordinary ninjas. He pays attention to the inheritance of the ninja sect. Is it because he accidentally obtained the ninja sect inheritance passed down from ancient times that he has such a strong strength? The Rain Village ninja guessed in his heart. With Muyu's strength, he is considered a strong man in the entire ninja world, not to mention the small country of Rain Country. He shouldn't have been unknown all the time. So the Rain Village ninja thought that the truth was that Muyu had been practicing hard after obtaining the inheritance until he was born recently. Nagato didn't say anything else. He was satisfied with Muyu's answer. Today's ninjas are not worthy of being paired with peace. Uncle Sosuke, what you said makes a lot of sense. We ninjas should learn from the predecessors of the ninja sect and create a peaceful world without war, Yahiko said with a look of agreement. So Uncle Sosuke, you should join our Akatsuki organization, and we will fight for peace together. Yahiko made a second invitation to Muyu. The surrounding ninjas looked at Yahiko in surprise, thinking that this boy had a very unique mindset. Although Akatsuki was well known in the Rain Country, They did not think that a ninja organization of Akatsuki's level could attract Muyu. With the strength that Muyu had shown so far, a ninja organization of this scale could create a stronger ninja organization in the Rain Country with just a wave of his hand. The current Akatsuki is not enough. Muyu shook his head and refused. Now is not the time to join Akatsuki, unless he is ready to accept Yahiko as his disciple. Yahiko was a little disappointed, but he still did not give up in his heart, because he felt that as long as he worked hard, Muyu, who had the same goal, would sooner or later recognize him and his Akatsuki organization. The Six Paths Sage once traveled around the ninja world to create the ninja sect. As the inheritor of the ninja sect, I will travel around the Rain Country first. If you agree with my ideas, please go with me. I will transmit the ninja knowledge I have mastered to those who recognize it, Muyu said, glancing at the crowd. There are about 200 ninjas here, and they will be satisfied if there are only 70 Muyu left. The number of 70 is based on the fact that Muyu has been screened. We are willing to follow. Kai-Chang-I immediately pulled Kuroda to the front and said, in his opinion, this is purely an opportunity. If you miss such a strong teacher, you will never meet him again. Other wandering ninjas also expressed their desire to restore the ninja sect with Muyu. However, most of them are not to become ninjas who protect peace, but to learn powerful ninjutsu from Muyu, except for ninjas like you ninja who want to explore Muyu's information. Basically all ninjas who come to Ozu village choose to travel around the Rain Country with Muyu. Yahiko also decided to join this journey. He wants to let Muyu see his determination. What about the Akatsuki organization? Zeonin asked helplessly. Let them come together. Maybe they can learn some ninjutsu from Uncle Sosuke. Yahiko thought for a while and replied. Zeonin had nothing to say. Yahiko was obviously determined. Muyu started his journey to the Rain Country with a ninja team of nearly 200 people. Due to the large number of people, the chaotic Rain Country suddenly became well ordered, and no robbers appeared in front of Muyu and his team. On the first day, Muyu did not talk about anything related to ninja knowledge, but told the story of the Six Paths Sage traveling around the ninja world, and no one left the team. On the second day, Muyu still did not talk about ninja knowledge, but talked about the ninjas of the ninja clan maintaining peace. On the third day, Muyu still did not teach ninjutsu, and gradually some ninjas left the team. The ninjas who left the team felt that Muyu did not want to teach ninjutsu at all, so they were unwilling to waste time here. From the fourth day, the number of ninjas leaving the team gradually increased. Because of the spread of Muyu's deeds, there were also new ninjas joining the team, but not many. On the fifth day, Muyu and his team passed by a village with a broken bridge. Muyu used earth escape to help the villagers build a solid and wide stone bridge. The villagers were very grateful and gave some food. A whole week passed, and Muyu still did not teach ninjutsu. More ninjas left the team, and it was still increasing. Lord Sosuke, if you don't teach ninjutsu, you can teach some other ninja knowledge first. Otherwise more people will leave the team. Kai-Chang also reminded, he thought Muyu could teach some tricks to stabilize people's hearts. Now there is no hope of learning ninjutsu. In fact, Kai-Chang also felt that Muyu should be able to think of this. After all, Muyu's performance has always revealed a sense of mystery. It is their freedom to leave the team. Muyu smiled and declined Kai-Chang's kindness. Kai-Chang was a little confused about what Muyu was thinking, attracting so many people and letting them leave. Kai-Chang, who couldn't figure it out, was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he would not leave, because he felt that Muyu would definitely teach ninjutsu. It was not a guess out of thin air, but a conclusion drawn by following Muyu. Muyu is really practicing what he said about the responsibility of the ninja sect, mediating conflicts within the team, and helping villagers in need. So Kai-Chang also believes that Muyu will finally fulfill his promise. Some people regretted wasting a week listening to Muyu talk about history, and some people were glad that they joined the team. Yahiko was the one who was glad. After following Muyu for more than a week, Yahiko felt that their Akatsuki organization did have too many shortcomings. They just helped the village drive away the stray ninjas, while Muyu used his own power to help the villagers solve many problems. Moreover, Muyu did not simply use the power of ninjas. If it was knowledge he knew, He would choose to use knowledge to solve the villagers' difficulties and pass on knowledge to the villagers. Muyu did not leave his name for the villagers who were helped, but said that he was a ninja from the ninja sect. Because of Muyu's actions, they left the name of the ninja sect in the local area every time they passed by, and the word ninja sect gradually spread in the Rain Country. Muyu traveled around the Rain Country for half a month, and most of the ninjas who joined in the fun had left. Some of the remaining ninjas agreed with Muyu's ideas, and some did not want to give up because of sunk costs. Those who agreed with Muyu's ideas acted together with Muyu, and other ninjas would listen carefully when Muyu lectured. Recognizing his serious shortcomings, Yahiko often asked Muyu various questions. What surprised Yahiko was that Muyu could basically answer them, and they were well-founded. Nagato had some good feelings towards Muyu, because Muyu was really doing things, not just talking. Konan also liked Muyu very much. Muyu smiled warmly, seeing that she liked origami. She gave her a paper crane. By the 20th day of Muyu's tour of the ninja world, there were only 72 ninjas following Muyu. A small half of them were ninjas selected by Muyu before, and some were ninjas of the Akatsuki organization headed by Yahiko. The rest were ninjas selected because of the legend of the ninja master. After a final inspection to ensure that there were no problems, Muyu officially started teaching. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Since the strength of these 72 ninjas was uneven, the weakest was basically the most ordinary genin. Muyu started teaching from chakra control, still climbing trees and treading water. Muyu let those who mastered these skills practice freely, and then taught them when Muyu was free. The most Muyu had ever given special training to nearly 700 students in Konoha, so it was very easy to teach 72 people and ensure that everyone was taken care of. Many ninjas were very excited. They had finally made it after such a long time. They were not just sightseeing in these 20 days. It was like a hard training. If those who left the team knew that Lord Sosuke was so good at teaching, they would probably regret it and want to hit themselves. For those who stayed, the fruits of persistence were extremely delicious. Lecture completed. Evaluation. S. Rewards. Chakra control plus 24. Water chakra nature change plus 1. Teaching chakra control was nothing. When Muyu taught chakra nature change in ninjutsu, the ninjas who stayed were once again glad for their decision. Muyu's performance was really too exaggerated. All the nature changes of chakra attributes were easy to do. Even Nagato was surprised by this. Nagato could only use the samsara eye to see that Muyu's chakra was not simple. He didn't expect that Muyu was also proficient in 7 kinds of chakra nature changes. Nagato only mastered 6 attributes and did not master the yin attribute chakra nature change. They thought that Muyu was already perverted enough, but it turned out that Muyu was also a master of sealing techniques, teaching them knowledge of sealing techniques that they had never touched before. This is the benefit of taking classes outside. Muyu can teach whatever he wants and get whatever rewards he wants. Out of respect for Muyu, many ninjas changed their names and called Muyu teachers Ji. When Muyu and his companions arrived at the village near the Rain Village, a team of Rain ninjas stopped Muyu and his companions who were on the way. Lords Ji, Lord Hanzo wants to see you. Please come with us to the Rain Village. The Rain Village Jonin said respectfully. He was the Jonin who went to Ozu village to investigate Muyu before and had seen Muyu's strength. In addition to the recent rumors about Muyu, as a Rain countryman, he admired Muyu's actions. Only you can go alone, the Rain Village Jonin added. There are quite a few ninjas on Muyu's side, and Muyu has 73 ninjas. It is impossible for Hanzo to let so many non-ninja village ninjas enter the Rain Village inexplicably. I will discuss it with my companions. Muyu did not give a direct answer. He personally thought he could go, because Ukigo Kurosaki had become a chunin of the Rain Village, and Muyu knew some information about the Rain Village. In addition, with Muyu's strength, if he wanted to leave, no one in the Rain Village could stop him. However, Muyu knew his own strength, but his followers were not so clear. In order to take care of their feelings, he still had to discuss it. I think you can't go, Mr. Sosuke, maybe Hanzo is plotting against your inheritance of the ninja sect. Kai Chang also felt that Hanzo had bad intentions. Although Kai Chang was also a native of the Rain country, he had a general impression of Hanzo. Some ninjas nodded in agreement, and the wandering ninjas understood the principle of being guilty of possessing the treasure. I don't think Hanzo should be such a person, even if it is a ninja from the enemy village. As long as he admires the younger generation, he will let the other party live. Such a Hanzo will never be a villain who plots against the inheritance of the ninja sect of Brother Sosuke, Yahiko retorted. Unlike Kai Chang, Yahiko had a very good impression of Hanzo and felt that he was a real strong man. What if you guess wrong? Teacher Sosuke will be in danger. If you guess right, you won't get anything. Kai Chang also thought that this was a very unprofitable thing. Although Yahiko is much stronger than him, through these 20 days of getting along, Kai Chang also knows that Yahiko is a broad-minded person, so he is not worried that he will be hated by Yahiko because of his rebuttal. Yahiko was speechless for a moment. Kai Chang was right about this point. Muyu's efforts to go to the Rain village alone were not proportional to the gains. Thank you very much for your concern, but you can trust me a little more. It will be fine, Muyu said with a smile. Seeing that Muyu had decided to go to the Rain village, Kai Chang did not speak again. He believed in Muyu first. Since Muyu said that it would be fine, he believed that Muyu had the ability to deal with possible accidents. Then Muyu followed the Rain ninjas to the Rain village. The style of the buildings in the Rain village is very different from that of Konoha. The buildings in the Hidden Rain village are mainly steel and supplemented by stone. The whole village is full of large and small steel pipes, which may be related to the heavy rainfall here. Hanzo did not choose to meet Muyu in the office of the leader of the Rain village, but in a training ground of the Rain ninja. Master Hanzo, this is Sosuke, who is known as the Ninja Master, the Rain village Jonin reported. Hanzo looked at Muyu, who was wearing a black shirt inside and a white robe outside, looking very elegant and easygoing. Muyu was also looking at Hanzo, who was wearing a mask on his face and a special battle suit of the Rain village. When the two of them looked at each other, Hanzo suddenly burst out with his momentum, and the overwhelming momentum pressed towards Muyu, which made the air a little heavier. The Rain village Jonin standing next to Muyu was already unable to move because of Hanzo's terrifying momentum, but Muyu still had a smile on her face. The next moment, the Rain village Jonin suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a very terrifying sense of oppression came from his side. Facing Hanzo's provocation, Muyu also burst out with momentum. The vision of the Rain village Jonin was a little blurry, and his sweat flowed into his eyes, but he had no way to wipe it off, because he was caught between two terrifying auras and he didn't dare to move at all. Now he seemed like a small boat that strayed into the turbulent waves, and it was possible that the boat would be destroyed and people would die at any time. Go down. Hanzo suddenly withdrew his aura and said to the Rain village Jounin lightly. The Rain village Jounin instantly relaxed and nodded and left. He originally thought that this was an easy task, but now he felt that he might have a nightmare at night. A smile appeared at the corner of Hanzo's mouth. You are very good. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, Muyu's performance can be regarded as a strong man in the ninja world. You are also very good, Muyu said with a faint smile. Hanzo was slightly stunned. Since he became the leader of the Rain village, Muyu was the first person to say such a thing to him, but Hanzo didn't care too much. Muyu looked about 27 years old. Hanzo was very tolerant of young people who could get his recognition. Some people say that you became a strong man because you obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect. I couldn't be sure before I met you, but now I can be sure that you would be a strong man even without the so-called inheritance. Hanzo recalled the recent rumors about Muyu and said. Hanzo, who had competed with Muyu, could feel that Muyu had his own beliefs. Such a person could not be mediocre. Maybe, I think this assumption is meaningless, because the reality is that I have obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect and have certain strength. Muyu replied. It really doesn't make sense. Hanzo thought Muyu was a little interesting, but I can give you a piece of advice. Most people only believe in what they believe. Many people are interested in the ninja sect inheritance in your hands. Your bounty on the black market has reached 3.5 million taels. Because Miyu's experience in creating his own character is too legendary, the legend of Ninja Master Sasuke has already rushed out of the Rain Country and into the ninja world. When Miyu and the Shadow Clone were acting together, they were surrounded by nearly 200 ninjas. They were all strong witnesses of the authenticity of the legend of Ninja Master Sasuke. After all, it was Miyu who said the ninja clan's inheritance, and he did show the level of a strong man in the ninja world. Thank you for the information, Senior. Miyu thanked Hanzo, and his expression did not change. 3.5 million tails can issue 3 S-level tasks and 1 A-level task in Konoha. However, compared with the ninja clan's inheritance, it is still too little. Miyu probably hasn't spread it yet, and not many people believe it, otherwise his bounty would definitely exceed Asuma. Hanzo admires Miyu's mentality. In his opinion, the most important thing for a strong man is his faith. Losing faith is no different from being dead. The two did not talk much. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo has affairs to deal with. If Miyu is ready to join the Rain Village and become a Rain Ninja, then he can say more. But as a promising junior, Hanzo has done his best. Before leaving, Miyu gave Hanzo another appraisal technique to ensure that there were no mistakes in the information recorded in his mind. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Fame in the Ninja World. Name, Hanzo. Chakra, 130,500. Skills, Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 6,115,000. Fire Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 2,015,000. Water Instant Body Technique. Mastery, Fire Style, Explosive Flame Formation. Mastery. Among the cage level masters that Miyu has identified, Hanzo has fewer skills. He only has 2 mastery level nature changes, and most of the ninjutsu he has mastered are water style ninjutsu. Although he has fewer skills, it does not mean that Hanzo is weak. He has a high level of proficiency in water chakra nature changes, and he also has some mastery level water style ninjutsu. Miyu, who is familiar with the plot, also knows some of Hanzo's strengths that are not displayed on the panel, that is, poison. Hanzo has a summoned beast called a salamander, which can spit out a large-scale poisonous fog with extremely toxicity. In addition, Hanzo himself has implanted a salamander poison sac, which is why Hanzo always wears a mask. If he does not wear a mask, the poison gas produced by Hanzo's breathing can paralyze people around him. Miyu had to say that Hanzo, who plays with poison, has a little restraint on breathing methods. If you use breathing methods when there is poison gas, the toxins will invade faster. Miyu was very clear about this shortcoming of the breathing method from the beginning, so he has been planning to improve the breathing method, but this level of improvement is even more difficult than developing a breathing method, so the progress is slow. Miyu has 2 ideas. One is to alleviate and the other is to cure. Alleviation is to add a detoxification or increase the poison resistance effect to the breathing method, and the cure is to change the way the breathing method works and no longer rely on ordinary breathing forms. The former is much simpler than the latter, and Miyu is going to change it in a cyclical and progressive manner. In addition, you can also rely on equipment, such as wearing a gas mask and oxygen mask. The advantage of equipment is simplicity, and the disadvantage is that it may be damaged in battle. With the intensity of ninja's battle, it will basically be damaged if it is touched by ninjutsu. Seeing Miyu return safely, the ninjas' hanging hearts are relieved. No matter what they think of Hanzo in their hearts, as long as they are ninjas from the Rain Country, when talking about strong people, the first person they think of must be the demigod Hanzo. According to the information given by Hanzo, I have been offered a bounty. The bounty on the black market has reached 3.5 million taels. Some ninjas who earn bounties may come to attack me next. After returning to the team, Miyu immediately told the information obtained from Hanzo. There may be some ninjas with strong strength among them, so the next journey will no longer be safe and there will be certain risks. Miyu reminded, if it was a few people, Miyu had the confidence to protect their safety, but Miyu was not 100% sure that she could protect all 72 people. Among the bounty ninjas, there was a ruthless person like Kakazu. If it was Kakazu who came, and Kakazu did not stare at Miyu, but focused on attacking the team members to distract Miyu's attention, Miyu could not protect everyone. At most, he would kill Kakazu to help them avenge. 3.55 million taels. Kai-Chang's eyes pupils shrank sharply. As a wandering ninja, he had never seen so much money, so he knew the attraction of this amount. If you want to leave the team, you can leave now, and no one will blame you for it. Miyu took the initiative to offer. The ninjas looked at each other, all showing a thoughtful look. It must be said that this is indeed a very struggling question. Many of them are of average strength, otherwise they would not have thought of learning ninjutsu from Miyu to become stronger. Uncle Sosuke, don't underestimate the strength of our Akatsuki organization. We will not only protect our own safety, but also protect you. Yahiko laughed and said, not counting the exception of Nagato, he and Konan are also strong. Yahiko will not leave for this reason. It is better to say that he wants to stay with Miyu more, worried that Miyu will be in danger. My strength is average. I will try not to drag my feet. Some ninjas are determined to stay. Leaving is safe, but that's all. There is no other meaning. Staying is different. Not to mention the ninjutsu that can be learned from Miyu. Even if he just watches Miyu traveling around the rain country, he feels that he is witnessing new history. Compared with his previous life, he feels that he lives in a muddle. After a struggle, Kai-Chang finally made a decision that he would not have made before, and he also wanted to stay. After making this decision, Kai-Chang also found it incredible that he, who was so cautious, would actually face danger. Kai-Chang also thought more than others. The bounty of 3.5 million taels might not immediately attract a strong man like Miyu. But as Miyu killed the bounty hunters attracted, Miyu's bounty would be higher and more dangerous. But he finally decided to stay, for reasons he didn't understand. In the end, no one chose to leave the team, and everyone chose to continue to follow Miyu. This surprised Miyu a little. He thought that some would leave. After all, these ninjas had not been with him for a long time. The bounty on the black market did not affect Miyu's actions. He continued to travel around the rain country at his own pace. If he encountered bandits, he would get rid of them. If there was no food, he would complete the commissions of local villagers. If there were difficult commissions, he would stay a little longer, and if there were simple commissions, he would stay a little less. More and more places were set foot by them. It turns out that I don't know the rain country that well. Yahiko sighed. He once thought that he knew the rain country well enough. But after following Miyu to every village in the rain country, Yahiko realized that what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Each village and town has different difficulties and conflicts. He is obsessed with bringing peace to the rain country, but now he finds that he cannot solve the conflicts in some villages and towns. But aren't you understanding it? Miyu smiled and touched Yahiko's head. Miyu's main goal is to make Nagato a disciple on the system list. In the process, he doesn't mind cultivating a revolutionary fighter. In the afternoon, Miyu and his friends arrived at a new village. There were two children arguing about something at the entrance of the village. The sun is closer to people when it just rises than at noon. No, it should be farther away when it rises than at noon. When the sun first rises, it is as big as a wheel, but at noon it is like a plate. Isn't it the truth that it looks small when it is far away and big when it is close? It is still cool when the sun just comes out, but it is very hot at noon. Isn't it the truth that it is hot when it is close and cool when it is far away? The two children argued fiercely, and neither of them would give in. Uncle in white clothes, you look very smart. Who do you think is right? One of the children looked at Miyu and asked. Miyu showed a thoughtful look and walked forward as if preparing to say something. Whoosh! The two children suddenly jumped up and took out their kunai and stabbed at Miyu, who seemed defenseless. Teacher Sosuke, be careful! The ninja who noticed it shouted hurriedly. They wanted to help Miyu but found that it was too late. Bang bang! Two dull collisions sounded. Miyu swung his fist at the two ninjas who attacked at a very fast speed and knocked them to the ground. Due to the heavy blow, Their transformation technique was instantly invalidated, revealing their original appearance. How is it possible? It was so fast. The bounty ninja looked at Muyu in disbelief. Muyu couldn't have reacted at such a close distance just now. Seeing that Muyu successfully dealt with the sneak attack, the accompanying ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and immediately surrounded the two bounty ninjas who attacked. Muyu smiled lightly and said nothing. He mastered the transparent world and had the perception ninjutsu in the white eyes. No matter how powerful the ordinary transformation technique was, it would be impossible to hide it from him. After interrogating the two and obtaining information, Muyu killed them directly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. This surprised Muyu's followers. It was the first time they saw Muyu kill someone. They thought Muyu would be the type who would use love to influence the enemy. Facing the enemy who wants to kill us, we can give an equal counterattack, Muyu said lightly. Muyu doesn't kill people very often, but when facing those who want to kill him, Muyu will never be soft. The ninjas all nodded, feeling that their understanding of Muyu has deepened a little. As Muyu continued to travel, the attacks he encountered gradually increased, and the strength of the attacking ninjas became stronger and stronger. However, with the efforts of Muyu, Yahiko and others, there were no casualties in the team. But Muyu got a bad news from the bounty ninjas he defeated. His bounty was increasing and had soared to 10 million taels. This was within Muyu's expectations. The more ninjas he defeated, the greater the credibility of the ninja sect's inheritance, and the bounty would naturally increase. In order to improve the fighting power of his followers, Muyu handed over some bounty ninjas who were not very strong to them to deal with, so that they could practice what they learned in actual combat. As the attacks became more frequent and the number of battles increased, the reputation of Ninja Master Sosuke in the Rain Country and even the ninja world became more and more famous, and the ninja sect once again entered the vision of many ninjas. Even Obito, who was far away in Konoha, heard this name by chance. Ninja Master Sosuke. Why does he have such a title? It's better to give it to teacher Muyu, Obito complained. Obito believed that Muyu was worthy of the title of Ninja Master. In terms of teaching quality, Muyu taught these recognized young geniuses. In terms of the number of people taught, Muyu once led a special training of nearly 700 people. Don't underestimate this guy. It is said that his strength can be comparable to Hanzo. Kakashi shook his head and said that he knew a little more than Obito. Although it was just a rumor, Kakashi felt that Sosuke's strength must be good. Otherwise Hanzo would not have to take action, and Hanzo's followers would have been able to toss Sosuke hard enough. No matter how strong he is, his ambition is definitely not small. He dared to shout the slogan of restoring the ninja clan. A lot of information about the ninja clan emerged in Kakashi's mind. When he first met Muyu, Muyu had told him some knowledge related to the ninja clan ninjas. Recently, Kakashi learned a lot about the history of the ninja clan because of the information of the Six Paths sage. The ninja clan can be said to be the origin of the ninjas. Establishing a force called the ninja clan in the ninja world is almost a provocation to all other ninja forces. Shimura Danzo was one of those who felt provoked. He immediately found Sarutobi Hiruzen and wanted to send an elite Konoha ninja to the Rain Country. This Sosuke is definitely not simple. In order to prevent trouble before it happens, we Konoha must strengthen our strength in the Rain Country, Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. In this way, no matter whether it is the conspiracy of the Rain Country or what Sosuke has planned, we will not be too passive. The Rain Country borders Konoha, and Shimura Danzo believes that Konoha's current strength in the Rain Country is not enough to deal with the chaos in the Rain Country. The situation in the Rain Country is complicated. Konoha is already involved in many wars, so it is not appropriate to participate. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly rejected Shimura Danzo's proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea about the so-called inheritance of the ninja sect. The older the ninjutsu, the more powerful it is. The ninjutsu developed by the ninjas of the new era based on the previous ninjutsu is more useful. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen had another concern, which was that he was worried that Konoha's strength in the Rain Country would be too strong and would arouse the suspicion of Sand Village. Now the Rain Country is basically a game between Sand Village and Kumagate Cure, and Rock Village occasionally pops up to make trouble. If Konoha sends more ninjas to the Rain Country, it may give Sand Village the illusion that Konoha wants to be an enemy of him. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. This may be our chance to break the deadlock, Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face. Although Shimura Danzo couldn't say how to break the deadlock, it didn't stop him from talking nonsense. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal was too direct, Shimura Danzo was very unhappy and felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take his suggestion seriously. I am the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded calmly. As the Hokage, his power is unlimited. When he is in a good mood, he can talk to Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen will choose to believe in himself for the real key decision. Shimura Danzo's face darkened instantly, and he walked towards the door of the Hokage's office without saying a word. Hiruzen, you will regret it. After saying that, Shimura Danzo slammed the door of the Hokage's office and left the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo walked all the way back to the route and became more and more angry. He was angry that Senju Tobirama passed the position of the third Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of giving him the position, and he was angry that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him face as an old classmate. Most people would get angry for a while, but Shimura Danzo was not a pushover. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him face, he would do it himself, and his route was not developed in vain. Danzo immediately issued an order to let some root ninjas go to the Rain Country, and then mobilized the root forces outside Konoha to go to the Rain Country. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo would have wanted to go to the Land of Rain himself. He was very curious about the inheritance of the ninja clan. A ninja with stitches on his body exchanged a corpse for a bag of money at the gold exchange. He lowered his head and flipped through the bounty book. Sosuke, titled Ninja Master, can use 5 types of chakra attributes to fight. The bounty is 13 million taels, and another 5 million taels can be added if he is captured alive. The stitched ninja closed the book and nodded with satisfaction. A perfect capture can earn 18 million taels, which is not bad. Chapter 406 Muyu vs Kakazu. After determining the target, Kakazu immediately set out for the Land of Rain. For Kakazu, time is money. If he captures Muyu early, he can happily choose the next target. After entering the Land of Rain, Kakazu began to investigate the information of Ninja Master Sosuke. Although he wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, Kakazu would not run over without thinking. After all, the opponent this time was not simple according to the information. However, this step was much easier and simpler than Kakazu expected. The deeds of Ninja Master Sosuke have been widely circulated in the Land of Rain, and Kakazu can even hear some information when walking around the streets of the Land of Rain. For example, Sosuke taught ninjutsu for free in Ozu village without discrimination, and the strong ninja who mastered the 3 types of chakra nature changes did not believe in Sosuke's strength and was taught a lesson by both hands. And Sosuke led the 72 ninjas to travel around the Land of Rain to do good things. A lucky naive guy and a group of rabble. After collecting the information, Kakazu gave his own evaluation. In his opinion, Muyu's actions are no different from those of a fool. Teaching ninjutsu for free is purely asking for trouble. Apart from a little fame, there is no real benefit at all. The ninjas taught by Muyu were at most grateful at the time, and those who were thick-skinned might not even say thank you. If everything was safe and sound, then they might be able to get along happily. If they encountered danger, then they would definitely flee when the disaster came. It would be better to charge for teaching directly, so that at least you can make money, and money is always reliable. Kakazu, who was once betrayed by the village, felt deeply about this. He went through life and death to carry out missions for the village, but in return he only got charges and punishment. The village that witnessed his growth was like this. Muyu had only known the ninjas in his team for less than 2 months, and Kakazu didn't believe that anyone would be willing to go through life and death for Muyu. So Kakazu didn't care about the 72 ninjas who followed Muyu. He believed that as long as he showed his strength, those ninjas would be scared and abandon Muyu and run away. If they were ninjas from the ninja village, Kakazu would not dare to underestimate them even if the ninja level of these 72 ninjas was not high. But Kakazu was not afraid of the team composed of wandering ninjas and weak ninja organizations. Kakazu was too disdainful to attack opponents of this level, because there was a high probability that there was no bounty, and killing them would be a waste of effort and meaningless. After completing the intelligence work, Kakazu officially began to act. Since Muyu did not hide his whereabouts, and their team had a large number of people, Kakazu easily knew their location and rushed to launch an attack. Muyu noticed Kakazu who was attacking and threw an appraisal directly. Name: Kakazu. Chakra: 140,000. Skills: Earth Grudge. Mastery: 5,115,000. Lightning Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: 3,015,000. Fire Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: 2,715,000. Wind Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: Lightning Release. Pseudo Darkness. Mastery: Muyu can only say that Kakazu's panel has the flavor of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and can be regarded as a second-hand youth version of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mastery of 5 Attribute Chakra Nature Change, plus the corresponding mastery level ninjutsu. Kakazu can indeed be regarded as a little Sarutobi Hiruzen in terms of ninjutsu, but it is difficult to compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen in other aspects. Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered a lot of secret techniques, and his physical skills are also very strong, and he also has a powerful summoning beast like Sarutobi. You guys step back a little, Muyu said to the ninjas behind him. Among the ninjas he had met so far, Kakazu was definitely the strongest. Muyu had to show his strength to fight him. The ninjas were a little confused about this, but they still retreated out of trust in Muyu. The next moment, Kakazu rushed over. Another bounty ninja for money? Yahiko frowned. Although Kakazu had not yet made a move, with the speed at which Kakazu appeared, he did not look like an ordinary ninja. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, you three should pay more attention to the other people in the team, Muyu reminded. Although Yahiko and the other two were the youngest in the team, they were the strongest. The three nodded and looked at Kakazu cautiously. This seems to be the legendary strongest black market killer Kakazu. Many well-known strong men have died in his hands, and he even fought with the god of ninja. A ninja saw the sutures on Kakazu's arm and his face changed instantly. Because of the practice of the earth's resentment, Kakazu would be highly recognizable if he did not wear clothes that covered his whole body. The other ninjas showed shocked expressions. Each of these words sounded complicated. If they were added together, one person could be said to be a legendary ninja. That's not right. If it was a ninja from the era of the god of ninja, even if he was not dead, he would be too old to be able to do it. Someone found the problem. The ninja who told Kakazu's intelligence shook his head. How could he know such a thing? He only heard about Kakazu's deeds by chance once. Kakazu ignored the gazes of other ninjas and looked at Muyu indifferently. It would be easier if you were willing to be captured by me. Since he could earn an extra 5 million taels by capturing him alive, Kakazu would try his best to take Muyu away alive. After all, his mission in the black market was for money, so he would definitely take whatever money he could get. Under normal circumstances, Kakazu would not be willing to talk nonsense. He would start early and end early. If you are willing to leave on your own initiative, it would be easier. Muyu replied with a faint smile. Kakazu frowned slightly. Your naivety is misplaced. Whoosh! Kakazu suddenly jumped up, chakra burst out, and rushed towards Muyu fiercely. Muyu had already opened up the transparent world. He saw through Kakazu's attack. He reached out and grabbed Kakazu's fist with ease, and then punched Kakazu to fly 10 meters away. Are you good at physical skills? Kakazu touched his abdomen and his expression remained unchanged, preparing to use ninjutsu. The earth resentment made his vitality tenacious, but Kakazu was not stupid. He had to fight against others' strengths. As the earth resentment was used, a large number of black lines suddenly burst out from behind Kakazu, and a masked monster composed of black lines rushed out from behind him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yahiko looked at Nagato next to him with some doubts. Nagato knew a lot of ninjutsu, so when he encountered a ninjutsu he didn't know, Yahiko would ask Nagato, but this was before. Now Yahiko would ask Muyu directly, but now that Muyu was in a battle, Yahiko asked Nagato. I don't know it either. Nagato shook his head. He guessed that this should be a more niche secret technique. Fire style. Head turning. The red-mouthed masked monster opened its mouth. A large amount of chakra condensed in its mouth, and quickly spit out a small-looking fireball at Muyu. Fire style. Head turning. Muyu quickly formed a seal, condensed a large amount of chakra, and transformed it all into fire attribute chakra in one breath, then compressed and spit it out, which was also a small fireball, but the color of the flame was deeper than Kakazu's. Kakazu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Muyu to know this ninjutsu. Then something even more surprising happened to Kakazu. Whoosh! Exclamation mark boom! The two fireballs collided with each other, and the compressed flames of both sides all exploded, instantly forming a large sea of fire, and the ground was burned black. The sea of fire on Muyu's side was obviously more vigorous. It broke Kakazu's flames like a broken bamboo soon after contact, and then continued to spread towards Kakazu, who was running. Kakazu looked at Muyu in shock. He originally wanted to let the mask fight Muyu, and then the main body took the opportunity to attack. He had never expected that his fire escape would actually lose to Muyu, and it seemed that the gap was not just a little bit. Not only was Kakazu shocked, but even the ninjas who had followed Muyu for more than a month showed surprised expressions. If Muyu hadn't asked them to retreat in advance, they would probably have been affected by the terrifying sea of fire. Muyu had used it too hard before, but the power at that time was not as great as it is now. This kind of fire escape can probably burn down a forest directly. Kai Chang also sighed in his heart. Before, Kai Chang also felt that he had exaggerated Muyu's strength and brought him trouble. Now Kai Chang also felt that he might have underestimated Muyu's strength. Kakazu retreated quickly and released the water attribute chakra mask. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. The water attribute mask spit out a large amount of water, which prevented Kakazu from being roasted. Kakazu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Muyu with extremely serious eyes. Muyu was probably the second strongest opponent he had ever met. Then Kakazu released the wind and thunder mask. He was not at all careless now. You guys retreat a little further. Muyu thought for a moment and turned back and said, his fire escape can indeed crush Kakazu's fire escape, but other attributes of ninjutsu are not so exaggerated. Muyu with wind and water attributes can still suppress Kakazu, but Muyu's thunder and earth changes are lower than Kakazu. The ninjas all obediently retreated to the back again, in order to be able to support Muyu in an emergency. Yahiko and the other two retreated less. Under Kakazu's control, the wind mask and the fire mask stood together, and opened their mouths to use ninjutsu at the same time. Fire escape middle. Head hardship. Wind escape middle. Suppress harm. A wind ball and a fireball were spit out at the same time, and the wind helped the fire, instantly creating a wide range of fire. Muyu silently split a shadow clone, and then the main body used the fire escape and the shadow clone used the wind escape. Fire style. Headache. Wind style. Suppress. The same fireball and wind ball. The wind helped the fire to form a terrifying sea of fire, which quickly engulfed Kakazu's sea of fire. Kakazu was a little numb. He felt like he was being teased. Muyu had been using the same ninjutsu as him, but the power was stronger than his. Kakazu's sea mine mask and the main body worked together to barely block Muyu's sea of fire. Fortunately, Kakazu was an old ninja who had lived for more than 70 years, and he had encountered all kinds of situations, so he was not panicked. He quickly formulated a new battle plan, with the sea mine mask to contain Muyu's energy, and the main body and the wind and fire mask looking for opportunities to launch attacks. His earth grudge mask was much stronger than the shadow clone, although it would die, but it was not as easy to break as the shadow clone. Next, Kakazu did cause some trouble for Muyu, because Kakazu's main body could also rely on the earth grudge tentacles to interfere with Muyu. How can I defeat Kakazu with the least chakra? Muyu thought about tactics while dealing with Kakazu's attack. If he just wanted to win, Muyu had many ways to win. With the perfect fire attribute chakra change and the flame-breathing chakra mode, Muyu could use fire escape to clear all the masks released by Kakazu by surprise. As long as he didn't use fire escape ninjutsu like Obito, he wouldn't have to worry about others seeing the flame breathing, and they would just think his fire escape was ridiculously strong. Of course, such a powerful move consumed a lot of chakra. Miyu had chakra anxiety, and he would feel uncomfortable if his chakra was less than 50%. He was worried that he would encounter enemies of the level of the third Raikage, the third Tsuchikage or Hanzo, when his chakra was not much. So Miyu wanted to use as little chakra as possible to defeat Kakazu, leaving more chakra to prevent accidents. This was also because Kakazu didn't attack Miyu's followers, otherwise Miyu would only defeat Kakazu as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of his followers. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Yahiko formed a seal and spit out a water dragon to attack the fire attribute mask. Uncle Sosuke, let us help you hold back some of your clones, Yahiko shouted. After watching the battle just now, he knew a little bit of information about Kakazu. In addition, Miyu's situation was not good, so Yahiko felt that he had to participate in the battle. Konan followed and threw out the paper shuriken, and Nagato used the thunder release ninjutsu to cooperate with Yahiko, turning Yahiko's water dragon bullet into a thunder water dragon bullet, making the water dragon bullet more powerful and increasing the paralysis effect. Not only Yahiko and his team, but also ninjas with long-range attack methods all took out their own methods to attack Kakazu's mask. However, because there was no coordinated drill, the attack was more chaotic and the effect was average. Miyu sighed slightly. He guessed that this kind of thing would happen, so he thought about solving it alone. Dozens of strangers are not so easy to cooperate. Do you like to die so much? Kakazu looked at the group of ninjas who attacked him in confusion. Seeing that he was so strong and didn't run away and took the initiative to attack, he couldn't defeat Miyu for a while. Couldn't he kill a group of wandering ninjas with average strength? In that case, let's get rid of you first. Kakazu controlled the wind and fire mask and released a combination ninjutsu at the ninjas. Even if he didn't kill all of them, at least half of them would die with this combination ninjutsu. In Kakazu's opinion, there was no difference between half of the team dying and the whole team being wiped out, because with such a large number of casualties, the remaining people must have all run away. Suddenly, Kakazu felt a terrifying breath rising. Miyu's breathing became extremely concentrated, and the chakra that was constantly burning in his body provided him with a huge boost. Fire Dragon Dance. Miyu gathered a huge amount of chakra in his throat, and it instantly turned into powerful fire attribute chakra under the boost of the flame-breathing chakra mode. Miyu pretended to make a seal, and then spit out an extremely strong and terrifying flame with a very high temperature. Of course, Miyu in the flame-breathing chakra mode did not need to make a seal, but in order not to expose the vest, he still had to pretend to be a little bit. There is another chapter later, and the battle will be finished. It will be released around 2 or 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Staying up late is harmful to your health. Chapter 407, Strengthening the Ninja Clan. Fire Dragon Dance is a fire escape ninjutsu developed by Miyu based on the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. It can be regarded as a super Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The range, power and flexibility of fire escape are comprehensively enhanced. Except for the excessive consumption of chakra and higher requirements for use, there are almost no other disadvantages. The high-temperature flame spit out by Miyu devoured the combination ninjutsu used by Kakazu at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the heat wave coming towards him, Kakazu's pupils trembled. He thought that the fire escape ninjutsu used by Miyu before was strong enough, but he didn't expect Miyu to show mercy to him and didn't use his full strength before. Kakazu immediately wanted the Earth Resentment Heart to retreat, but the flame speed was too fast. The Earth Resentment Heart didn't have time to return to Kakazu's body before it turned into black ash under the burning of Miyu's flames. Kakazu covered his chest with a painful look on his face. This took his 2 lives at once. But Miyu's Fire Dragon Dance was not over yet. Under Miyu's control, the blazing sea of fire split into 6 fire dragons to surround and kill Kakazu and the other 2 hearts from different directions. Even though Kakazu decisively chose to take back all the hearts at the beginning, facing such an attack, only the thunder attribute heart successfully returned to Kakazu's body, and the water attribute heart was destroyed by the fire dragon. Kakazu's body was also attacked by the fire dragon, and the earth attribute heart could not withstand such a terrifying attack and was burned to pieces. Almost in an instant, Kakazu, who had 5 lives, was beaten to only 1 life, and the battle situation was reversed. So powerful, worthy of being Uncle Sasuke. Yahiko was surprised. Even at a certain distance from the flame, Yahiko could feel the terrifying temperature. This was the most powerful fire escape ninjutsu he had ever seen. So Sasuke teacher is so strong? The ninja who knew Kakazu was shocked. Kakazu can definitely be called a legendary ninja in the black market, and such a strong man was almost killed instantly by Muyu's fire escape, which really shocked him. He even felt that Muyu's strength exceeded Hanzo, because he felt that Hanzo should not be able to kill Kakazu with a water escape. Can Hanzo really be on par with such a teacher like Sasuke? Kai-Chang was also sure that he had underestimated Muyu's strength. His imagination was not as rich as Muyu's. In his impression, if a ninja is strong, it must be Hanzo. But from this moment on, Kai-Chang also announced that there is a new candidate for the strongest candidate. The strength shown by Muyu was too strong, and some ninjas even felt a little unreal. They pinched their arms with their hands, and the slight pain from their arms made them sure that this was not a dream, but reality. It's not that their psychological endurance is too weak, but that this is really beautiful and makes them feel like they are dreaming. Nothing is paid, just follow to get the careful teaching of a strong man like Muyu. Although from Muyu's perspective, the ninjas who followed him were determined to take risks. For these wandering ninjas like them, danger is commonplace. If you want to move forward, then danger is indispensable. So in their opinion, being able to travel around the rain country with Muyu is simply a dreamlike journey. Not only did they learn skills, but they also lived more like a ninja, and their life spirit was doubly satisfied. Looking at Kakazu who fell to the ground, Muyu slowly walked to his side. Although Kakazu lay motionless on the ground, Muyu knew that he was not dead yet, because Kakazu still had one last heart. If someone who did not know the information about the Earth Grudge saw Kakazu suffering such injuries, he would definitely think that he was dead. But Muyu was different. He was the real information Muyu, who had identification, transformation, and knew the original plot. Do you still want to continue pretending to be dead? Muyu said lightly when he was about to walk to Kakazu. Kakazu, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, felt a sudden tightening in his heart, but he still did not move. He thought Muyu might be deceiving him. Because most of the people who had seen him use the Earth Grudge were dead, there was no reason for Muyu to know his information. Do you think I am deceiving you? What can you do with only one heart left? Muyu continued. Kakazu's forehead was covered with dense sweat. He felt that his underwear had been seen through by Muyu. He could no longer remain calm and looked at Muyu with a puzzled look. Kakazu was sure that he had never met Muyu, let alone fought with Muyu. He didn't understand why Muyu knew his information. Why do you know my information? Kakazu stopped pretending after being seen through. He stood up and looked at Muyu coldly. At this point, Kakazu was not panicking. After all, the worst outcome was just death. Did Kakazu want to die? Of course not. He hadn't made enough money yet. But was Kakazu afraid of death? Of course not. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have assassinated Senju Hashirama. As a ninja, dying in battle was not a bad outcome in Kakazu's eyes. It was better than being betrayed by his companions and dying in a cell. He's not dead yet. The other ninjas were surprised by Kakazu's vitality. Muyu's fire escape ninjutsu just now turned most of the area into a scorched land. Kakazu could stand up after enduring such a terrifying attack. In their eyes, this vitality was absurd. This is ancient wisdom. Muyu smiled like a charlatan. Whether it is the plot, identification or transformation, it cannot be said, so I can only be a riddler. Is it the so-called ninja inheritance? Kakazu continued to ask. Kakazu was a little curious about what the so-called ninja inheritance was. It was so magical. No wonder those people spent so much money on rewards. You can think so. Muyu guided Kakazu in the direction of his imagination. Although Muyu's answer was vague, he answered it after all. Kakazu once again took a fighting stance and prepared to meet his own death. Although the outcome of the battle was already doomed, Kakazu would not lie down and wait for death. He would fight to the last moment. Kakazu quickly untied the sutures on his wrists, and then used the black lines of the earth's resentment in his body to control his two fists to shoot at Muyu. Although it looks plain and unpretentious, it actually has good power. Ordinary ninjas may be killed instantly by his fists. After releasing the fire dragon dance, Muyu exited the flame-breathing chakra mode and switched to the rock breathing that he used most in daily life. With the blessing of the breath of rock, Muyu became stronger and her skin became tougher, easily dissolving the flying fist. Whoosh! Muyu's figure flashed and appeared beside Kakazu's body. Kakazu quickly used the black line of earth resentment to defend. Bang! Muyu's heavy power directly defeated Kakazu's defense, causing Kakazu to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the ground hard. Muyu's extremely sharp physical skills even made Kakazu unable to use the lightning ninjutsu to attack. Now Kakazu only felt like a puppet who could not fight back and could only accept Muyu's physical skills. Kakazu's consciousness gradually became blurred. It's not bad to die in the hands of such a strong man. This thought appeared in Kakazu's mind after he fell to the ground again. Muyu's strength is very strong. In Kakazu's long ninja career, he has only encountered one opponent stronger than Muyu, and that is the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Thinking about it now, Kakazu still thinks that he was a little ridiculous at the time. He made great mental preparations to assassinate Hashirama Senju, but he was inexplicably seriously injured. He returned to the village in a mess and was imprisoned and severely punished. At that time, Kakazu was not mature enough and only thought they were hateful. Now Kakazu knows everything. There is no special reason, just because this is the reality. This is the ninja world. He is too strong and has made too many contributions. The top leaders are worried that their status will be threatened and sent him to die. He talks about the village and the will, and his heart is all about his own interests. I am Kakazu. Kakazu said his name with his last strength. At this time, his condition was extremely bad. He was more seriously injured than the previous time with Hashirama Senju, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Just when Kakazu thought he was going to die, the last attack was delayed. Kakazu opened his eyes, and Muyu stood beside him and looked at him quietly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Muyu is weighing the pros and cons. His actions will bring an unprecedented change to the Land of Rain. Muyu wants the Land of Rain to change in a good direction, but maintaining it requires strength, and it is not enough to rely on Yahiko and the other two. Nagato cannot use the samsara as he pleases, and Muyu cannot stay in the Land of Rain forever, so it is necessary to strengthen the strength of the ninja clan. If he runs away without caring about anything after starting, then Muyu will become the person he once hated. Kakazu's strength as a ninja is unquestionable. The third generation is still the third generation. If there is a way to prevent the poisonous fog of the salamander, Kakazu can fight Hanzo. Muyu thought about it and finally put his hand on Kakazu's chest. Kakazu thought Muyu was going to kill him completely, but nothing happened. Half a minute later, a complicated sealing technique appeared on Kakazu's chest. Why don't you kill me? What do you want to do? Kakazu looked at Muyu puzzled. If you are leaving a trick in my body to force me to work for you, then you underestimate me. Kakazu has his own pride. He would rather die than live like this. You have a rich imagination. Muyu stretched out his hand to Kakazu. He just left a seal in Kakazu's body to interfere with chakra. With this seal, it is very difficult for Kakazu to condense chakra and he cannot use ninjutsu. He plans to take Kakazu to travel around the Rain Country. If Kakazu accepts and sincerely joins the ninja sect, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise, Muyu will let Kakazu die painlessly. Muyu dislikes using tricks to threaten others the most, because it is easy to have accidents. If the trick is cracked or the other party wants to fight to the death, then it will not end well in the end. Kakazu looked at Muyu in confusion. He didn't understand what Muyu was thinking. How about joining us? I will establish the ninja sect after completing the journey to the Rain Country. Muyu made an invitation. Ninja sect? You don't mean the ninja sect whose duty is to protect peace? Kakazu seemed to have heard a very funny joke. In fact, Kakazu didn't know about the ninja sect before. After all, this is a history from thousands of years ago. This is what he knew when he investigated Muyu's intelligence. So Kakazu said that Muyu was naive. In Kakazu's view, The ninja proposed by Muyu only appears in fantasy. The real ninja is all profit-oriented, not to mention protecting the peace of the entire ninja world. Even if it is to protect their own village or country, they have to calculate how to gain benefits. More than that. But you can understand it this way first. Muyu replied with a smile. He wants to establish a ninja sect. How can he really establish a ninja sect like the Six Paths Sage? It's just a tiger skin. The Six Paths Sage's ninja sect itself failed. How could Muyu create an identical one? In the ninja world, only interests are eternal, and you will never be able to succeed, Kakazu denied. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Muyu still had a relaxed smile on his face, and it didn't change because of Kakazu's words. Can a drop of water put out a flame? Some things are impossible without doing them. Kakazu still didn't agree with Muyu's idea and thought he would definitely fail. Why not? Muyu entered the water-breathing chakra mode, compressed a large amount of water attribute chakra into a drop of water and shot it towards the part of the flame that was still burning, directly extinguishing all the flames. Kakazu was silent. This control ability was a bit beyond his cognition. Teacher Sosuke, you'd better not waste your time. A bounty ninja like him who only cares about profit can't become a real ninja. Kai-chan thought about it and walked forward and said. Kakazu glanced at Kai-chan indifferently. A ninja with your strength is usually not worthy of my attack. No one will definitely put a bounty on a poor kid like you. Kakazu is already over 70 years old. If he can fall for such a simple provocation, he will have lived for so long in vain. You and the rest of you will die with his innocence sooner or later if you stay by his side, Kakazu said mercilessly. If it weren't for the misjudgment of Muyu's strength and the failure to deal with people outside a bounty, Kakazu would definitely cause casualties to this team. Kakazu didn't think that his death would make Muyu's bounty disappear. On the contrary, Muyu's bounty would definitely increase again. And it would increase greatly. By then, perhaps it would not be just a single bounty hunter who attacked Muyu. There might be ninja forces eyeing Muyu's ninja inheritance. It's just your fantasy. The reality is that Sosuke is on the road to success, and you and the people who share the same goal as you are failing. Kai-chan also retorted. Everyone knows that there are dangers. Sosuke has long reminded us that it is human instinct to avoid danger. But there are things that can exceed this instinct. So naivety is contagious? Kakazu laughed in his mouth, but he had some strange thoughts in his heart. This team is indeed a little different from what he imagined. Someone clearly recognized him, but he didn't run away. Kakazu could see that the wandering ninjas who followed Muyu didn't know Muyu's strength, and they were also shocked when Muyu released the fire escape. Kakazu was curious about what gave them the courage. They were so weak that they didn't run away and dared to attack him. You guys have been talking so self-righteously. Since you think we will fail, then come and see if we will fail. Yahiko also joined the ranks of talking nonsense. Let's complete the journey to the Rain Country together. It's up to you to decide whether to join or continue to work hard to exchange me for the bounty. Muyu finally said. But I won't remove the seal on you during the trip. For everyone's safety. A trace of hesitation flashed across Kakazu's face. I want to see what tricks you have besides being naive. Kakazu thought about it and agreed to Muyu, because he felt that refusal and agreement were the difference between dying early and dying late. The naive him would have died a long time ago, on the day he returned to the village seriously injured. Chapter 408. The Reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage's Chakra. Ninja Master Sosuke became famous again, and was known by many ninjas in a very short time. This time is different from the previous one. The previous one was because the experience of Sosuke's vest was too legendary and easy to cause discussion, but this time it was pure strength. The ninja world is a world where strength is supreme. The fastest way to become famous is to defeat a famous strong man. The stronger and more famous the opponent is, the greater the impact will be. Before participating in the Third Ninja World War, Minato Namikaze was only a little famous in Konoha, but after the war started, it was different. The new ab combination proved their strength with the corpses of the old predecessors in the ninja world, while Minato Namikaze proved his strength by fighting against the ab combination alone, becoming the terrifying yellow flash on the battlefield. Of course, it is not certain that you will become famous after fighting. It depends on the timing. occasion and personal ideas. It is difficult not to be famous for making achievements on the battlefield. Muyu met Yi Kang and defeated him by chance. If neither side promoted it, it would not have much impact. Although Muyu did not deliberately market his vest this time, because of the ninja clan heritage, too many people were watching him, and when he fought with Kakazu, he fought openly and passionately, so the result of the battle between Muyu and Kakazu quickly spread. The first to know was naturally the Rain Village, the strongest force in the land of rain. He defeated Kakazu, and he won by maintaining the advantage. Hanzo showed a thoughtful expression. There are not many strong people in the ninja world, except for some who hide in the deep mountains and old forests. Even if their names are not particularly big, everyone knows each other a little. Hanzo has heard the story of Kakazu in the black market and knows that Kakazu's strength is not simple. After all, Kakazu only picks people with high bounties. Ninjas with high bounties are either very strong or have special identities. If Kakazu is not capable, he would have been killed long ago, and it is impossible for him to dominate the black market for decades. Hanzo had a momentum battle with Muyu before, and knew that Muyu was not a simple ninja, but he did not expect Muyu to defeat Kakazu so quickly. It's a pity that he's not a ninja from my Rain Village. Hanzo shook his head with some regret. Hanzo now has a headache problem. The Rain Village is in a period of transition. Judging from the standards of ordinary small ninja villages, there is nothing wrong with the Rain Village, but Hanzo has always been aiming to be on par with the 5 major ninja villages, and the next leader of the Rain Ninja must be a top-level ninja. But it's a pity that Hanzo didn't see any ninjas with the potential to become top-level ninjas in the younger generation of the Rain Village. Ichigo Kurosaki, who recently joined the Rain Village, is good but not trustworthy for the time being. I should be able to hold on for another 20 years. There's still time for the Rain Village. Hanzo's expression returned to his usual calmness. As one of the top of the ninja world, Hanzo has enough confidence in himself. Even if Muyu defeated Kakazu, Hanzo still only thought that Muyu was an excellent junior and not his opponent. Hanzo is not arrogant without reason. According to the battle data of Muyu and Kakazu, Muyu is best at fire escape ninjutsu, while Hanzo's best ninjutsu happens to be water escape that restrains fire escape. In addition to his leading combat experience, Hanzo is very confident in his physical skills. Comprehensively comparing everything, Hanzo does not think that Muyu will be his opponent. In addition to the Rain Village, several large and small countries bordering the Rain Country and various ninja organizations also know that Kakazu has been defeated. Konoha, the root organization base, Shimura Danzo cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for being short-sighted after reading the latest intelligence about the Rain Country. If they strengthen the ninja power in the Rain Country, they can act directly. We must find a way to get the ninja sect inheritance. Shimura Danzo began to think about how to smoothly get the ninja sect inheritance in Muyu's hands. By then, he will have both the wood release ninja and the ninja sect inheritance in his hands, and it is natural for him to become the 4th generation Hokage. However, Shimura Danzo now has a very difficult problem, that is, insufficient strength. The power he currently deployed in the Rain Country is not enough to seize the ninja sect inheritance in Muyu's hands. Muyu is not only a strong man who can defeat Kakazu, but also has 72 ninjas following him. This is indeed a great force. But this did not bother Danzo. He quickly thought of a countermeasure by thinking from the perspective of others. We can unite with Hanzo to deal with Sosuke. Shimura Danzo thought to himself. Muyu is so powerful and wants to rebuild the ninja clan. If Shimura Danzo is the Hokage, and there is such a group of ninja forces in the Land of Fire, Danzo will already be unable to sleep and eat. How can he allow others to snore beside his bed? The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was very good. Hanzo got rid of his biggest worry. He obtained the inheritance of the ninja clan, and everyone had a bright future. We can also take the opportunity to cooperate deeply with the Rain Village. Let them join the war, and build momentum for me in the election of the 4th Hokage in the future. Shimura Danzo nodded with satisfaction. If his plan succeeds, it will be the best result for him and Konoha. After Shimura Danzo perfected the plan in his mind, he immediately issued a task for his men to start action. First of all, He had to investigate the relationship between the two sides. If it was not as he thought, he would need to create hatred between them. In addition to assigning tasks to the root ninjas, Danzo also began to think of ways to get himself out of Konoha. For such a major matter, he must meet with Hanzo in person. In the Land of Earth, the Tsuchikage office of the Iwagakure village. When Inoki saw the latest intelligence from the Land of Rain, he showed an interested expression on his face. Ninja Master Sosuke. The ninja sect. Interesting. He didn't care about the legendary experiences of Muyu. Inoki just had a feeling that this ninja was a person who was very good at making trouble. In just over a month, he went from being unknown to being well known in the ninja world, and also gained a group of followers. However, what Inoki felt was a pity that Muyu only made trouble in the Land of Rain. If Muyu made trouble in the other 4 major countries, Inoki would not hesitate to participate in it and make things bigger. Inoki was not very interested in the Land of Rain. It was not in the interests of the Iwagakure village to weaken the strength of the Rain village. He also hoped to use the Rain village to discuss the Sand village and the Cloud village. Although the strength of the ninjas in the village has exceeded 10,000, Inoki is not in a hurry to strike hard. He wants to consume the strength of other major ninja villages first. Therefore, Inoki has been implementing the plan of stirring up trouble, provoking conflicts between various ninja villages and making them go to war. In a dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara frowned as he listened to the intelligence reported by Black Zetsu. "Have you investigated this guy named Sosuke?" Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. Nagato plays an important role in his resurrection plan, so Uchiha Madara is very concerned about the sudden appearance of a strong man around Nagato. "I have investigated it, but I didn't find out. Maybe this guy has really been practicing in seclusion," as he said. Black Zetsu shook his head and said, "In fact, Black Zetsu cares more about Muyu than Uchiha Madara, because Muyu has played the name of the ninja sect and said that he has obtained the inheritance of the ninja sect. If you want to say who Black Zetsu is most afraid of, it is definitely the Six Paths Sage. Black Zetsu can be said to be the third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage. Black Zetsu had no way to deal with the brother who sealed his mother. When the Six Paths Sage was alive, Black Zetsu did not dare to come out and make trouble. If there was really a ninja clan inheritance, Black Zetsu would only think that it was the Six Paths Sage's backup to prevent Kaguya from resurrecting, not the inheritance of Indra Ashura and others. Black Zetsu didn't know what kind of people Indra Ashura and others were. The two stupid boys were not to be feared at all. So Black Zetsu sent White Zetsu very seriously to investigate Sosuke's past. But Sosuke seemed to have jumped out of a stone. All the information Black Zetsu could find was what the other party said himself. Black Zetsu thought whether this was a fake identity, but Muyu had no trace of transformation ninjutsu. Even if the name was fake, something could be found out based on his appearance. After a comprehensive investigation, Black Zetsu believed that Sosuke might have really been practicing in seclusion, which led to this investigation result. "Strengthen the monitoring of Nagato," Uchiha Madara said after thinking. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 +_. Now he doesn't have a good solution. He can't just go out and kill the other party himself. Although Uchiha Madara is confident in his strength, the years have indeed eroded his body. The price of killing Muyu may be a shortened lifespan, which will affect his overall plan. Uchiha Madara was not too panicked. There was a strong ninja next to Nagato before. If Muyu didn't know the Samsara Eye, or had no idea about the Samsara Eye, then he couldn't have much impact on his plan. Black Zetsu nodded. In fact, he had already sent White Zetsu to keep an eye on Nagato 24 hours a day. He was very worried that Muyu was the backer of the Six Paths Sage. Black Zetsu even had a wild guess in his mind. Maybe Muyu was the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage's chakra. This is possible. Who would hide in the mountains to practice and not come out. Once out, he would restore the ninja sect. However, this guess was too bold. Black Zetsu also felt that the probability was very small. Although the means Muyu showed at present were powerful, They were still within the normal range. It seems that we need to speed up the progress. Uchiha Madara is ready to use his own arrangement to further confuse the situation in the ninja world. Plans cannot keep up with changes. In order to prevent major accidents, Uchiha Madara wants to speed up the plan so that he can die in peace and wait for resurrection. Miyu's defeat of Kakazu attracted too much attention. His bounty on the black market doubled and reached an astonishing 40 million taels. This is a very terrifying number. If converted into S-level tasks, 40 S-level tasks can be issued in Konoha. Although the bounty has skyrocketed, the attacks on Miyu have become less. Most of the bounty ninjas dared not act rashly after hearing that Kakazu, a legendary ninja in the black market, was defeated by Miyu. Bounty ninjas do love money, but they also cherish their lives. After all, no matter how much money they make, they have nowhere to spend it. After defeating Kakazu, Miyu's action rhythm did not change much, but there was one more person in the team. Because Kakazu's body is more peculiar, Miyu specially bought him a robe so as not to scare ordinary people. Why do you care about those ordinary people? Kakazu didn't care what he wore but was puzzled. Just give due respect. We are all just human beings. No one is more noble than anyone else. Miyu answered seriously. Kakazu sneered. It sounds good, but why do nobles exist? Aren't nobles born superior? Nobles are born with fiefdoms and privileges. How can this be considered equality? Many ninjas looked at Miyu. They were very curious about how Miyu would answer. This question between ninjas is actually not that bad. Family ninjas have more resources and secret techniques than civilian ninjas at most. The gap between ordinary civilians and nobles is huge. You are right. So I think the system of nobles enjoying privileges should be abolished. Miyu replied with a faint smile. Kakazu stared at Miyu with wide eyes. This was not quite the same as the script he imagined. Miyu did not refute him, but instead said such treasonous words. Do you know what you are saying? The daimyo is the greatest noble. Kakazu looked at Miyu, as if he had gotten to know Miyu all over again. The most privileged group of people in the ninja world are the daimyo. Their descendants can enjoy wealth and honor without doing anything, and their words and deeds can determine the life and death of a large number of people. The other ninjas also looked at Miyu in shock. This was definitely the boldest thing they had ever heard. The ninja sect I want to create is not the same ninja sect as in history. It is a new ninja sect that has learned from the experience of failure. Miyu brought the topic back to the ninja sect. Kakazu thought Miyu was trying to avoid the main point, and just when he was about to mock him, he found that Miyu's next words were even more explosive. Although the Six Paths Sage is far-sighted, the ninja sect he created cannot get rid of the limitations of the times. The most inappropriate thing is to adopt a hereditary system. Miyu actually started to talk about the shortcomings of the Six Paths Sage. The ninjas were very surprised. You know, Miyu had been praising the ninjas of the Shinobi sect and the Six Paths Sage before. We must learn and absorb the good aspects of the Six Paths Sage and the ancient ninja sect. But we must also remove the dross and dare to criticize boldly. No matter who it is, making a mistake is a mistake. Don't blindly follow the other party just because they are the authority. If you find that I am wrong one day, you can also point out my mistakes so that I can correct them. Miyu said sincerely. Kakazu didn't know what to say for a while. He could only secretly remember Miyu's words in his heart, waiting for the day when Miyu would go against his words. He didn't believe that there really was such a person in the world. The other 72 ninjas also had a new understanding of Miyu. Uncle Sosuke is right. If I make a mistake in the future, you must point it out to me as soon as possible. Don't be polite to me just because I am the leader, Yahiko said to his Akatsuki members with a smile. He felt that Miyu was right, but if he had to think about it, he would never think of such a thing in his life. Yahiko respected Miyu even more in his heart. After this day, the content of Miyu's lectures changed. In addition to ninja knowledge, Miyu combined some knowledge from his previous life with the ancient ninja sect and the reality of the ninja world. There will be another chapter later, but it will be late. Chapter 409, Rage of Nagato. During the following journey, Kakazu paid close attention to Miyu. He thought that Miyu's idea was impossible to realize and too unrealistic. If Miyu herself could not do what she said, then what he proposed was undoubtedly empty talk. But the more he paid attention to Miyu, Kakazu had to admit that the other party was a good person in the true sense. If Miyu was pretending, then Kakazu could only say that Miyu was definitely the ninja with the strongest disguise ability in the ninja world. All of Miyu's actions seemed to come from the heart, and there was no trace of performance. When teaching ninjas, he treated them equally, and would not ignore some people because of their lack of talent. You are so perfect that you don't look like someone from this world, but being too perfect is also a flaw. What is your purpose? Kakazu thought about it and still thought that Miyu had a problem. Then you think too highly of me. Of course I'm not perfect. Miyu looked at Kakazu with some surprise. He didn't expect Kakazu to have such a high evaluation of him and thought he was too perfect. But in fact, Miyu didn't really act, and most of the time he acted according to his heart. If we really want to talk about acting, he acted more in Konoha, except in front of his disciples or in the ninja school. Miyu had to act most of the time. Miyu knew his own shortcomings. Although his followers thought he was knowledgeable, he only knew a lot of knowledge on the surface. After all, Miyu was not specialized in studying those knowledge. He was just an ordinary normal school student in his previous life. Miyu could only localize some of the content he knew as much as possible and then try it out. It is unrealistic to apply it directly, not to mention the difference in the degree of development. The ninja world is still a world with super realistic power. For example, Miyu said that the ninja clan of the Six Paths Sage should not use the hereditary system, but in fact, the ninjas selected without the hereditary system would only be the descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Because the leaders selected in that era were not the strongest, but at least the top batch, and the descendants of the Six Paths Sage were born with extraordinary talents inherited from the Six Paths Sage, far ahead of ordinary people. Of course, Miyu still felt that there was a big difference between becoming a leader by one's own ability and becoming a leader by blood relationship. As for my purpose, I probably just want to make the world a better place. Miyu thought for a while and answered. Miyu never minded doing good things within his ability. He wanted to recruit Nagato as his apprentice to strengthen his strength, and he could also make the Rain Country a better place. What good would it be for you to make the world a better place? With your strength, you can set up a ninja organization to earn money. In a few years, you can earn enough money to enjoy several lifetimes. Wouldn't this kind of life be happier? Kakazu couldn't help but continue to ask. Miyu smiled. Then why do you keep making money? Because it's not enough to spend? Kakazu was stunned and couldn't answer Miyu's question for a while. Of course, he had enough money to spend. The bounty that Kakazu received for completing a high bounty mission was enough for an ordinary person to spend several lifetimes. Kakazu began to recall his career as a black market ninja. Every time he completed a mission and his assets increased, he had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The village would betray his companions, but the money would not. You will feel happy when you make more money, but I will feel happy when I see people live better and the world is peaceful. These are different pursuits, Miyu said leisurely. The disciples watching showed thoughtful expressions, and some of the ninjas even recorded the conversation between the two. Since Kakazu joined the team, this has become the daily routine of the Rain Country tour team. At first, some ninjas were dissatisfied with this and felt that Kakazu did not respect Miyu, but Miyu himself did not reprimand Kakazu, and said that it was a good question, so the followers could not say anything. Then the followers found that Kakazu's questions were very sharp, which was also some of their inner doubts, so every time Kakazu asked other followers, they assumed that they were going to have a small class and had to listen carefully. As time passed, Miyu and his friends had already walked through most of the Rain Country. They only needed to walk through the northwest bordering the Land of Earth to completely complete the tour of the Rain Country. At this time, Miyu did not just give a lecture by himself. He asked the followers to summarize what they had learned and talk about their own feelings. I want to be the first to speak, Yahiko said excitedly. He had a lot to say, not only to his companions in the Akatsuki organization, but also to Miyu and the ninjas who traveled along the way. I have gained a lot from walking with Uncle Sosuke. In the past, I just thought that I wanted to make the Rain Country and the ninja world peaceful, but I didn't think deeply about how to achieve this goal. Yahiko enthusiastically recounted his gains along the way. Have you figured it out now? Boss? Hadosuke asked with a smile. Yahiko was stuck for a moment, and then said with a lack of confidence, "This kind of question is not so easy to think of, but I believe that if we work together, we will definitely get a correct answer. It's about working together again." "Boss, your speech level is really as bad as always," Hadosuke couldn't help but complain. The other members of the Akatsuki organization laughed out loud, and even Nagato couldn't help but smile. Yahiko's speech did not have any skills, all relying on passion, and was often complained by Akatsuki members at the beginning. Ahem. Don't worry about this kind of thing. In short, learning is very necessary, and practice after learning is also very important. This experience of traveling to the rain country has made me more confident in the next peace cause. Yahiko coughed twice and continued to tell the story. I used to dislike the land of rain, and even hated it, because I am a war orphan. I lost my parents when I could remember, and I have been wandering around. The land of rain has never given me warmth. The impression left on me is only the cold and hunger of war. Everyone was silent, listening quietly to Yahiko's self-narration. Many of them could empathize with Yahiko. The land of rain had experienced too much war and created too many orphans. Then Yahiko talked about his change of mentality, gradually changing from hating the land of rain to hating war and pursuing peace. I have personally experienced how hard it is for war orphans. I don't want the land of rain to have war orphans like me in the future. Uncle Sosuke, everyone, join the Akatsuki organization, and let's realize the dream of peace together. At the end, Yahiko excitedly made an invitation. He believed that ninjas who recognize the ninja sect would recognize the Akatsuki organization, because both pursued peace, and everyone could fight for the same goal. Hadosuke gave Yahiko a thumbs up. This is indeed a good opportunity for the Akatsuki organization to strengthen its strength. You are good at choosing the right time, but let's discuss other things later. Miyu led the applause and smiled. The other ninjas gave Yahiko a warm applause. Apart from anything else, Yahiko did give a very hard speech. The next step was still based on personal initiative. If no one volunteered, Miyu would randomly call the names. Nagato hoped that it would not be his turn, because he was not good at this kind of thing. But unfortunately, everyone had a chance to participate in this activity. Even though Nagato had been silently praying in his heart that he would not be picked, he was still picked when more than half of the people were present. Nagato walked to the temporary earthen platform at a loss. Looking at the dozens of ninjas below, he opened his mouth to say something and found that his mind was blank. In fact, Nagato usually listened to the class very seriously, because Miyu's lectures were interesting enough, and it would not be boring even if he listened to them as stories. But in this case, he forgot everything that Miyu taught in class, as if he didn't know it in the first place. Nagato envied Yahiko very much. Although Yahiko was not good at giving speeches and was often complained about, Yahiko was always passionate when he gave speeches. Just talk about your own feelings and thoughts. There are no requirements. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was a little awkward, Miyu smiled warmly. If you feel nervous, then just treat the people below as carrots. With Miyu's comfort, Nagato felt much more relaxed and gradually recalled what he wanted to say. Nagato, look at me, Yahiko suddenly said. Nagato looked in Yahiko's direction and saw a big and thick white radish. Yahiko used the transformation technique to turn into a radish. Nagato was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Yahiko's current appearance was too funny. Come on, Nagato, Yahiko cheered. Some other members of the Akatsuki organization who liked to make fun of things also used the transformation technique to turn into radishes with Yahiko, becoming a strange landscape in the crowd. Some non-Akatsuki ninjas found it very interesting and joined in. Looking at the pieces of radish below, Nagato held back his laughter and began to talk about his feelings. Although it was not very good, he successfully finished and put forward his own views. After everyone finished speaking, Miyu looked at Kakazu. Why are you looking at me? I'm not your student, Kakazu said with his arms crossed. But it won't waste much time. You have nothing to do anyway, Miyu said with a smile. Kakazu's face darkened slightly. If he hadn't come to the land of rain and met Miyu, he would either be making money or on the way to make money. Kakazu snorted coldly and stood on the platform with an unhappy look on his face to fire at everyone. In Muyu's team, he was basically idle except for helping a little at meals every day. It's okay to say that he was a bystander of the entire team. In Kakazu's words, Yahiko was a hot-blooded silly boy. He was easily killed in the ninja world and helped count money. Nagato had something to keep in his heart, and even his companions couldn't understand each other, so what was the point of making everyone understand each other? Kai Chang was also cautious as if he would sell out his teammates. Except for Muyu, everyone was sprayed by Kakazu using daily events as examples. As for Muyu, the person Kakazu wanted to spray the most was Muyu, but he really couldn't find the point to spray, and Kakazu's self-esteem didn't allow him to make it up out of thin air. You should really thank Kakazu. Not everyone can be so careful to help you correct your mistakes. Muyu teased. The ninjas all laughed out loud. In fact, the people who were mentioned at the beginning were very embarrassed at the time. This was simply a public execution. But as Kakazu talked more and more, they became less embarrassed. If everyone was publicly executed, it was the same as not being executed. At dinner in the evening, the ninjas were still teasing each other with Kakazu's comments on them. Uncle Sosuke, I think we can act separately first and go to various villages to give speeches to spread the concept of the ninja sect. This will not only speed up the progress but also better train everyone's abilities. Yahiko came up with a good idea. Spreading the concept of the ninja sect was only recently proposed by Muyu. The previous travels were just to spread the name of the ninja sect and practice everywhere. After all, the land of rain is the territory of the rain village. So it is still necessary to restrain a little at the beginning. See what everyone thinks. You vote. Muyu handed the issue to everyone to decide. In the end, most people agreed with Yahiko's idea. The speeches during the day made them all gain something. After deciding to act separately, Muyu made a specific plan. In terms of personnel, each group must have 7 or more people because of safety considerations, and they cannot be too far away. They must report their achievements and attend classes every 3 days. After Muyu gave them emergency training for a few days, the team was divided into 7 teams and began to act. Yahiko rejected the invitation of other members of the Akatsuki organization, and invited several ninjas with better senses with Nagato and Konan. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the ninjas in the team know more about the Akatsuki organization. At first, Yahiko went very smoothly. Whether it was spreading the concept of the ninja sect or letting his companions know the Akatsuki organization better, but accidents always come suddenly. In a village on the border of the rain country, Yahiko and his team were attacked by the Iwagakure ninjas. We are ninjas from the rain country. There is no war between the earth country and the rain country. Did you recognize the wrong person? Yahiko didn't want to fight a meaningless battle and wanted to stop the attack with words. But the Iwagakure ninjas ignored Yahiko's words, and instead launched a fierce attack on Yahiko because of the appearance of Yahiko's leader. Yahiko then realized that the strength of these Iwagakure ninjas was not simple, and they might be the elite team of Iwagakure. Don't hurt anyone, subdue them first, Yahiko said loudly. He was mainly reminding Nagato, because if Nagato got excited and released the power of the Samsara Eye, he might kill the other party instantly. Nagato nodded. Killing the Iwagakure ninjas in this situation would bring trouble to the rain country. However, Yahiko and his men didn't want to hurt the Iwagakure ninjas, but the Iwagakure ninjas didn't care about this. Every attack was aimed at Yahiko and his men's vital points. This put a lot of pressure on the besieged Yahiko, and he accidentally got a bloody mark on his arm. Looking at the blood flowers bursting out of Yahiko's body, Nagato was stunned. Yahiko was the person Nagato cared about the most, no one else. When Nagato lost his parents and wandered in the ninja world, it was Yahiko who led him forward and led him out of sadness to welcome a new life. Although Konan was also a companion that Nagato valued in his heart, Yahiko had a special position in Nagato's heart. If he had to describe it, Yahiko was the first light that Nagato came into contact with when he fell into darkness. Go to hell. The Iwagakure ninja who was fighting with Nagato immediately seized the opportunity to stab Nagato with a sword. Bang! Nagato's samsara eye shook violently, and a terrifying aura rose from Nagato's body. The Iwagakure ninja who attacked him flew backwards instantly and hit the ground hard, leaving a trail of blood. The other Iwagakure ninjas were all shocked when they felt this terrifying aura. But before they could make any move, Nagato killed them all with extremely fast speed and strange and powerful means. When Nagato came to his senses, the ground was full of corpses, and the 4 shinobi teammates were all shocked. They didn't expect that there was a strong man in the team besides Miyu, and he was so young. Yahiko, I'm sorry, Nagato said and lowered his head. There is no doubt that he had done something wrong. Yahiko sighed at Nagato, who looked a little pale, and smiled and comforted him. Didn't Uncle Sosuke say that we can give an equal counterattack to the ninja who wants to kill us? This is a matter of course, and you did nothing wrong. Nagato exploded to protect him, and Yahiko certainly had no reason to blame Nagato. Nagato, are you feeling uncomfortable? Konan asked with concern. It's okay, it's just that I consumed a lot of chakra just now. Nagato shook his head and replied. After this happened, I think it's necessary to report to Uncle Sosuke. Let's go back early this time. Yahiko thought for a while and said. Everyone agreed, and the 7 of them immediately rushed back to the village where Miyu was. After Yahiko and the other 7 left, several ninjas wearing Konoha's root ninja uniforms appeared. It's the Samsara. I didn't expect that the Rain Country has such power. Shimura Danzo looked at the dead root team with surprise. Senju Akaya Uzumaki are all descendants of the 6 Paths Sage, which led to Konoha having a lot of information about the 6 Paths Sage. Shimura Danzo knew that the 6 Paths Sage was not a legend, but a real person. However, Danzo did not expect that the 6 Paths Sage's Samsara would appear in the Rain Country. Demigod Hanzo, Ninja Master Sosuke, Samsara these 3 forces must not be allowed to gather together. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with a strong fear. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 +_. In his opinion, the overall strength of the Rain Country is now too strong, and it is enough to threaten Konoha. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Shimura Danzo secretly mocked Sarutobi Hiruzan's incompetence in his heart. Now that the Ninja Master Sosuke has come together with the Samsara if there is no interference, the 3 major forces will merge, and there will really be an existence that is on par with the 5 major ninja villages. Although Shimura Danzo really wants Hanzo and Miyu to fight directly, after investigation, he found that the 2 were not enemies and had a friendly meeting once. So after Shimura Danzo found out that the last leg of Miyu's journey was the border with the land of Earth, he immediately brought his men to act as a troublemaker, hoping to cause Miyu to conflict with Iwagakure. Now Shimura Danzo feels that this is not enough, and he wants to kill the possibility of Hanzo and Miyu cooperating. Danzo Shimura asked his men to collect the bodies of the fallen root members, and then use the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of Yahiko and others to hunt down a team of Iwagakure ninjas. After handling the scene, Danzo Shimura took the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas to the Rain Village. Upon learning that Danzo Shimura had come to the Rain Village, Hanzo personally met him. In the eyes of other ninja villages, Danzo Shimura is the second in command of Konoha and can represent Konoha. Hanzo, I'm really indignant for you, Danzo Shimura suddenly said with an indignant look on his face, as if Hanzo had suffered a great injustice. Why do you say that? Hanzo looked at Danzo Shimura in confusion. Whether in terms of status or strength, they can be regarded as people of the same level, so Hanzo did not call him by his name in front of Danzo of the Will Village. You appreciate the young talents of the Rain Country so much that you will take the initiative to help them become famous. But they did not inherit your ambition for peace, but took the initiative to bring war to the Rain Country. Danzo Shimura began to tell his carefully prepared speech. Hanzo's expression became serious, and he signaled Shimura Danzo to continue. Hanzo, you know that our Konoha is fighting with Iwagakure. In addition, there are 2 other opponents, Kumagakure and Mishigakure. Although Konoha, which is powerful, is not afraid of challenges, the melee of the 4 major ninja villages will bring great damage to the ninja world. We Konoha cannot bear to see the lives of the people in the ninja world destroyed, so we want you, Hanzo, to mediate and let Konoha and Iwagakure negotiate. Shimura Danzo said nonsense seriously. There was no voice in Konoha to negotiate with Iwagakure because they had the advantage. Hanzo nodded, which was regarded as an approval of Shimura Danzo's reason. However, he did not believe that Konoha did not want to destroy the lives of the people in the ninja world. He just felt that Konoha could not withstand the pressure and wanted to have one less opponent. Hanzo thought it was okay for Konoha to ask him to be the mediator. After all, he was the only one who stood at the top of the ninja world as the leader of a small ninja village and enjoyed a good reputation in the entire ninja world. But my ninjas discovered an unfortunate thing. Those ninjas from the Rain country who called themselves the Ninja Clan attacked the Iwagakure ninjas and killed them, Shimura Danzo said with a sad expression, because they were wearing the Rain village forehead protectors. My subordinates initially thought they were ninjas from the Rain village. After investigation, they found out that they were not. Hanzo had an embarrassed expression on his face. This was probably a helpless move by the Rain village after the Second Ninja World War. The Rain village ninjas suffered a devastating blow in the Second Ninja World War. Most of them died and some defected, resulting in not enough ninjas in the Rain village to complete the commission tasks, let alone maintain domestic security. In order to restore the Rain village, Hanzo issued a rule that ninjas from the Rain country can take the exam to receive the Rain village forehead protector to complete the Rain village's commission tasks, but only for tasks below A level, and the task commission is also higher than that of normal ninjas from ninja villages. If they perform well, they can become real Rain village ninjas. Therefore, ninjas wearing Rain village forehead protectors in the Rain country are not necessarily Rain village ninjas. Ninjas wearing both forehead protectors and Rain village uniforms are 100% real Rain village ninjas. Although they are not Rain village ninjas, they are Rain country ninjas after all, and they are also wearing Rain village forehead protectors. Iwagakure may count this matter on the entire Rain country, Shimura Danzo lamented, as if he was sad that he could not negotiate with Iwagakure. Then Shimura Danzo asked his men to release the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas. Hanzo carefully checked and found that they were really Iwagakure ninjas. Most of the ninjas in Iwagakure practiced earth escape, which can be seen from the traces of practice on their bodies. At this time, Hanzo had already believed it for the most part. After all, a ninja of Shimura Danzo's level would not be idle to slander a few unknown juniors. In my opinion, this ninja master Sosuke is definitely not someone you can easily deal with. His ideas don't seem to be about rebuilding the ninja clan, but about starting an unprecedented war in the ninja world. Shimura Danzo continued to flatter Hanzo. Some of those ninja clan ninjas actually said that they want to abolish the nobles. How treasonous! Shimura Danzo was very well prepared. Not only were the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas real, but most of the things he told Hanzo were also true. For this reason, he sent ninjas to investigate carefully. My teacher, the second-generation Hokage, respected the Six Paths sage very much. If he were still alive, he would definitely not tolerate such a guy who ruined the reputation of the sage. The ninja clan, the origin of ninjas, was actually smeared by them. Shimura Danzo sighed and said, although the peace talks with Iwagakure may not be possible, if Hanzo wants to deal with Sosuke or needs to resist Iwagakure, we in Konoha can be your allies. Shimura Danzo looked righteous. Thank you very much for your information, Danzo. However, this is a serious matter and it is also an internal affair of the Land of Rain. I need to send another ninja to investigate. Hanzo thanked him in a deep voice. Shimura Danzo's words are very credible, but Hanzo can't believe it completely without checking it out. Shimura Danzo's expression did not change at all, which was within his expectations. Hanzo has been the leader of the ninja village for so long. If he believed it directly, Shimura Danzo would only despise Hanzo in his heart and continue to use Hanzo as a free thug. Shimura Danzo was not worried about Hanzo's investigation, because he did it flawlessly. Even Nagato Yahiko thought that they killed the Iwagakure ninja. Uncle Sosuke, there was a little accident on our side. Yahiko and others immediately reported their experience after finding Miyu. We encountered a team of Iwagakure ninjas. The other side inexplicably attacked us. We accidentally killed them all when we fought back. Yahiko scratched his head embarrassedly when he said this. He thought it was weird to say that he accidentally killed all the opponents, but this was indeed the truth that couldn't be more true. "Are you sure those are Iwagakure ninjas?" Miyu asked after hearing this. "It should be. They are all dressed as Iwagakure ninjas, and they used earth escape ninjutsu." Yahiko did not doubt the identity of those Iwagakure ninjas. After all, the village is on the border between the land of rain and the land of earth, and it is not strange for Iwagakure ninjas to appear. Miyu shook her head. The uniforms and forehead protectors are not difficult to imitate, and earth escape ninjutsu is not exclusive to Iwagakure. "Have you carefully looked at the bodies?" The 7 people shook their heads and denied it. They didn't think of this aspect. Yahiko and the other 2 were new and didn't know much about everything, and the remaining 4 ninjas were shocked by Nagato's strength and forgot about it. "Since the other party started it first, there is no problem with your counterattack, and the death is what the other party deserves." Miyu did not blame Nagato and the others, "But we still have to figure out who the opponent is. Take me there." Yahiko and the others took Miyu and quickly rushed to the place where they fought. After returning, Yahiko and the others were dumbfounded because the bodies of the Iwagakure were all gone. "Go ask the nearby villagers. Maybe they dealt with it." Zionin proposed a possibility. "There is this possibility, but the greater probability is that they were taken away by their companions. Recovering the body is also an important job for ninjas." Miyu told them not to hold out too much hope. As Miyu expected, Yahiko and the others frantically asked around in the surrounding villages but failed to find out the whereabouts of the body. Nagato showed a look of self-blame. If he hadn't run away and lost control, things wouldn't have turned out like this. "Even though teacher Jiraiya taught me so many ninjutsu, I still can't control my power well." Nagato was very disappointed with himself. Jiraiya said that he might be the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage and the savior of the ninja world, but Nagato felt that there shouldn't be such a bad savior as him. "Uncle Sosuke, what should we do now?" Yahiko looked at Miyu and asked. Yahiko was also a little tired now. He found that he didn't seem to be the material for being a leader. If Miyu was there at that time, he would definitely not let the incident turn out like this. "Since the clues are broken, then we should do the things at hand first. If they are really Iwagakure ninjas, then the people of Iwagakure will definitely come again." Miyu thought for a while and said. In fact, Miyu knew the truth of everything, because Miyu sent a shadow clone to follow Yahiko and the others. So Miyu knew that those so-called Iwagakure ninjas were actually the root ninjas of Shimura Danzo. Miyu could guess what Shimura Danzo wanted to do. He just wanted to provoke conflicts between them and Iwagakure, and maybe Hanzo. However, Shimura Danzo had a conspiracy to sow discord, and Miyu also had his own plan. The concept of the ninja clan created by Miyu was destined to be incompatible with the current ninjas, and conflicts were a matter of sooner or later. Instead of exposing Danzo's conspiracy, it is better to use the trick to train the ninja clan and the Akatsuki organization and improve their abilities. Anyway, Miyu is still in the rain country and can help them cover the bottom. Miyu also has a selfish motive. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and it is better to improve Nagato's favor in a crisis. It can only be like this for now. Yahiko felt that what Miyu said made sense. Seeing Yahiko's helpless face, Nagato blamed himself even more and returned to the village in silence. Yahiko and Konan noticed Nagato's emotions and they comforted him. Nagato didn't want them to worry, so he pretended to be back to normal. He showed his true expression when he got to his room. Dong dong. Just when Nagato was curled up with his hands on his legs and feeling depressed, there was a knock on the door of his room. Nagato hurriedly adjusted his expression and opened the door. He thought it was Yahiko or Konan who came to see him, but what Nagato didn't expect was that the person who came was Miyu, and Miyu was holding a bowl of ramen. Nagato looked at Miyu in confusion. Miyu put the ramen on the table in the room. "Eat it. When you are unhappy, you will feel much better if you eat something delicious." "But isn't it a bit narcissistic to say that what you make is delicious?" Fortunately, Kakuzo is not here, Miyu joked to herself. Since cooking skills are also a major feature of Hanyu Miyu, Miyu basically doesn't cook in the rain country. "Why, don't you like ramen?" Seeing that Nagato didn't move for a long time, Miyu asked curiously. No. Nagato shook his head and replied, his long wandering life made him not picky about food. Nagato was just a little flattered. He didn't expect Miyu to notice his emotions and make ramen for him. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold, Miyu said with a smile, looking at the steaming ramen in front of him. Nagato looked at his stomach. He was indeed a little hungry. Using the samsara consumed a lot of energy. Nagato thanked Miyu and said, I'm starting, and began to taste the ramen. This was incredible. Nagato's eyes widened. It was the first time he had eaten such delicious ramen. No, such delicious food. Nagato, who was not good at speaking, couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. After eating a mouthful of noodles and drinking a mouthful of soup, his whole body was warm, as if he had been reborn. The happy moment ended only when the chopsticks were empty. Nagato found that he had unconsciously finished all the ramen. Uncle Sosuke, thank you. Nagato apologized again. If 2 words of thanks could be exchanged for such a delicious bowl of ramen, Nagato thought that the people who wanted to say thank you to Miyu could line up from the rain village to the border of the rain country. If you believe me, tell me about your unhappiness. Keeping the depression in your heart will only make you more unhappy, Miyu said, sitting cross-legged. Nagato was silent for a moment. He recalled Miyu's actions in traveling around the rain country, the care he showed to his followers every day, and the delicious bowl of ramen just now. P.S. This chapter is 8.4K, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 410 The Fifth Disciple. Uncle Sosuke, do you know the samsara eye? Nagato was silent for a moment and chose to believe Miyu. Yes. Miyu smiled and nodded. It's the eyes of the Six Paths Sage, and it's right in front of me. Nagato looked at Miyu in astonishment. It turned out that Miyu had recognized his samsara eye when he didn't know. Don't be too surprised. In fact, there are many descendants of the Six Paths Sage in the world. People who know about the Six Paths Sage can recognize your eyes, Miyu reminded. Nagato showed a look of knowledge. When he saw that Miyu didn't say anything next, he realized that he wanted to tell Miyu about his own story. Although this is my eye, I can't control its power well now. The first time I discovered that I had such power was the day when my parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. Speaking of the death of his parents, Nagato's expression became a little darker. This is a painful memory that he can't forget until now. He was originally a child with both parents. Miyu patted Nagato's back. In the original work, Nagato's life was considered to be one of the more miserable ones even in Naruto. Since he was chosen by Uchiha Madara to have the samsara eye transplanted, his life has been arranged, and he always loses important people. Because of my parents, I hate Konoha ninjas, but there is a Konoha ninja who made me change my mind about Konoha ninjas, and that is Jiraiya. When talking about Jiraiya, Nagato's expression became better. If Nagato has a ranking of important people in his heart, then the first would be Yahiko, the second would be Konan, and the third would be Jiraiya. Jiraiya taught Nagato a lot of ninjutsu, hoping that Nagato could better control the power of the samsara eye. At the same time, Jiraiya often encouraged Nagato and comforted Nagato when he was lost. To this day, Nagato occasionally dreams of returning to the time he spent with Jiraiya. At that time, it was really easy and cheerful, and he didn't need to think about too many things. Jiraiya let them know that not all Konoha ninjas are bad, it depends on the individual. Sanin Jiraiya, I know him, he is an amazing ninja. Miyu responded with a smile. Teacher Jiraiya taught me a lot of things. Last time, it was because Yahiko was attacked by a ninja. I failed to control the power of the samsara and killed him directly. In fact, I didn't want to kill people in my heart, because there must be a better solution than killing people. But at that time, my mind was full of hatred. When I came to my senses, the opponent had fallen down, and everything was too late. Nagato lowered his head slightly. Nagato didn't like killing people. He thought killing was the worst case. So killing people because of the samsara made him feel the pain of losing himself. Teacher Jiraiya taught me so many ninjutsu, but I am still like this. Maybe I am the only one he misjudged. No one can save me like this. How can I save the world? Nagato's mood became more and more depressed. Don't deny yourself like this. If you didn't take action, maybe Yahiko and his friends would be injured. You protected your companions. Muyu looked into Nagato's eyes and said, and since they attacked you, it is natural for you to fight back. Their death is not your fault. Nagato looked at Muyu, and a familiar white-haired figure seemed to appear behind Muyu. Uncle Sosuke, how do you think peace can be achieved? Nagato asked for some unknown reason. He wanted to know if Muyu and Jiraiya would have the same answer. If you mean a plan that can definitely achieve peace, then I definitely don't have one, Muyu replied. But if you mean working towards peace, that's actually what we are doing. Spread the idea of peace, improve the public's awareness, and improve our own abilities. Nagato looked at Muyu again, and the white-haired figure behind Muyu disappeared. They were different after all. Jiraiya's answer that year was more vague than Muyu's. Jiraiya said he hadn't thought of the answer, and then said that feeling pain would make people grow up and think about how to treat others gently. If everyone understands each other, perhaps a peaceful world will come. Before Jiraiya left, Jiraiya gave Nagato the task of finding peace. He believed that Nagato, who had the Rinnegan, might be the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, and Nagato's eyes held the hope of peace. Nagato felt that Muyu was more like the savior that Jiraiya said than him. The Six Paths Sage traveled around the ninja world, spreading the word of peace and establishing the ninja sect, while Muyu traveled around the Rain Country, spreading the word of peace and establishing the ninja sect. Don't have too much pressure in your heart. Although you have the same eyes as the Six Paths Sage, you don't need to compare yourself to the Six Paths Sage. You are you. You are Nagato, not anyone else, Muyu said earnestly. In his opinion, Nagato is the kind of person who puts pressure on himself. This kind of personality is very troublesome, because people have limited tolerance, and they will collapse sooner or later if they are under too much pressure. If Obito went berserk and solved all the enemies, he would definitely not blame himself, but would be crazy and show off in front of Nohara Rin Kakashi. Of course, Muyu didn't say that Obito was fine like this. He thought it would be better for the two to be neutral. Nagato's body was shocked. This was what Jiraiya had never said to him. Compared to Jiraiya saying that he was the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage and the Savior, Nagato found that he actually liked Muyu's words that you are you. You are Nagato. The image of Muyu in Nagato's mind gradually became richer, and this was also a person worthy of recognition. If you don't mind having another teacher, I can try to teach you some ninjutsu, hoping it will help you control your samsara. Muyu said with a smile. Haven't I been learning from you for a long time? Nagato said honestly. He always listened carefully to Muyu's class. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Nagato? Looking at the pop-up window that suddenly appeared on the system panel, Muyu smiled. Of course, but I will teach you more special ninjutsu next. Without a doubt, Muyu clicked yes directly. It was the first time that he spent so much energy in the stage of accepting a disciple. Muyu had been conceiving the plan of accepting Nagato as his disciple for a long time, and the actual action took even longer. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 2. Disciple Nagato unlocks disciple cultivation return to master and teaching return. The initial trust level is 2. Muyu is quite satisfied, which shows that Nagato now has some trust in him. Muyu attaches great importance to Nagato's trust level. After all, he accepted Nagato as his disciple because of Nagato's chakra. The higher the trust level, the more powerful the disciple's return to master. Nagato's chakra is now more than 600,000. Muyu feels that Nagato's chakra should be at least 5 million during his normal growth peak. If he can reach the trust level 4 before the high-speed growth period, Muyu will never have to worry about chakra again. Muyu has calculated that it is difficult to compete with those chakra masters like the immortal human Jinchuriki by relying on tasks or classes. You have to accept a chakra disciple and then rely on the disciple's training to return to the master. Even if you get 50,000 chakra a year, it will only be 500,000 in 10 years. But with a chakra disciple like Nagato, plus a trust level of 4, he may return tens of millions of chakra in 10 years. This is why Muyu wants Nagato to be a disciple so much. The chakra benefits are too great. You are also very tired today. Rest early, Muyu said to Nagato with a warm smile. It is late now, not suitable for teaching, and considering Nagato's samsara Miyu has to guard against the surveillance of the White Zetsu. Miyu has considered these things before coming to the Rain Country. With Miyu's current sealing skills, he is capable of setting up a barrier that White Zetsu cannot monitor, and then he can teach Nagato in it. The reason is that Nagato's samsara is special, and in order to prevent Nagato from running away and hurting people, a special environment is needed. Nagato nodded. He was indeed tired today, in all aspects. The rain ninjas sent by Hanzo acted quickly. They first visited the villagers at the location given by Shimura Danzo and obtained two pieces of information. One is that someone witnessed Yahiko and his team fighting with the Iwagakure ninjas, and the other is that Yahiko and his team had searched for the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas. With these two pieces of evidence, it is almost certain that Yahiko and his team killed the Iwagakure ninjas. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Then the Rain Ninjas inquired about the content of the thoughts spread by the Shinobi clan ninjas, which was not much different from what Shimura Danzo said. Looking at the information in his hand, Hanzo's face became gloomy. He once gave Miyu some reminders because he was optimistic about Miyu, but he didn't expect Miyu to repay him like this. Although Miyu did not do these things, Hanzo thought that Miyu was the leader of that group of ninjas and Miyu needed to be responsible. Shimura Danzo continued to exaggerate when he saw this. In my opinion, this Sosuke must be plotting for the power of Rain Village, trying to lure you, Hanzo, to lead Rain Village to go to war with Iwagakure, so that he can reap the benefits in the end. Hanzo, you are too indulgent to geniuses. They don't have the willpower like you and me. Once they gain power, fame and wealth, they will be corrupted. It really needs to be dealt with. Hanzo nodded coldly. This was something he could not tolerate. The behavior of Miyu and the Shinobi clan violated his bottom line. Shimura Danzo's smile became more and more intense. Things were going in the direction he expected. My men helped cover it up. Iwagakure should not find out so quickly. If you, Hanzo, don't want to go to war with Iwagakure, you can get rid of them as soon as possible. As an explanation to Iwagakure, Shimura Danzo continued, he couldn't wait to destroy the three forces of the Rain Country, and it would be best if both sides suffered losses. Thank you, Danzo. Hanzo felt that Shimura Danzo was really good. I have another way that will make it easier for you to deal with Sosuke and the others. Shimura Danzo began to make suggestions. Hanzo looked at Danzo and was curious about what the easier way he was talking about was. Didn't Sosuke say that he wanted peace? You can invite them to a certain place under the pretext of wanting to borrow their power to maintain peace together. We only need to set up traps and ambush ninjas there to make victory easier. Shimura Danzo sneered. In his opinion, naive peace defenders like Sosuke are the easiest to deal with. Just shouting some beautiful slogans can trick people into coming. Hanzo showed a look of approval. Shimura Danzo's plan is indeed very feasible and can make him win more easily. Even for a ninja of his level, there is a big difference between having a field advantage and not having a field advantage. When the time comes, I will dispatch Konoha ninjas to help you, but I hope you can support me in other things in the future. Shimura Danzo hinted, helping each other is friendship. Hanzo said that there was no problem. Hanzo didn't mind having a powerful friend like Shimura Danzo, especially since Shimura Danzo really helped him a lot this time. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo, the Rain Village might have gone to war with the Iwagakure village. After confirming the plan, Hanzo quickly sent an envoy to find Miyu. Miyu had just finished her tour of the Rain Country at this time, and the ninja clan belonging to Miyu was officially established, and all the ninjas except Kakazu joined the ninja clan. At first, Yahiko was a little concerned about the Iwagakure ninjas, but because there was no follow-up for a while, Yahiko didn't care too much and was busy with the expansion of the Akatsuki organization. He believed that the Akatsuki organization and the ninja clan did not conflict, because the ninja clan was strictly different from the ninja organization. The ninja clan was more like a belief. Everyone recognized the ideas of the ninja clan and yearned for peace. Some ninjas were indeed persuaded by Yahiko to join the Akatsuki organization. On the one hand, the Akatsuki organization was well known in the Rain Country before, and on the other hand, They discovered the shining points of the Akatsuki organization during their interactions with the people of the Akatsuki organization. However, more people still wanted to continue to follow Muyu and wait for Muyu's next instructions. At such a time, the envoy of the Rain Village came to Muyu with Hanzo's proposal. "Lord Sosuke, this is Hanzo's handwritten letter, please read it carefully." The Rain Village ninja took out a scroll and said to Muyu. Now Muyu's vest is very famous in the Rain Country, and most of the Rain Country ninjas know it. Muyu nodded slightly and took the scroll to open it to check the content. Yahiko next to him curiously leaned over to read it together. "Invite the ninja sect to maintain the peace of the Rain Country together." Yahiko widened his eyes and shouted in surprise. The other ninjas came over to read it together. Muyu did not stop him. In order to take care of some people who could not see, Muyu read out all the contents of the scroll. In fact, most of it was nonsense. The real essence of the content had been shouted out by Yahiko, that is, Hanzo wanted to cooperate with the ninja sect. Many ninjas of the ninja sect showed shocked and happy expressions. Hanzo is special to the ninjas of the Rain Country. This scroll is almost equivalent to Hanzo personally saying that I recognize you, and the power is quite extraordinary. Yahiko, who regarded Hanzo as his idol, was very excited. After all, he was also a member of the ninja clan. Of course, there were also people who were not interested in Hanzo, such as Kai Chang, who felt something was wrong. Kai Chang did not deny that the ninja clan had an extremely bright future, but the current ninja clan was not too strong, and the only real strong person was Muyu. Normally, Hanzo should not have had to invite the ninja clan to cooperate so seriously. If he wanted Muyu's fighting power, he could just directly win over Muyu. Chapter 411 Identity Exposed. I need to discuss with my companions before I can give an answer. Muyu did not immediately express his attitude. The Rain Ninja Village ninja expressed his understanding and retreated a distance. "Uncle Sosuke, I think this is a good opportunity to quickly spread the ideas of our ninja clan throughout the Rain Country, and at the same time, we can achieve our peace goals faster." Yahiko said his thoughts with excitement. He said this not because he admired Hanzo and wanted to cooperate with Hanzo, but because Yahiko really thought this was a great opportunity. The Rain Ninja Village is the strongest ninja force in the Rain Country. Even in the ninja world, it is considered the strongest group under the 5 major ninja villages. The leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo, is still a top ninja. If they can cooperate as Hanzo said in the scroll, then the influence of the ninja clan will have a qualitative leap. After all, the Rain Ninja Village is the official force of the Rain Country. The deep cooperation between the ninja clan and the Rain Ninja Village is equivalent to becoming semi-official, which can be said to be recognized by the Rain Country. Only Hanzo invited the ninja clan. If it was Yahiko's Akatsuki organization, Yahiko would probably agree immediately. Indeed, the other party is the demigod Hanzo. The Shinobi ninja next to Yahiko agreed. Yahiko's words were recognized by most people, and they all thought that this was a good opportunity for both the Shinobi and them. Kakazu next to him looked at the excited Shinobi ninjas with a mocking look on his face. With rich experience, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This so-called cooperation must have some conspiracy. Although this is a good thing, I think it's a bit weird. Kai Chang also thought about it and expressed his doubts. If our Shinobi is a young child with talents far beyond ordinary people, then the Rain Village is a famous strong man. No matter how much a strong man thinks of a young child, it is impossible for him to put him on the same level and propose cooperation, right? If the Rain Village gave the Shinobi some subsidies, then Kai Chang would not think there was anything wrong. At most, he would think that Hanzo had the vision to see that the Shinobi had great potential. But the meaning of Hanzo's scroll was to regard the Shinobi as an equal existence, hoping that the Shinobi could cooperate with the Rain Village to jointly maintain the peace of the entire Rain Country. This is really overestimating the current Shinobi. The current ninja clan has less than 100 ninjas, and the strength of its members is also uneven. If it abandons a strong man like Muyu, the ninja clan can only be regarded as promising in the future. After hearing Kai Chang-I's words, many ninja clan ninjas were stunned. There was no other reason. Kai Chang-I's expression was logically clear and convincing. It seems to be the case. This cooperation is too good for us. Some ninja clan ninjas who were born as wandering ninjas also felt something was wrong after being reminded. Generally, when something falls from the sky, the pie is a disguise and the trap is the real thing. I think using this analogy is completely underestimating our ninja clan and Hanzo's magnanimity. Maybe Hanzo wants to use this method to make us grow faster and then bring peace to the Rain country faster. Yahiko retorted. Yahiko is not a person who will be easily persuaded. He has his own persistence. In fact, he also knows that what Kai-Chang said makes sense, but Yahiko feels that sometimes being too cautious will miss opportunities, and boldly moving forward will have unexpected gains. At that time, the three ninjas were fighting with Hanzo, and everyone else was trying to avoid them, fearing that they would be affected by the battle between the powerful ninjas. However, Yahiko chose to look for the three ninjas with Nagato Konan. In the end, they learned a lot of skills from Jiraiya and gained the power to fulfill their dreams. When Yahiko finished telling his story, the atmosphere on the scene changed again. It's a rare success, boss. Jayuju gave Yahiko a thumbs up. Yahiko's speech just now made his blood boil, and he wanted to immediately agree to cooperate with Hanzo, and then fast forward to the dream of peace in the Rain country. Even if they are ninjas from the enemy village, as long as they show good enough qualities, Hanzo will not only let them go, but also help them become famous in the ninja world. Although we are not ninjas from the Rain village, we are also ninjas from the Rain country and ninjas from the same country as Hanzo. Could it be that Hanzo will be more demanding on us than ninjas from the enemy country? Yahiko said with a bright look in his eyes, his head raised and his chest puffed out, with a very sincere expression. Although he had never met Hanzo, Hanzo's deeds were enough to let Yahiko know that Hanzo was a respectable ninja. So Yahiko was willing to believe that Hanzo was giving them a chance. Although I don't worship Hanzo, his morality is indeed impeccable. An ninja from the ninja clan agreed. Hanzo was so famous in the ninja world, one of which was his strength and record, and the other was his character. Kai-Chang also opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. He had no way to refute Yahiko. Because Yahiko admitted his point of view, this matter was indeed not in line with common sense. But Hanzo was worthy of trust. Kai-Chang could only refute Yahiko in one way, that is, to prove that Hanzo was not worthy of trust. But this was something Kai-Chang couldn't do either. There was only one point that Hanzo could be blackened at the moment, that is, the failure of the war caused the Rain country to become chaotic. But Hanzo performed very well in the war, and it was the ninjas in the Rain village other than Hanzo who were defeated. So this only black point had no meaning to be blackened. Kakazu showed an undisguised mocking smile on his face. Yahiko was too naive, so naive that he found it ridiculous. Nagato, what do you think? Muyu suddenly looked at Nagato and asked. The other Shinobi clan ninjas all subconsciously looked at Nagato. Suddenly, Nagato went from diving to being the center of attention, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while. I think it's okay, Nagato said after calming down and hesitating for a moment. He thought that the cooperation was not because of Yahiko's decision, but the result of Nagato's own thinking. Feeling pain does not mean to hit the other party in great pain or to use revenge to make the other party feel pain, but to communicate and let both parties feel each other's pain and understand each other. They believe that the Shinobi clan can use this opportunity to understand each other with the Rain village, which will be a big step for peace in the Rain country. Nagato, as expected, we have the same idea. Yahiko excitedly hugged Nagato's shoulders and smiled. Just now, he was worried that he would affect Nagato's judgment, so he didn't say a word when Nagato was asked. Since everyone has their own opinions, let's have an anonymous vote, and the voting results will decide whether to agree to cooperate with Hanzo. Muyu thought for a while and said. The Shinobi clan ninjas all nodded. Everyone wrote their ideas on a piece of paper and put it in a simple wooden box made by Muyu. In the end, Muyu coordinated and announced the results. 45 people support cooperation with Hanzo, and 29 people oppose cooperation with Hanzo. Muyu announced the final result after checking. Yahiko smiled, Kai-Chang sighed, and Kakazu's face was full of mockery. In fact, they could guess some of the results before the draw came out. After Yahiko's speech, It was obvious that many people were convinced by Yahiko. Muyu walked in front of the ninja of the Rain Village and said, "Our ninja clan is willing to protect the peace of the Rain country with the Rain Village." "That's great, I will go back and report to Hanzo now." The ninja of the Rain Village did not stay too long and left quickly. Kai Chang also walked to Muyu's side. Even though he had already decided to cooperate with the Rain Village, Kai Chang still felt something was wrong. "Teacher Sosuke, you can say that I am too cautious. I really feel that there may be a conspiracy in this cooperation," Kai Chang also whispered. Muyu did not refute Kai Chang's words. He smiled and said, "Being cautious is not a bad thing. Even if we have to cooperate, we must remain vigilant." Kai Chang felt a little relieved. It was good that Muyu did not get angry. After all, Muyu was the core and soul of the ninja clan. "Can't you even see such a simple conspiracy? It seems that you are right. I really overestimated you." Kakazu walked to Muyu and said bluntly, "No matter how good Hanzo's reputation is, Kakazu believes that Hanzo has no good intentions. Are you starting to take the initiative to care about the safety of the ninja clan?" Muyu said with a smile without paying attention to Kakazu's tone. "The life and death of the ninja clan has nothing to do with me, but if you die, who will unlock the seal on me?" Kakazu said with a dark face. He tried many ways to unlock the seal on his body, but all failed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Kakazu had to admit that although Muyu was naive, his strength was not simple at all. He was also a top-level sealing ninja in terms of sealing techniques. "You can unlock it without me. You just need to wait for the power of the sealing technique to be exhausted and the seal will automatically unlock." Muyu took the initiative to point out a shortcoming of his sealing technique. "How long will it take?" Kakazu asked directly. "It should be about 15 years. Muyu replied with a smile. Kakazu's face became even darker. He was sealed for a full 15 years. Not to mention making money. It was even a question whether he could survive. Kakazu, who felt that Muyu was playing tricks on him, snorted coldly and went to the side to figure it out by himself. However, Kakazu soon had to return to Muyu's side, because Muyu started teaching the sealing technique again today. Kakazu wanted to learn Muyu's sealing technique and try to find inspiration to crack the sealing technique. In the evening, Nagato was called by Muyu to a house full of various techniques. Nagato looked at this special room curiously. "This is a barrier arranged to prevent accidents," Muyu explained briefly. Nagato nodded and didn't care too much. "Let's eat first. It's better to practice after you're full." Muyu pointed at the ramen on the table and said. Nagato wanted to say that he had eaten grilled fish with Yahiko and the others, and he wasn't hungry yet. But Nagato thought of the indescribable deliciousness of the ramen last time, so he silently swallowed what he wanted to say, and then sat down at the table and quickly finished the ramen. Nagato felt it was amazing. In the past, no matter how delicious the food was, as long as he was full, Nagato would not have the desire to eat it, and he would not think it was delicious after eating it. But Muyu's ramen was different. Even if he was not hungry, he would want to eat it, and it was still delicious. "Actually, my name is not Sosuke." Muyu put away the bowl that Nagato had finished eating, and then suddenly said. Nagato was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Muyu in confusion. In fact, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The name was just a code name, and the key was the person. "My name is Hanyu Muyu, and I'm a ninja from Konoha." Muyu cancelled the transformation state and revealed his true appearance. Trust gained through deception is not real trust. If it weren't for the troubles in various aspects, Muyu would not want to open a pseudonym to accept disciples. So Muyu planned to tell Nagato his true identity after confirming the number of disciples from the beginning. Muyu felt that the more Nagato trusted him, the more harm it would cause to Nagato if his identity was revealed. Being deceived by a stranger would only make him angry for a short while, but being deceived by the person he trusted the most, a more vulnerable person, might collapse directly. Nagato's expression became confused. Muyu revealed too much information in a short period of time. A good teacher of the ninja sect suddenly became a Konoha ninja, and his face was still fake. Why? Nagato had a lot to say, but in the end it was only condensed into a simple question. "I know you have a lot of problems now, and I can tell you one by one. Muyu began to tell his story. First of all, my actions have nothing to do with Konoha. They are my own actions. Whether it is traveling in the Rain Country or establishing the ninja sect, I came to the Rain Country just as I said, I want peace. It is difficult for me to promote the peace plan I want in Konoha. This is not to say that Konoha is bad or the Fire Country is bad. Konoha and the Fire Country are both very peaceful, but Konoha is too strong. If the ninja sect is promoted in the Fire Country, it will definitely be struck by thunder by Konoha ninjas. Muyu did not fool people. Even with his current strength, it is difficult to stir up too much trouble in the Fire Country. The strength of the Fire Country is too strong, not only Konoha, but also other ninja forces. If I am active in the Rain Country as a Konoha ninja, not only will Konoha take action against me, but the Rain Village will also think that I am provoking, so I am hiding my identity and establishing the ninja sect as Sosuke. I don't want to deceive everyone with a fake identity, but my identity is too troublesome. Muyu sighed. He did not tell the information about Uchiha Madara. For Nagato now, even if he knew, he could not do anything. It would only make his mood worse. If he showed any abnormality, Uchiha Madara would be more alert. Nagato, I hope you can keep this secret for me for the time being. I really want to get along with my fellow ninjas in my real identity, but now is not the time. Muyu stared at Nagato's eyes, full of sincerity. Nagato's expression changed again and again. He was in a very complicated mood. He didn't care that Muyu used a pseudonym, but when Muyu cancelled the transformation, Nagato began to get angry and doubted Muyu, which meant that everything about Sosuke might be fabricated. But when Muyu explained everything clearly and asked him to keep the secret, Nagato felt that Hanyu Muyu was no different from Sosuke. Although he had changed, Muyu still gave Nagato the feeling of the elegant and easygoing Sosuke teacher. Muyu told him this secret alone, which made Nagato feel a strong trust from Muyu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Hanzang's Conspiracy. Muyu commits suicide. Even Yahiko and the others can't do it? Nagato asked after a moment of silence. Nagato could feel that Yahiko cared about and respected Muyu very much, and regarded Muyu as a direction for progress. Not yet. The fewer people know about this, the better. Once it is exposed, it will bring disaster to the ninja clan. Muyu shook her head and replied. Muyu trusted Yahiko, but White Zetsu's intelligence ability was too strong. Muyu had to set up a barrier before revealing his identity. In order to prevent exposure, Muyu was only prepared to let Nagato know his true identity at this stage. Then why tell me? If you don't say it, no one should be able to find out. Nagato looked into Muyu's eyes, his fingers unconsciously pressing the chair. Muyu's transformation technique was very strong, and Nagato could not see any flaws. He felt that Muyu had this ability. Nagato didn't understand why Muyu told him alone. He didn't think he was more special than Yahiko, except for those eyes. As I said before, I don't want to get along with everyone with a fake identity. It's just a helpless move under the pressure of reality. So I think there must be someone who knows my true identity. In order not to be exposed, this person can only be the person I trust most in the ninja sect. Muyu explained. I think if it's you, Nagato, you will definitely help me keep the secret, just as you are willing to believe me to tell me your experience. Looking at Muyu with a warm smile on his face, Nagato felt trust again. This trust did not come from the void, not because of his samsara eye, but because he trusted Muyu, so Muyu also trusted him. I will try my best. Nagato made a solemn promise. Muyu trusted him so much, so he must not let Muyu down. And Nagato felt that Muyu was right. Muyu's true identity would indeed bring trouble to the current ninja sect. Then Muyu began to teach Nagato the basic breathing method. Nagato now mastered 6 changes in the nature of chakra, and none of them was particularly outstanding, so Muyu had not yet decided which breathing method to let Nagato learn. so he learned the basic breathing method first. Teaching breathing techniques is the best choice. On the one hand, Nagato has mastered many ninjutsu and has little demand for ninjutsu. On the other hand, the practice and use of breathing techniques are not obvious, which is suitable for teaching in the current situation, and the breathing techniques themselves have great potential. You taught your disciples the basic breathing techniques. Because your disciples are very grateful, you reward them with critical hits. You get the reward, 4 symbols seal, proficient level. Looking at the information from the panel, Muyu nodded in his heart. Taking the initiative to expose himself earlier can not only prevent Nagato from suffering a major blow, but also help to increase trust. This little secret that only 2 people know can promote the development of the relationship very well. When Muyu just exposed his identity, Nagato's trust level dropped to level 1, but after Muyu explained Nagato's trust level, it rose back to level 2. Critical hits were also rewarded during teaching, so overall trust was increasing. After learning that Muyu was willing to cooperate, Hanzo immediately chose a feng shui treasure land where Muyu and others could rest forever. It was a valley. Hanzo's plan was to lure Muyu and others into the valley, then set a trap and let his rain ninjas attack from a high position. Hanzo now regards the ninja clan as an enemy, so he will use all possible means to crush the ninja clan and minimize the losses of the rain ninjas. This is how you should deal with these ninjas who shout slogans of peace but harbor evil intentions. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with Hanzo's specific actions. Shimura Danzo originally thought that Hanzo would not bother to set traps, but he unexpectedly knew how to do it, which made Shimura Danzo feel that he had met him too late. Hanzo nodded calmly. He was not pedantic in dealing with enemies. At this moment, the door of the Rain Ninja leader's office was knocked. "Come in," Hanzo said. A Rain Ninja pushed the door and walked into the office quickly and reported, "Hanzo, there are ninjas from the Iwagakure who want to see you. They seem very angry." Hanzo frowned. If they came here at this time, it could only be because the ninja clan ninjas killed the Iwagakure ninjas. Shimura Danzo sighed with a guilty expression, as if he was sorry for his subordinates' poor cover-up work. "It seems that my subordinates have missed some of their work." Shimura Danzo looked at Hanzo with an apologetic look. Shimura Danzo's expression was fake, but he did not lie. This was not his arrangement. The sudden involvement of Iwagakure might cause unexpected problems in his plan. "It's not your fault. I misjudged him," Hanzo said in a deep voice. The land of Rain and Konoha did not have a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance. Shimura Danzo had no obligation to help him. Shimura Danzo had done his best to do this. How could Hanzo have the nerve to blame him? Then Hanzo looked at the Rain Ninja who walked into the office. "Bring them here." Hanzo planned to deal with Muyu and the others and then explain the cause and effect to the Iwagakure village. But since the Iwagakure village had come to the door, Hanzo had to make it clear now. "Now that Iwagakure is still at war with Konoha, I will take my leave first." Shimura Danzo stood up and prepared to leave. Wanting to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure was just an excuse for Shimura Danzo, so he was not going to meet with the Iwagakure ninja. Hanzo nodded to show his understanding. Even if Shimura Danzo didn't leave, Hanzo had to ask him to leave. Otherwise, if the Iwagakure ninja saw the second-in-command of Konoha chatting with Hanzo in the office of the Rain Ninja leader, and then connected it to the incident of the Rain Country ninja killing the Iwagakure ninja, the Rain Ninja village would not be able to clear itself even if it jumped into the sea. Soon, the Rain Ninja returned again and walked into Hanzo's office with 3 Iwagakure ninjas. Hanzo looked at the 3 Iwagakure ninjas calmly. The leading Iwagakure ninja wore a red tight combat uniform with brown jone and chain mail on the outside. His body looked very strong, with ordinary facial features but a big nose. They actually sent Huang Tu here. It seems that the Iwagakure village attaches great importance to this incident. Hanzo recognized that the leading Iwagakure was Huang Tu, the son of the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki. As the son of the shadow, Huang Tu's strength and fame are not as good as the 4th eye. But in the current ninja world, he is also a famous young hero. Recently, we found that a ninja wearing a Rain Country forehead protector killed our Iwagakure ninja. We need a reasonable explanation for the Iwagakure village. Huang Tu said straight to the point. Although Hanzo is known as the top ninja in the ninja world, Huang Tu has the entire Iwagakure village behind him, so Huang Tu has no fear. The Second Shinobi World War has fully proved the fact that it is not possible to change the outcome of a war by having a top ninja in the ninja world. Of course, this does not mean that an individual cannot change the war, but that Hanzo is not strong enough. Senju Hashirama has proved the limit of personal power to the ninja world. We in the Rain Village deeply sympathize with this matter, but this was not done by the ninjas of the Rain Village, but by a group of Rain Country ninjas called the Ninja Clan. Hanzo began to explain. Hanzo told Huang Tu the whole cause and effect of the incident, but because Konoha and Iwagakure were at war, Hanzo changed the discovery of the root ninja to the discovery of the patrolling Rain ninja. Although they are not ninjas from the Rain Village, they are also ninjas from the Rain Country. I feel deeply saddened by this incident. I will kill all the ninjas who intends to provoke the Rain and Rock War. Hanzo said his solution. They are all warriors of my Rock Village, carrying out important tasks for Rock Village. Hanzo, you are a top ninja who is feared by the ninja world. You are reasonable. Do you think that one life for one life can offset the incident? Huang Tu did not agree with Hanzo's plan. According to the information of the Rain Country, Huang Tu knew that what Hanzo said might be 80% true. After all, how could the Rain Village have the courage to take the initiative to provoke the 5 major ninja villages in its current state? But this did not prevent Huang Tu from striving for greater benefits for the Rock Village. Hanzo understood Huang Tu's meaning. To put it simply and straightforwardly, it means adding money. Such an accident is indeed the negligence of our Rain ninjas. We are willing to give some compensation to the sacrificed Rock Village. Hanzo said expressionlessly. Hanzo is very unhappy and unhappy now, but he can only pay money to the Rock Village, because the current Rain ninjas do not have the strength to go to war with the big ninja villages. Hanzo hated the ninja clan even more, because all this was caused by the ninja clan. Hanzo quickly set the agreed time and sent an envoy to inform the ninja clan, and then summoned the elite ninjas of the Rain Village to issue a mission. The incident happened suddenly, and many ninjas of the Rain Village did not know that Hanzo was going to get rid of the ninja clan. Hundreds of elite trained ninjas were gathered in a meeting room by Hanzo, and Hanzo's deputy first explained the evil deeds of the ninja clan. The deeds of Ninja Master Sosuke and the ninja clan have been spread too widely in the Rain Country recently. Hanzo was worried that some Rain ninjas would believe Sosuke, so he first let them know the true face of the ninja clan. The ninja clan shouted the slogan of peace on the surface, but killed the Iwagakure ninjas to provoke conflicts between the Rain and Earth countries. It is really a murderous heart, Hanzo's deputy said with indignation. Hearing that the ninjas of the ninja clan actually did such a thing, the Rain ninjas below were very surprised, because the ninja clan had a very good reputation after appearing in the Rain country, and both ninjas and the public recognized it very much. I didn't expect Sosuke to be so rebellious. I thought he could bring good changes to the land of Rain. The Rain ninja who was once ordered to investigate Muyu sighed. Muyu showed great strength and showed a peaceful ambition when giving lectures, which gave the Rain ninja a feeling that Muyu could change the land of Rain. Ichigo, you must be very unwilling to be defeated by such a person, the Rain ninja said to Ichigo Kurosaki who was sitting next to him. Originally, Ichigo Kurosaki could not perform such a level of task at the time he joined the Rain village, but Hanzo took a fancy to Ichigo Kurosaki's strength and his experience of fighting Muyu, and gave Ichigo Kurosaki a special treatment. Yes, I will definitely win back next time. Muyu's shadow clone smiled and nodded. Don't say it. It's quite interesting to sit in the meeting room and listen to others discuss how to deal with him. After the meeting, Muyu's shadow clone returned to his temporary residence in the Rain village, disbanded the shadow clone, and let the memory flow back to the main body. At this time, because it was already night, Muyu was studying the sealing technique alone in the room. After sorting out the memories of the shadow clone, Muyu quietly rushed to the Rain village. After reaching his perception range, he directly used the Flying Thunder God to move to his temporary residence in the Rain village. After splitting the shadow clone, he used the Flying Thunder God to leave. It was a bit beyond Muyu's expectation that the shadow clone could play this effect. He originally just wanted the shadow clone to sing a double act, but he didn't expect that the Rain Village would be attracted by the strength of the Shadow Clone and pull it into the Rain Village. Because it had just joined, the Shadow Clone could do very few tasks and the level was not high, which avoided the problem of excessive chakra consumption and injury of the Shadow Clone. Miyu also took the opportunity to plant an eyeliner in the Rain Village. With the Shadow Clone as an insider, Miyu was equivalent to personally participating in the conspiracy against him, and even knew the location and type of every trap clearly. 3 days later, it was the day agreed with Hanzo to discuss peace, and many Shinobi ninjas were very excited. If Hanzo is not a trick, this cooperation is indeed a milestone for the ninja clan, and it is the kind of cooperation that involves several people at once. Uncle Sosuke, are you going to go with us? Wouldn't that be a bit bad? Yahiko thought for a while and asked. He felt that bringing too many ninjas might leave a bad impression on Hanzo, and he felt wary of Hanzo and worried that Hanzo had bad intentions. Miyu nodded and replied, if you have a meeting, you don't really need too many people to go. After all, the opponent is a top-level strongman like Hanzo, and if you bring too many people, Miyu can't guarantee the safety of everyone's lives. Many Ninja Clan ninjas looked at Miyu expectantly, and no one wanted to be absent from such a big event. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Kakazu, Kaichenya, Kuroda. Miyu named 8 ninjas in a row. These are the ninjas he is more optimistic about, with outstanding strength and strong self-protection ability. Why should I go too? I'm not a ninja from your ninja clan, Kakazu complained with his eyelids twitching. He didn't want to wade into this muddy water. I mean, if you want to come, you can come with me. If you really don't want to come, you don't have to come, Miyu replied with a faint smile. Kakazu made a thoughtful expression. Hearing his name, Yahiko showed an uncontrollable smile of joy on his face. Yahiko, who has a high sense of identity with the Shinobi sect, is very happy that he can participate in such a milestone meeting. Another happy point is that Yahiko has always wanted to talk to Hanzo. Yahiko really wants to know Hanzo's views on peace. Nagato didn't feel too much. As long as the Shinobi sect can reach a cooperation with the Rain Village, he will be satisfied. He doesn't need to witness it with his own eyes. Kai Chang also flashed a trace of worry on his face. He always felt that Hanzo had bad intentions and that something might go wrong at this meeting. Boss, you have to work hard. This time you are going to meet your idol, Jayujuk teased. He knew that Yahiko admired Hanzo. Yahiko scratched his head and smiled, and didn't care. Miyu and his friends set off for the promised valley amid the laughter and farewell of dozens of ninjas. Kakazu frowned, but finally caught up with Miyu and his friends. He thought something might go wrong at this meeting, so he didn't want to go. But Miyu wanted to go, so Kakazu had to go with him, because if anything happened to Miyu, he would have to wait until 15 years had passed for the seal to be automatically lifted. At the entrance of the valley, Miyu and the others met Hanzo, who was waiting. Hanzo brought even fewer ninjas with him than they did, with only 2 ninjas following him. Senior Hanzo, nice to see you again. Miyu smiled and greeted him. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you have accomplished so many things that I didn't expect, Hanzo said calmly. Hanzo still remembered that he had specially reminded Miyu to be careful of black market ninjas not long ago, but he didn't expect Miyu to go against him so quickly. Hanzo was a little surprised to notice Kakazu next to Miyu. Hanzo was not surprised that Kakazu was alive. After all, Kakazu had been active in the black market for decades, so it was normal for him to have more means to save his life. But Kakazu looked like he had joined the ninja clan. Hanzo's expression remained unchanged, and having one more Kakazu would not affect his killing of everyone. With a large number of detonating talisman traps and the fact that he, the top ninja in the ninja world, led 100 elite ninjas from the Rain Village, Hanzo was confident that he could keep anyone in the current ninja world. In fact, the original preparation should be more thorough. Hanzo originally wanted to capture a ninja from the ninja sect to threaten Miyu and the others, but Miyu was on guard and asked the ninjas from the ninja sect to gather together. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, Hanzo gave up their plan to capture people. Moreover, the Hidden Rock Village also wanted to watch. In order not to expose the cooperation with Shimura Danzo, Hanzo could only regretfully decline Shimura Danzo's assistance. Senior Hanzo, Your deeds are what I didn't expect, Miyu replied with a faint smile. The two parties walked into the valley with laughter and chatter. Shimura Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, also smiled when he saw this scene. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. In order to make Hanzo, Miyu and the Samsara go to the opposite side, he spent a lot of energy, and even a group of root elites died. At this point, Danzo actually changed a lot of details of the plan. Danzo originally wanted to kill Nagato and put the blame on Iwagakure, but he didn't expect Nagato to be too strong and directly killed all his elite roots in seconds. The Iwagakure ninjas hiding on the other side also watched everything silently. After all, this is a duel between the ninja master Sosuke and the demigod Hanzo, and Huangtu is very interested even without the mission. Although Sosuke has only become famous recently, his record is very strong and he defeated Kakazu head-on. It's a pity that this is not a fair duel. Huangtu believes that Hanzo will definitely win, because this is a conspiracy against Miyu and the ninja clan. Hanzo has made preparations in advance, and Miyu and the others know nothing. Kakazu looked around. There were high cliffs on both sides, and the entrances and exits of the valley were very narrow, which was very convenient for blocking people. Hanzo-sama, what do you think of the current situation in the Rain Country? How do you think we can better make the Rain Country peaceful for a long time? Yahiko asked impatiently. The legend of Hanzo is everywhere in the land of rain. Yahiko has long been fascinated by Hanzo. Now that he has seen the real person, he did not communicate with Hanzo immediately out of respect for Miyu. Only by developing the strength of ninjas can the chaos in the land of rain be fundamentally solved. As for long-term peace, it depends on the situation of the big countries. In addition, it is also important to eliminate the ninja organizations in the country that try to cause war. Hanzo answered Yahiko's question while gathering chakra. What else? Yahiko looked at Hanzo with anticipation. He thought he could hear a long talk about peace. Hanzo did not continue to answer Yahiko's question. He gave the two ninjas accompanying him a look, and then his chakra burst and used the instant body technique to flash to the top of the valley. After receiving Hanzo's order, the other two rain ninjas quickly retreated and detonated the trap. Boom! Exclamation mark! A violent explosion sounded, and the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the valley. The thick smoke produced by the explosion enveloped Miyu and his group. Hanzo is also very stable. Huangtu felt that the real Hanzo was different from the rumors. He didn't dislike Hanzo's actions. Ninjas are not samurai. Ninjas don't have the plot of single combat. The ninja who can win is a good ninja. It's just that the rumors about Hanzo are a bit too good. I wonder if the Samsara can be directly transplanted and used like the Sharingan. Shimura Danzo wanted to recover the Samsara from Nagato. It is important that the enemy does not have the Samsara eye, and it is also important that Shimura Danzo himself has the Samsara eye. After all, this is the eye of the Six Paths Sage, which is mysterious. Is there something wrong with the trap? The explosion is in the wrong place. Hanzo, who was looking down at Miyu and his group, found a big problem. He should have led Miyu and his group to the center of the explosion, but it was Miyu and his group who were affected by the explosion. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing a flowing water shield and Miyu and his group who were intact. At the moment the detonating talisman exploded, Miyu condensed her chakra and used the water array wall to perfectly block the aftermath of the explosion, and they didn't even get a speck of dust on them. Hanzo frowned. According to his plan, this detonating talisman trap should have killed all the ninjas except Miyu Kakazu, and injured Miyu Kakazu at the same time. But because of an unknown accident, his detonating talisman trap only consumed the chakra of Miyu's water array wall, which made Hanzo feel a little bad. However, Hanzo was not panicked. With 100 elite trained ninjas plus him as a top powerhouse, they could still defeat Miyu and his group in a head-on battle. What's going on? Yahiko looked at the valley that had become a mess because of the detonating talisman bombing with a blank face. He didn't understand what happened, or his subconscious didn't want to understand what happened. What else could it be? Of course, your idol Hanzo wants to kill you. It's ridiculous that you can still be naive at this point. Kakazu mocked mercilessly. In Kakazu's opinion, Yahiko was too naive, so naive that it was scary. Sure enough, There is a problem. Kai Chang also sighed. He saw the specific terrain of the meeting place and was almost certain that Hanzo had no good intentions. When he came in, he reminded Miyu in an extremely subtle voice. At this time, the often gloomy sky of the rain country began to rain heavily, and the big raindrops fell evenly on everyone. The heavens are helping me. It seems that there will be no more accidents. A smile appeared on Hanzo's face. For him who is extremely good at water escape, rainy days are very favorable weather, but for Miyu who is good at fire escape, it is the worst weather. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Yahiko looked at Hanzo in confusion. Obviously, the two sides were chatting very well. Why did they suddenly fight? Nagato and Konan were also confused by this sudden situation. They both supported the cooperation with their rain village and did not expect such a thing to happen. Didn't we say that we should work together to maintain the peace of the rain country? Why is this happening? Yahiko questioned Hanzo loudly. At this moment, Yahiko regretted his passionate speech before the vote. If it weren't for him, there might be more votes against it. There is no doubt that this cooperation is a conspiracy to destroy their Shinobi sect. But Yahiko was really confused. He didn't understand why Hanzo did this, and destroying them would not benefit Hanzo in any way. Aren't I maintaining the peace of the rain country? Hanzo replied indifferently. If you really want peace in the rain country, then go to hell. The rain country will be more peaceful without the Shinobi sect. Yahiko clenched his fists and stared at Hanzo. He didn't expect Hanzo to be such a sinister and vicious person. After this, Yahiko might never believe any rumors again. Hanzo really taught him a hard lesson. It's nothing more than a boring reason like worrying about your influence on power. Kakazu said sarcastically. You just want peace and nothing else. But others may not think that you think so. They only believe what they think. Looking at Miyu, Yahiko and others being betrayed and in danger, Kakazu seemed to see his former self. Although the experience is different, the nature is still similar. Teacher, I'm sorry. Nagato looked at Miyu with an apologetic look. He is also a member who supports cooperation, and Nagato feels that he is also wrong. How can this be your fault? You are just victims. Miyu shook his head and touched Nagato's head. If you have to share the blame, Miyu has to take one, because Miyu knew everything, but silently watched the incident happen without stopping it. It is not difficult for Miyu to stop this incident. Just don't go to the appointment. But the contradiction cannot be resolved in that way. It will only delay the outbreak of the incident. As long as the ninja clan continues to develop, it will inevitably confront Hanzo's rain village, unless Hanzo and others also join the ninja clan. But it is difficult for Miyu to understand Hanzo. Hanzo has his own beliefs and pride. If he has no special experience, he would not condescend to join a force created by a junior. Miyu's current logic of action is actually the same as watching his disciples fighting with the Kirigakure Jonin during the Chunin exam. He can train his disciples as much as possible when he can be 100% sure that there will be no accidents. But the Rain Country has an additional training for the ninja sect. Since there are inevitable conflicts, it is necessary to maximize the benefits while resolving the conflicts. Miyu believes that after this incident, Yahiko and others will become more mature, and the entire ninja sect will usher in a transformation. Under Miyu's wings, the ninja sect has always been smooth and has never encountered a setback, which makes some ninja sect ninjas overly optimistic. Whoosh! Hanzo threw a sharp bitter spear in front of Miyu. Sosuke, you are the founder of the ninja sect and the leader of the ninja sect. If you are willing to commit suicide, I can let others go, Hanzo said in a calm voice. Hanzo wants to end this battle steadily, so he will not miss any opportunity to relieve his combat pressure. Of course, even if Miyu committed suicide, Hanzo would not let Nagato and the others go, but this way Hanzo could save a lot of effort. Hanzo's words completely shattered the fan filter of Hanzo and Yahiko's heart. In Yahiko's heart, Hanzo used to be a great ninja with lofty ideals, but now Hanzo is a treacherous and despicable villain. Uncle Sosuke, you must not do what he says, we will fight him, Yahiko said with gritted teeth. Now he wanted to rush up and punch Hanzo in the face. Although Hanzo is very strong, Yahiko thinks they still have a chance. Even if Miyu can't beat Hanzo alone, plus Kakazu, they will definitely win. and then it will be easier for the 7 ninjas to fight 2 rain ninjas. Maybe we can cooperate more with Hanzo in the future. Looking at Hanzo's operation, Shimura Danzo liked it more and more. The ninja who wins by any means is the real ninja, and Shimura Danzo admires the current Hanzo. I don't recommend you to make this choice, because it is seeking death, Hanzo said expressionlessly. As soon as Hanzo finished speaking, the 100 elite rain ninjas who were ambushed on the mountain rushed out instantly, looking down at Miyu and others from a high position. Looking at the rain ninjas who suddenly rushed out, Yahiko was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Hanzo could do this to deal with them, with traps and ambushes of a large number of ninjas. Kai-chan and Kako were not surprised, since it was Hanzo's conspiracy. How could he only bring 2 subordinates here? For a while, Miyu and others seemed to be in a desperate situation. I am the one who has learned the best from the thoughts of the General Sosuke in the ninja sect. I will die for him. Yahiko grabbed the kunai on the ground and said, if his death can exchange for the survival of Miyu and others, Yahiko can die without hesitation. After all, as things have developed to this point, he has a great responsibility, and his fan filter for Hanzo has caused him to trust Hanzo too much. You are not qualified. Only Sosuke, as the leader, is qualified. Hanzo rejected Yahiko's proposal. Among the 8 people at the scene, only Kakazu and Miyu could catch Hanzo's eye. In Hanzo's eyes, the others were existences that could be killed in seconds at will, and there was no need to care. Teacher Sosuke, you must not commit suicide. Even if you commit suicide, Hanzo will never let us go. Kai-chan was also worried that Miyu would be impulsive, so he hurriedly said. Kai-chan didn't believe Hanzo's lies. In order to eliminate the ninja sect, Hanzo lied and ambushed. How could he let the ninja sect people who walked into the encirclement go? Kai-chan also put himself in Hanzo's perspective and thought that he would definitely choose to cut the grass and root it out. Not only would he kill all the ninjas in the valley, but he would also clean up all the ninja sect ninjas who didn't come. Sosuke, you are naive but not stupid. Don't let me look down on you. Kakazu kept mocking and staring at Miyu's body. Kakazu felt that with Miyu's wisdom, she shouldn't commit suicide, but Kakazu couldn't guarantee it 100%. After all, Miyu still came to this cooperative meeting that was a conspiracy at first glance. Master Sosuke, how will you break the impasse? Huang Tu, who was watching the show, wondered curiously. Huang Tu thought about it from another perspective and realized that he would definitely die if he got stuck in this situation. If he committed suicide, Hanzo would not let his companions go. If he did not commit suicide, he would not be able to win in a head-on battle. It would be the same death anyway. Chapter 413, The Strongest Fire Ninja in the Ninja World. Everyone on the field was looking at Miyu. The Rain Ninjas, led by Hanzo, hoped that Miyu would honestly commit suicide, so that they could save a lot of effort. The ninjas of the ninja clan that Miyu brought hoped that Miyu would not commit suicide, no matter from which perspective. The Iwagakure led by Huang Tu did not have any special ideas, but were just curious about what choice Miyu would make. Shimura Danzo did not care about what Miyu would choose. He just wanted to see a river of blood flow, and it would be best if both the ninja clan and the Rain Ninja village were defeated. If the Rain country was too strong, it would not be in the interests of Konoha. Senior Hanzo, don't play this kind of trick at this time. It will only make people think less of you. Miyu took the kunai shot by Hanzo from Yahiko's hand and attached fire chakra to it. The hot flames rose on the surface of the kunai, drying the kunai wet by the rain. Whoosh! Miyu aimed in front of Hanzo and threw the kunai with flames. Miyu told everyone his choice with his actions. It was wishful thinking to ask him to commit suicide. If it was Shisui or Obito instead of Nagato, Miyu might be interested in playing a trick of faking death, because this would most likely stimulate them to directly open the Mangekyo Sharingan, thus increasing their strength. Nagato would not do this. Although Nagato could not really use the Samsara Eye at this moment, he already had it. What Nagato needed was not to open the Samsara Eye, but to tap into the power of the Samsara Eye. Strong stimulation could accelerate this process, but it was not as rigid as the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sosuke, you made a wrong decision. Hanzo looked at Miyu with a cold face. Boom! Exclamation mark. Hanzo condensed his chakra and threw out a bitter to intercept Miyu's flaming kunai, which exploded in midair. The whole valley instantly became tense, and an invisible smoke filled the entire valley. Huang Tu instantly became energetic. They were going to fight. He actually wanted to see Hanzo and Miyu have a real manly one-on-one fight, but he felt that Hanzo would not give up the number advantage of the Rain Ninja. Go! Hanzo did not attack immediately, but commanded 100 elite trained ninjas to launch an attack. After hearing Hanzo's order, the elite trained ninjas immediately burst out their hand chakra and threw the kunai in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of black kunai shot out from all directions, surrounded Miyu and others like a black net. This is why Hanzo chose this place as the meeting place. The rain ninjas standing on the mountain can launch dense attacks that Miyu and others can hardly dodge from a high position. Hanzo looked at Miyu and others in the valley with a calm face. They have the right place and the right time. What can Miyu use to fight him? Nagato's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what ninjutsu could defend against the attacks from all directions and protect all his companions. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Miyu condensed chakra and transformed it into wind attribute chakra, and burst out wind attribute chakra at the moment of clapping his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in all directions with Miyu and others as the center, blowing all the kunai into pieces. A lot of rain also splashed in all directions, and the trees in the mountains were rustling. Although the fierce wind palm is just an ordinary sea-level wind-style ninjutsu, it has a great power under the blessing of Miyu's mastery level of more than 7,000 wind attribute chakra nature changes, and blocking this kind of ninja tool throwing is no problem. Nagato looked at his hands and then looked at Miyu. Nagato also knows the fierce wind palm, but if he uses it, it will definitely not achieve this effect. He remembered the water array wall that Miyu used at the beginning, which is also different from the ordinary water array wall. It can defend against all attacks without dead angles. Keep attacking, Hanzo said expressionlessly. He thought that Miyu could block the attack, but he didn't expect Miyu to be able to block this scale of ninja tool throwing with an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. But Hanzo still felt that he was as steady as an old dog, because the chakra of a ninja is limited. If Miyu consumes more chakra to protect his companions, he will have less chakra in the next battle. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp black kunai cut through the raindrops and formed a black net again to stab towards Miyu and others. And Miyu still used the fierce wind palm to bounce the kunai away. Sosuke, don't you have any backup plans? Don't tell me you really didn't expect to encounter this situation. Then I have to re-evaluate your ability. Kakazu mocked on the surface, but in fact reminded Miyu not to be consumed. Hanzo's tactic is to wait for the opportunity to tire out, and to wear down Miyu's energy and chakra. Before Kakazu could finish the next sentence, Miyu's palm hit Kakazu's chest at an extremely fast speed, lifting the seal on Kakazu. It's not that Miyu has completely trusted Kakazu, but that Kakazu now has only one heart left and his strength has greatly decreased. In addition, Miyu left the flying thunder god mark on Kakazu. As long as Kakazu dares to have evil thoughts, Miyu can send Kakazu away in an instant. Although he doesn't trust him completely, Miyu speculates based on Kakazu's performance that Kakazu is unlikely to backstab him at this critical moment, and at most he will run away alone. If Kakazu can help him take care of the Ninja Clan ninjas, it can relieve a lot of pressure on Miyu. Although his strength has greatly decreased, Kakazu was strong enough in his heyday, and the strength of one heart is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Kakazu was a little surprised to feel the unprecedented freedom in his body. He was about to ask Miyu to help him remove the seal, but he didn't expect Miyu to predict his words. It's so easy to remove the seal on me. Aren't you worried that I will take your body to exchange for money? Kakazu said with a clenched fist. Your bounty should be doubled now, maybe 30 million taels. Nagato looked at Kakazu with a vigilant face. If Kakazu made any unusual moves, he would attack immediately. If you really still have this idea, then it means that I did something wrong, and I will personally correct the mistakes I made, Miyu said with a faint smile. In this ninja world, Miyu never relies on illusory luck, nor does he put his hope on others. He relies on his own strength. Kakazu can't do anything to Miyu, nor can Hanzo. The worst result is that Miyu takes everyone away. TSK, your expression as if everything is under control really makes people want to punch you. Kakazu continued to condense chakra for reconstruction. He really didn't have the idea of turning against Miyu. He thought that only fools would make such a choice. Although Kakazu knew that he was not a ninja from the ninja sect, Hanzo might not think so. In Hanzo's perspective, they were all ninjas from the ninja sect, so Kakazu would not only not stab Miyu in the back, but would also provide some help to Miyu while ensuring his own safety. Each of you guard a position and protect yourself. After blocking the fourth wave of ninja tools, Miyu took the initiative to attack Hanzo. Miyu gathered chakra on the soles of his feet, and his figure kept flashing in the rain curtain and approached Hanzo's position at a high speed. Miyu's chakra was originally less than Hanzo's, and consuming too much would be disadvantageous for the next battle. After the rain ninjas discovered Miyu's actions, they all wanted to use ninja tools to stop Miyu's actions, but they were all easily blocked by Miyu. Hanzo watched Miyu approaching quietly, without attacking to stop Miyu from approaching, nor retreating. There was no special reason. Hanzo just didn't think Miyu could defeat him in a head-on battle. What Hanzo did was not that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Miyu, but just wanted to win more easily and safely. If Miyu thought that these methods of his were not confident in his strength, then Hanzo would let Miyu see what the pinnacle of ninja was next. You disappoint me. Maybe I should have put an end to you on that day, Hanzo said coldly as he looked at the approaching Miyu. But you can't do it, Miyu replied calmly. For Miyu, the most troublesome thing about Hanzo was his poison, but this was not enough for Hanzo to defeat Miyu. The two did not fight immediately, and reminisced like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Fire style, explosive flame formation, Hanzo said, and suddenly jumped back to form a seal. A large number of detonating talismans emerged from the ground where Miyu stepped and continued to flow towards Miyu's legs. This is the reason why Hanzo did not leave. He stood here not because the scenery here is better, but because he had buried the detonating talismans here. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, and the extremely fierce flames enveloped Miyu. The ground was shattered by the large number of detonating talismans. No wonder he can be called the pinnacle of ninjas. Huang Tu was a little impressed by Hanzo. Hanzo was obviously so powerful, but he was ridiculously steady. First, he led Miyu and the others into a trap, and then let his men consume Miyu's chakra. When Miyu rushed up, Hanzo used words to trap Miyu. At this distance, unless you have mastered extremely strong earth-style hardening, it is impossible to block it. Huang Tu looked at Miyu who was drowned in the flames and shook his head with some regret. Being bombarded by so many explosive tags at this distance, even a ninja of Huang Tu's level would be injured. This jutsu is good. Shimura Danzo admired Hanzo too much. He felt that they were a bit similar. Both of them could do everything they could to defeat their opponents. Being bombarded by so many explosive tags at close range, Miyu would be crippled if not dead, and had no strength to fight Hanzo anymore. Uncle Sosuke, Yahiko noticed what happened to Miyu and showed an extremely worried expression. He really didn't expect Hanzo to be so despicable. He had the advantage of numbers, but he still used traps to deal with Miyu. Nagato looked at Miyu, who was shrouded in flames, and was a little absent-minded for a while, from the initial suspicion to recognition, and then to trust. The memory of meeting and getting to know Miyu kept playing in Nagato's mind. You can't lose so carelessly, Kakazu frowned. With such a powerful explosion, Kakazu might be injured even if he used the earth spear in time. Although this degree of injury would not hinder him who practiced the earth resentment, Miyu's vitality was not that strong. Is it solved? Hanzo stared at the explosion smoke in front of him. However, Hanzo did not have the Byakugan of the Sharingan, so he could not see through the specific situation of Miyu in the thick fog. But this move was Hanzo's favorite ninjutsu, and Hanzo was very clear about its power. Even if he used ninjutsu to defend in time, he would inevitably be injured by the explosion. The thick smoke soon dissipated in the wind and rain, revealing Miyu who was unharmed. At the moment of the explosion, Miyu used his perfect level of armed color domineering to defend himself. Even if Hanzo buried twice as many detonating talismans, Miyu could still block it. Seeing Miyu without any injuries on his body, Hanzo showed a surprised expression. If Miyu had used the clone tactic, he would not be so surprised, but Miyu withstood his detonating flame formation, which Hanzo could not understand, and he did not see any traces of defensive ninjutsu next to Miyu. Could it be the ultimate earth escape hardening? A guess appeared in Hanzo's mind. Each type of chakra has its own characteristics. Fire attribute can burn and explode, lightning attribute can activate cells, and earth attribute chakra can harden the body. The simplest one is the hardening technique, and the more advanced one is the earth spear. Hanzo was still not panicked after his killer move was blocked. He still had many methods, some of which could not be resisted by the hardening of the hardening. Looking at Miyu, who was unscathed, Nagato's memories stopped and his expression became surprised. "You actually kept a trick when fighting me." Kakazu also thought that Miyu had a very high earth escape hardening ability. The ninjas of the Shinobi sect were relieved a lot when they saw that Miyu was fine. "As long as we can withstand the pressure, there is still a chance." Teacher Sosuke's strength is not worse than Hanzo. Kai Chang also stared at the elite trained ninjas standing above. Kai Chang also felt that if he told his past self about what happened during his time with Miyu, he would never believe that this was his future. The slogan that Ninja Master Sosuke is on par with Hanzo was just Kai Chang's attempt to take advantage of Hanzo's popularity in the Rain country. He really didn't expect that Miyu and Hanzo were ninjas of the same level. Huang Tu looked at Miyu, who was unscathed, and he was shocked. He just thought about it casually, but Miyu actually had such a strong earth escape hardening. Huang Tu would like to call Miyu the strongest earth escape hardening ninja, because no ninja among the Iwagakure who is good at earth escape has mastered this level of earth escape hardening. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Hanzo's surprise, Miyu burst out with chakra and rushed out, punching Hanzo. Hanzo was also confident in his physical skills. He could defeat the samurai of the Iron Country without using ninjutsu. The confident Hanzo did not retreat. He has practiced physical skills for most of his life. Can he still be inferior to Miyu, a young man who is less than 30 years old? Bang! Exclamation mark! A dull collision sound rang out, and the moment Hanzo touched Miyu, he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Miyu was not surprised at all. Hanzo overestimated his physical skills. Miyu not only used the full concentration of rock breathing to enter the state of the transparent world, but also attacked first. Why did Hanzo dare to confront him head-on? Master Hanzo. A Rain ninja found Hanzo being beaten and couldn't help but exclaimed. In the hearts of the Rain ninjas, Hanzo is undoubtedly the strongest ninja. Ninja Master Sosuke claims to be on par with Hanzo, but the Rain ninjas don't think Sosuke really has this strength. However, the reality is in front of them. No matter how much the Rain ninjas trust Hanzo, they can't change the reality that the strongest ninja in their minds was beaten. The Rain ninjas quickly launched an attack to stop Miyu from chasing Hanzo. "You can still fight like this in this situation." Shimura Danzo's expression became gloomy. In Shimura Danzo's eyes, Hanzo was well prepared, but even so, he still couldn't get any good at Miyu's hands. Miyu's strength exceeded his expectations. In theory, whether Hanzo wins or Miyu wins, it can be regarded as Shimura Danzo's goal, because his ultimate goal is to weaken the strength of the Rain country. But Shimura Danzo hopes that Hanzo will win. On the one hand, he can continue to cooperate with Hanzo, and on the other hand, Miyu and Nagato have greater potential and pose a greater threat to Konoha. The ninja clan was completely excited and happy. The stronger Miyu showed, the more favorable the situation was for them. Hanzo didn't even have time to get up before he used the water flash body technique to distance himself from Miyu. Miyu's physical skills were beyond his imagination, so strong that Hanzo began to doubt whether Miyu was as young as his face. In the battle with Kakazu, Miyu showed a terrifying fire escape, and after resisting his explosive flame formation, he showed a super strong earth escape, and now he used a physical technique that was much stronger than him. Hanzo felt that no matter how talented a ninja was, it was impossible for him to go so far in so many fields at such an age. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Hanzo, who had suffered a loss once, decided not to fight Muyu in the next battle. His main point was not to be stubborn. After Muyu dodged the attacks of the rain ninjas, he quickly launched the next wave of attacks on Hanzo. Fire style, Fire Dragon Dance. Muyu switched his breathing method to flame breathing, and brought his breathing to the extreme to enter the flame breathing chakra mode, improving his fire style ability and strengthening his body. Although it was a rainy day, and although fire style was restrained by water style, Muyu was still prepared to use fire style to deal with Hanzo. There was no other reason. Muyu's fire style was strong enough. To this day, fire style is still Muyu's strongest ninjutsu attack method. With the perfect level fire style nature change, coupled with a large number of proficient fire style ninjutsu, in the current ninja world, Muyu far surpassed all ninjas except Uchiha Madara in terms of fire style. As for Uchiha Madara, Muyu had not used the identification technique to look at his panel, so it was not clear whether Uchiha Madara's fire attribute chakra nature change had reached the perfect level. Although he had not seen it, Muyu felt that if the chakra was sufficient, his fire style should not be weaker than Uchiha Madara, and might even be stronger, because Muyu also had the mastery level of flame breathing, and could enter the flame breathing chakra mode to enhance fire style. A large amount of chakra gathered at Muyu's throat, and was instantly converted into fire chakra by Muyu. After pretending to make a seal, it turned into a hot flame and was spit out by Muyu. The flame with extremely high temperature appeared, and the ground next to Muyu, which was wet by the rain, continued to emit white smoke, gradually changing from wet to dry. Hanzo smiled slightly. He was indeed not his opponent in physical skills, but he was really courting death to dare to fight him with fire escape. He was currently recognized as the strongest water escape ninja in the ninja world. In order to use fire escape to defeat his water escape in the rainstorm, Hanzo thought that only Uchiha Madara could be resurrected, but it was possible. Super Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hanzo made seals with both hands very seriously, gathering a large amount of chakra in his body. Not only did he spit out a huge stream of water from his mouth, but he also mobilized the surrounding water. Under the effect of Hanzo's powerful chakra, a huge and thick water dragon gradually formed. The dragon horns on the dragon's body alone were as tall as Hanzo. Under Hanzo's control, the thick water dragon circled around Hanzo and absorbed the surrounding water to become thicker. The super water dragon on Hanzo's side was very powerful, and the sea of fire spit out by Muyu was also not to be underestimated. The ninjas who were a little closer felt a sense of heat. They had never seen such a fire ninjutsu, and the temperature of the flame was so terrifying. Master Hanzo will definitely win. Although Muyu's fire ninjutsu did not look like an ordinary fire ninjutsu, the rain ninjas believed that Hanzo would definitely win in a ninjutsu duel. Because this is common sense for ninjas, water ninjutsu restrains fire ninjutsu, and even if fire ninjutsu is stronger, it cannot defeat water ninjutsu. Ichigo, you have a lot of credit for this victory. This guy actually wanted to use fire escape to deal with Hanzo's fire escape. Seeing this, the rain ninja Jonin couldn't help but say to Muyu's shadow clone next to him. Muyu had performed a trick of extinguishing water with fire in the battle of the shadow clone before. Muyu's shadow clone smiled and said nothing. Of course he has credit, but not for Hanzo, but for the Shinobi clan. The initial detonating talisman trap was tampered by him, so Muyu and his team only suffered some aftermath. Shimura Danzo also laughed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is extremely good at fire escape, would not use fire escape to fight Hanzo in this weather. Shimura Danzo thought that the balance of victory was tilting towards Hanzo. These guys can never imagine how terrifying the power of this fire escape is. Seeing Muyu using the fire dragon dance again, Kakazu was still a little scared. Muyu's fire dragon dance is the strongest fire escape ninjutsu Kakazu has ever seen, and its power can even crush his head. Hard work and pressure combined wind and fire ninjutsu. Kakazu had met strong men before, but this was the first time he had met Muyu, a ninja whose ninjutsu had killed 4 of his lives. Of course, this was mainly because he had not yet practiced the earthly disaster when he met Hashirama Senju. Kakazu would think that other ninjas who used fire escape to fight Hanzo in a rainstorm were out of their minds, but Kakazu really thought that Miyu might be able to do it. "Uncle Sosuke, come on." Yahiko was resisting the incoming attacks while cheering for Miyu in his heart. The image of Hanzo in Yahiko's mind had been completely shattered. In Yahiko's mind, the only hope for the Rain Country was Miyu and Nagato. The sea of fire that Miyu spewed out split into 6 fire dragons as it continued to move forward, blocking all the directions of the giant water dragon. Although it was not as big as Hanzo's giant water dragon, the 6 fire dragons moving together also looked extraordinary and particularly dazzling on this gloomy rainy day. Boom! As they continued to move forward, the water dragon and the fire dragon finally collided with each other, and the huge energy carried by both sides exploded, tearing the ground apart and burning it black. The powerful shockwave overwhelmed the trees next to them, and the strong wind caused the raindrops in the sky to become chaotic and hit all around randomly. Everyone was extremely focused on the center of the ninjutsu collision. As the leaders of both sides, the battle between them could greatly affect the entire battle situation. Shimura Danzo's face changed slightly. This was different from what he imagined. It should be Hanzo's water escape that destroyed Miyu's fire escape. How is it possible? Could his fire escape be stronger than Hiruzan's? Shimura Danzo was full of doubts. Although Shimura Danzo thought that Sarutobi Hiruzan's personality was not suitable for becoming a Hokage, Shimura Danzo acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzan's strength. It's really exaggerated. Huang Tu was shocked. If the process of this battle was told, there would be an undisputed strongest fire escape ninja in the ninja world. Using fire escape to compete with the strongest water escape in the ninja world, the gold content of this fire escape is really too high. Kakazu nodded, not surprised. This was the fire escape that killed 4 of his lives at once, and it should be this powerful. Zizizizi! Exclamation mark. The thick body of the water dragon gradually turned into water mist and dissipated under the influence of the fire dragon's fiery flames. Although the fire dragon was also being worn down by the water dragon, the speed was much slower. In this water-fire duel, the power of the fire dragon gradually overwhelmed the water dragon. Although the size of the fire dragon became smaller, it became more dazzling in the eyes of the ninjas. Hanzo's expression gradually changed from calm to slightly changed and finally shocked. He could no longer remain calm. The information revealed by this water-fire confrontation was too horrifying. When a ninja has practiced to the level of Hanzo, he knows the changes in the nature of chakra very well. In the rainy day, a ninja used fire escape to suppress the water escape used by another ninja. This can only mean one thing, that the ninjutsu level of the fire escape ninja is much higher than that of the water escape ninja. This kind of thing often happens in the ninja world, because everyone's ninja talents are different, and it is normal for a genius's fire escape to suppress the water escape of ordinary people. But Hanzo is different. He is recognized as the strongest in water jutsu in the ninja world. He never thought that he would be suppressed by fire jutsu one day. Could it be the inheritance of that ninja clan? Hanzo thought that Miyu's fire jutsu was abnormally strong, inhumanly strong. If it was related to the legendary Six Paths Sage, Hanzo felt it was reasonable. Water jutsu middle. Water array wall. Water jutsu middle. Water chaos. Some of the closer range ninjas saw that Hanzo was at a disadvantage and immediately used water jutsu to help Hanzo resist Miyu's fire jutsu. But Miyu's full-strength fire jutsu was no joke. Under Miyu's control, 6 fire dragons that consumed most of their power merged into a big fire dragon that broke through the water dragon and went straight to Hanzo. Hanzo was a person who cherished his life very much, so he practiced the water instant body technique very skillfully. He once avoided countless ninjutsu by using the water instant body that entered the realm of transformation. Relying on the interference of the rain ninja's water jutsu, Hanzo narrowly avoided the attack of the fire dragon and was not injured. Hanzo licked his dry lips, and his eyes became extremely solemn when he looked at Miyu. The charred marks on the ground and the temperature of his body all told the horror of Miyu's fire escape. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if he was very fast in water, he might not be able to completely dodge Miyu's attack in this situation. Miyu let out a long breath and immediately exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. Although his full-strength fire escape was very strong, It consumed a lot of chakra. Before becoming a Shaktana like Nagato, Muyu's full-strength fire escape could only be used as a big move, and could be used at most once or twice in a battle. If this Osuke can survive, then the Rain Country will change. Huang Tu felt that this trip to the Rain Country was not in vain, and Muyu's ninjutsu information alone was very important. If Muyu defeated Hanzo and replaced Hanzo's position in the Rain Country, then Muyu would be the one that Iwagakure needed to pay attention to. Summoning technique. Seeing that Muyu could use fire escape to suppress his water escape, Hanzo decided to use his last trump card, poison. His summon beast can spray out extremely poisonous fog. Even Tsunade can't easily remove the poison of his salamander. The white fog exploded, and a huge salamander appeared at Hanzo's feet. All ninjas, attack the Shinobi clan ninjas with all your strength, at all costs. Hanzo ordered the rain ninjas immediately after summoning the summoned beast. Although Muyu is very strong, other Shinobi clan ninjas are not as strong as Muyu. Under the impact of 100 elite trained ninjas regardless of casualties, those Shinobi clan ninjas will definitely be injured, which may distract Muyu in the battle. Hanzo initially wanted to defeat Muyu and destroy the Shinobi clan at the lowest cost, but Muyu's strength was too strong. Now Hanzo just wants to completely destroy Muyu, even if many rain ninjas will be killed or injured. After receiving Hanzo's order, the rain ninjas no longer released ninjutsu and threw ninja tools remotely, and all rushed towards Nagato and the others. Those who want to survive should work harder. Hanzo regards this as a breakthrough point. Kakazu understood Hanzo's intention after a little thought. Hanzo's best escape technique is water escape ninjutsu. Even his best escape technique is not as good as Muyu's fire escape technique, so it must be very difficult for Hanzo to defeat Muyu. But Muyu is not alone. He brought the ninja of the ninja sect. If Muyu cares about his companions enough, then these ninja of the ninja sect will be Muyu's flaw. Kakazu, who has been observing Muyu carefully for a while, knows very well what kind of person Muyu is. Muyu cares a lot about the ninja of the ninja sect. If something happens to them, it will definitely affect Muyu's battle. Kai Chang also took a deep breath and took out a few kunai with detonating tags. This is the first time he has participated in a battle of this level. In the past, he only fought with other wandering ninjas at most, and this time his opponent is the demigod Hanzo of the Rain Country, and hundreds of elite ninjas of the Rain Country. I will never let his conspiracy succeed. Yahiko clenched his fists and prepared to fight with all his strength. How much Yahiko admired Hanzo before, how much Yahiko hates Hanzo now. Nagato quickly condensed chakra. His eyes were extremely determined. He wants to protect Yahiko, Konan, and everyone in the ninja clan, and will never let them affect Muyu's battle. Konan took out a paper shrine made with the secret technique of paper, and Yahiko and Nagato quickly formed a seal. Pay attention to the movements of the ninja with the Rinnegan, and you can go out at any time to seize the Rinnegan when necessary. Shimura Danzo warned the root ninja next to him. With hundreds of elite trained ninjas dispatched together, the situation on the field became chaotic, and Shimura Danzo was worried that the Rinnegan would be destroyed. Regardless of whether the Rinnegan can be transplanted or not, it is always right to get it first. Do you want to help Hanzo? Asked the Iwagakure Jonin next to Huang Tu. Let's wait and see. Huang Tu shook his head after thinking. P.S. Today is also 8K, and I ask for a small monthly ticket. I will try to update more before this plot is finished. Chapter 414. The Power of the Samsara Eye. Hanzo stood on the head of the salamander Ibushi and took out his chain sickle from the scroll. The sickle is the most convenient weapon for Hanzo to use. With the chain, the sickle becomes more flexible and the attack range is greatly increased. He once defeated the famous genius warrior Mifune of the Iron Country with a chain sickle. But Hanzo is not ready to compete with Muyu in swordsmanship at close range now, because he is worried about losing. From the beginning of the battle to now, Hanzo has lost to Muyu in every aspect, and he has lost the confidence to kill Muyu alone. Hanzo is ready to use the length of the chain to deal with Muyu. His sickle is also coated with a deadly poison. Even if it is scratched, the poison will quickly flow throughout the body. Hanzo's current tactics are very simple, that is, he will delay Muyu, and 100 elite rain ninjas will attack the Shinobi clan ninjas desperately, so that Muyu will reveal a flaw. This is the last way Hanzo can think of to kill Muyu. If Hanzo is given a chance to start over, he will choose to bring all the ninjas of the Rain Village. As long as he is not as strong as the ninja god Senju Hashirama, he will be killed by the human wave tactics. His water escape alone cannot stop Muyu's fire escape, but if hundreds of ninjas perform water escape together, then Muyu will definitely be defeated. Moreover, no matter how strong the ninjutsu is, chakra and physical strength are limited. The more powerful the ninjutsu is, the more chakra it consumes. Hanzo believes that even Muyu will not be able to release the fire dragon dance casually. I underestimated your personal strength. If you summoned the summoned beast at the beginning, maybe the battle process would be different. You won't have another chance next time, Hanzo said in a deep voice. Next, he will truly devote himself to this battle, do his best to hold Muyu back, and wait for the moment when Muyu reveals a flaw to kill Muyu. If you can tell your subordinates to stop, your words will be more powerful. Muyu took out a gas mask from the scroll and put it on calmly. Of course, Muyu would not come to fight Hanzo without any preparation. He prepared a lot of gas masks. Hanzo's face turned ugly. Muyu came to the meeting with him and even carried a gas mask at all times. Even if he didn't take action, Muyu might take the opportunity to attack. Spray poison. Hanzo ordered the salamander to spray poisonous mist. The salamander immediately opened its mouth, and the highly toxic purple mist sprayed out of its mouth and rushed towards Muyu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hanzo's body was not idle either. He instantly fired 3 kunai with detonating tags at Muyu. Muyu didn't have antibodies to salamander toxins like him. As long as the gas mask was destroyed, Muyu would soon be poisoned and paralyzed. But Muyu, who opened the transparent world, discovered Hanzo's actions at the first time and threw out shuriken at high speed to intercept. As for the poisonous mist, Muyu didn't have a good way to deal with it, but he didn't have to worry about the poisonous mist for the time being with the gas mask. It can only be said that a good summoning beast can indeed effectively improve the strength of a ninja. Although Muyu also has a summoning beast, it is safer to use it as a means of transportation with high use strength. Next, Hanzo took the word steady to the limit. As soon as Muyu showed signs of attacking, he would use the water flash body technique to run away, and use poison gas and ninja tools to consume them. But Muyu really couldn't ignore Hanzo, otherwise Hanzo would dare to rush into the ninja sect with a sickle and kill them. Under Hanzo's deliberate maneuvering, the battle between Muyu and Hanzo became a cat-and-mouse game. Although Muyu still had a considerable advantage, he was somewhat restrained because of the poisonous mist of the salamander, and the rhythm of the battle began to slow down. Hanzo had never fought such an embarrassing battle in his life, but at this moment he had no choice, because he really couldn't win the head-on battle. Because of Hanzo's order, the battle on Nagato's side became extremely fierce. All the rain ninjas tried their best to attack, and the ninja tools and ninjutsu kept hitting Nagato and his team. 8 to 100, on average, each person on Nagato's side had to face about 12 opponents. The key is that these rain ninjas are not weak, and they are all elites in the Rain Village. Strictly speaking, except for Kakazu Yahiko, Nagato Konan and the other 4, the remaining Shinobi clan ninjas may not be able to beat these rain ninjas one-on-one. Kakazu killed the rain ninja who rushed up with a tentacle fist, but was soon attacked by other rain ninjas. Due to the large number of people, even Kakazu was inevitably injured. However, Kakazu had the Earth's resentment, which allowed him to quickly seize the heart to restore his strength. Although he could not return to his prime directly, he could recover most of it. He alone held back half of the ninjas, but the remaining half of the ninjas also put a lot of pressure on Nagato and his team, and the weaker Kuroda Chichang soon suffered injuries. Water style, water chaos. Yahiko saw Kuroda trapped on the side and immediately used ninjutsu to help him out, and rushed forward to kick the rain ninja next to Kuroda who wanted to sneak attack away. Every ninja of the Shinobi clan was fighting with all his strength. Kakazu Yahiko tried his best to resist the pressure, and Nagato kept making seals with his palms, and ninjutsu came out of Nagato's palms and mouth one by one, acting as the main output position in the team. Konan was using her own paper secret technique to relieve the pressure on Yahiko and the others, while the rest of the people were assisting Nagato and paying attention to the rain ninjas who were making sneak attacks. Under the stimulation of the life and death crisis, the tacit understanding of the few people soared, and everyone played their due role without interfering with others. It's terrible. Naivety can be contagious, Kakazu sighed as he observed the ninjas of the Shinobi clan with his peripheral vision. Kakazu could hardly imagine that the Shinobi clan ninjas who were fighting side by side now had only known each other for a few months. Faced with such a battle that was almost certain to die, even the weakest Shinobi clan ninjas did not run away, retreat, or betray their companions. Kakazu originally thought that the cautious Kai-Chang would also run away, but Kai-Chang also fought very hard. Of course, it was just hard work. In Kakazu's opinion, it might be easier for them to fight without Kai-Chang. In order to protect their companions from the Shinobi clan, Yahiko and Nagato could not exert their full strength. If Kakazu had not recovered most of his strength to stop half of the ninjas, I'm afraid there would have been casualties in the team long ago. If the village had been like this at the beginning, the result would be, Kakazu kicked the rain ninja next to him away and took the initiative to interrupt his thoughts, because he knew that the profit-seeking high-ranking officials would never do that. If the high-ranking officials of Teikainan were present, they would definitely choose to abandon the weak ninjas directly and would not spend time protecting them. Despite the tacit cooperation, the enemies were too many and too strong, and Nagato and his team inevitably fell into a disadvantage, and the disadvantage was expanding rapidly. Nagato was extremely anxious, but he did not have the ability to break the situation, because although he knew a lot of ninjutsu, none of them had the power of Miyu's fire dragon dance. After noticing the situation on Nagato's side, Miyu deliberately pulled the battlefield between him and Hanzo towards Nagato. The battle-hardened Hanzo soon discovered Miyu's idea. Hanzo pretended not to notice it and let Miyu approach the valley. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yahiko's strength was not as good as Kakazu's, and he did not have the earth's resentment. The huge pressure made Yahiko barely able to support it. Anxious Nagato rushed forward to help Yahiko relieve the pressure, but this prevented Nagato from using ninjutsu at a high frequency to suppress him, and soon Nagato himself was surrounded by the rain ninjas. Wind style. Windblade. Miyu suddenly stopped fighting with Hanzo, and flashed to the side of the rain ninjas and threw out two sharp wind blades, instantly killing the rain ninjas surrounding Nagato Yahiko. The rain ninjas knew that Miyu was the biggest enemy in this battle, and many of them immediately attacked Miyu. But Miyu was agile, and none of the rain ninjas' attacks could work. Finally, I've waited for this opportunity. A touch of joy flashed in Hanzo's eyes, and he condensed his chakra and shot a water line towards Miyu. Teacher, be careful. Nagato was about to thank Miyu when he noticed Hanzo's attack and shouted to remind Miyu, but Hanzo's timing was too good. When Nagato reminded him, Hanzo's attack was already close to Miyu. Miyu tried her best to dodge but only avoided the vitals. Blood splashed, and Miyu's abdomen was pierced by the water line, leaving a blood hole. At this time, Miyu was not far from Nagato. Nagato, who had excellent eyesight, could clearly see the splattered blood and the blood hole of Miyu that was constantly gushing out blood. It was only the blood flowing from one person, but in Nagato's eyes, the whole world was stained with blood, as if the whole world was cursed. What a pity. If Sosuke hadn't brought people to Hanzo, there would be no way. Huang Tu showed regret. For personal reasons, Huang Tu appreciated Miyu, who was affectionate and righteous, more than Hanzo, who would do anything to achieve his goal. Hanzo's sneak attack this time was enough to wipe out all of Miyu's previous advantages and establish a huge advantage for himself. This degree of wound would affect Miyu's combat effectiveness, and Hanzo's poison gas could also directly enter Miyu's body through the wound. Although he admired Miyu, Huang Tu would not help. After all, Miyu's ninja sect was suspected of killing the Iwagakure ninja. Shimura Danzo smiled, and the situation was moving in the direction he hoped for most. Although Miyu was injured, she still had some fighting power. Even if she was defeated by Hanzo, she could consume most of Hanzo's strength. At that time, he would let his subordinates come out to pretend to be rain ninja to help, and the reward was only a pair of samsara eyes. Uncle Sosuke, Yahiko, who was beside him, saw that Miyu was injured and took out the bandage from the ninja bag with an anxious look on his face. But before Yahiko could put the bandage on Miyu's hand, the Rain Ninja and Hanzo attacked again. Looking at the injured Miyu and Yahiko, who was in danger again, Nagato felt a little desperate. He found that the peace he pursued seemed to be wrong, and people could not understand each other. Obviously, their ninja clan did not do anything to let down the Rain Ninja village, but Hanzo wanted to deceive them into the valley and wanted to destroy them. Teacher Miyu has stronger strength than Hanzo, but he was injured by the despicable and insidious Hanzo because he wanted to protect them. An organization that does the right thing is deceived and falls into crisis, and noble and upright people are hurt by despicable and insidious people. Is this world really normal? Does everyone have to experience the same pain in order to understand each other? Nagato clenched his fists, and his thoughts became extreme under the influence of negative emotions in his heart. I can't do anything, and I haven't done anything well. Nagato looked back on his life and found that his whole life was a failure. If he could use the samsara eye, then maybe he could stop the Konoha ninja from killing his parents, instead of going berserk and killing the Konoha ninja afterwards. Nagato, who killed the Konoha ninja, did not feel the pleasure of revenge, because no matter how much revenge his parents took, they would not come back to him. If he could master his own power, he would not kill so many enemies because of the samsara eye. There are some people he doesn't want to kill. The Akatsuki organization is committed to using non-violent means to achieve peace. Killing is the last extreme means of dealing with it. Not only can he not use his own power well, he can't do daily trivial things well. His speeches can't be as passionate as Yahiko, and the food he makes is not delicious. If you think about it carefully, he can't even show his emotions well. Even if I am like this, I want to protect Yahiko and want to protect Miyu. Teacher. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Nagato clenched his fists tighter and tighter, not relaxing even when his nails dug into his flesh. The huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body was rioting along with his emotions, and a terrifying aura rose from Nagato's body. Kakazu turned around and saw that it was Nagato with a surprised look on his face. He didn't know that there was another strong man in the ninja sect besides Miyu. The sharp Hanzo also noticed something wrong, and immediately stopped attacking and performed the water flash body technique, Shinro Tensei. Nagato's eyes were shaken violently, and an extremely powerful repulsive force burst out, and all the ninjutsu and ninja tools that attacked Nagato and his men were all bounced away. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! Some ninjas who were close were directly embedded in the rock wall next to them by this powerful repulsive force. I didn't expect that there would be a ninja of this level in the ninja sect besides Sosuke. Hanzo, who dodged the attack, frowned. The strength displayed by the ninja sect far exceeded his expectations. Tanian. Nagato stretched out his hand to the Rain Ninjas not far away, and the Rain Ninjas were instantly horrified to find that their bodies were moving forward at an uncontrolled speed. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Miyu seized the opportunity and spit out a large number of fireballs to destroy all the ninjas that were sucked in. This sudden change shocked the ninjas present. Is this the power of the samsara eye? A hint of greed flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, but he did not take action. Although he wanted the samsara eye very much, Shimura Danzo did not lose his mind. The current situation was obviously beyond Hanzo's control. I overestimated Hanzo's strength. Thinking of the price he paid for this action, Shimura Danzo's face became gloomy. In order to provoke conflicts, he lost some elite roots. These elite roots were cultivated by him at the cost of a lot of money and resources. He would not be happy if one of them died. If he achieved his goal, Shimura Danzo would be able to accept it, but the situation on the scene was heading in the direction he least wanted to see. There are still masters. Huang Tu was shocked by the strength shown by the ninja clan. Hanzo led 100 elite ninjas from the Rain village, set up traps in advance and had the advantage of the field, but such sufficient preparations failed to capture 9 ninjas from the ninja clan. At this moment, Nagato's mind was in chaos, and his body was acting entirely on instinct. He didn't know what he was doing. There was only one voice in his head, which was to protect his companions and give the enemy pain. Nagato flashed and appeared in front of a rain ninja, and his palm grabbed the opponent's abdomen, directly grabbing the opponent's soul, and instantly killed another person. Although Nagato's strength was not as good as Muyu's, Nagato's weird methods made the rain ninjas feel uneasy. Super Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Because the salamander was still condensing poisonous mist, Hanzo didn't dare to move forward, and used water escape from above to hit Nagato. But Muyu was only injured instead of losing his combat effectiveness. Muyu, who re-entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, once again let everyone know who the real strongest person on this battlefield was. Fire Escape Middle. Fire Dragon Dance. A large amount of hot flames were spit out by Muyu, who quickly spit out flames to form a small sea of fire and then split into a fire dragon. Because the flame temperature was too high, the moist valley also became dry, and the accumulated water on the ground disappeared without a trace under the baking of the hot flames. The dazzling blazing fire dragon engulfed Hanzo's thick water dragon, once again letting everyone know that a strong enough flame is not afraid of water. No more rain ninjas in the valley dared to attack Muyu and the others, and they were all rapidly pulling away, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying flame. After all, this was a terrifying flame that even the demigod Hanzo could not stop. Only Muyu's shadow clone launched an attack with water escape, which was particularly eye-catching on the battlefield where all of the rain ninjas were defeated. If it was Hanzo 10 years ago, he might have praised Muyu as the strongest fire escape and took the initiative to make Muyu famous. But now Hanzo just wants to know how to kill Muyu. The strength shown by the Shinobi sect is too strong. In addition to Muyu, the top powerhouse, there is also Nagato, a not-so-simple ninja. Such a Shinobi sect is enough to threaten the status of the Rain Country and the Rain Village. Hanzo racked his brains to think but found that he had lost the opportunity to kill Muyu. Muyu seemed to know his information about the salamander. When Muyu was injured, the cooling time of the salamander's poison mist was still 4 minutes. Nagato burst out and cleared a group of rain ninjas. Muyu killed some more rain ninjas, and with the rain ninjas killed by Kakazu before, there were only more than 20 rain ninjas left on the field who could fight. The terrifying strength displayed by Muyu, the large number of casualties of his subordinates, and Nagato's strange methods made Hanzo feel like retreating. According to the experience of this battle, although he could not beat Muyu, because of the restraint of ninjutsu and the poison of his summoned beast, it would not be so easy for Muyu to defeat him. There would be more rain ninjas who could fight for him when he returned to the Rain Village, and although the ninja sect had strong people, there were very few ninjas, and there was absolutely no way to fight the entire Rain Village head-on. For the sake of the Rain Country and the Rain Village, I can't die, Hanzo murmured in a low voice as if trying to convince himself. Thinking of this, Hanzo no longer hesitated and decided to give up the plan to eliminate the ninja sect this time. He wanted to retreat. The plan was cancelled. Retreat. Hanzo took a last look at the extremely dazzling fire dragon. As the strongest water escape, he failed because of the fire escape. This would be a defeat he would never forget in his life. Finally, Hanzo turned into a pool of water and disappeared on the spot. The rain ninjas who received Hanzo's order also retreated quickly as if they had been pardoned. After today, no matter how much the rain ninjas respect Hanzo, they have to admit that the strongest position in the Rain Country has changed. Ninja Master Sosuke is the strongest ninja in the Rain Country. Sosuke and Hanzo's strengths are indeed different, but it is not that Hanzo is stronger than Sosuke, but that Sosuke is stronger than Hanzo. Shimura Danzo looked at the dazzling fire dragon with fear in his heart. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's evaluation of Hanzo dropped rapidly. Shimura Danzo never thought that Hanzo could not do anything, and not even one person in the ninja sect died. This made Shimura Danzo very depressed. Muyu was only injured, and the Samsara ninja was in his prime. Wouldn't his root elite die in vain, without any effect? You stay and wait for the opportunity. After leaving such a sentence, Shimura Danzo left without hesitation. The Samsara is very powerful, but Shimura Danzo values his own life more. If he participates in the battle personally, it may be dangerous. Shimura Danzo is not afraid of death, He feels that his death is a great loss to Konoha. He cannot die for the sake of the village. Hiruzen is too indecisive. Konoha cannot do without me, Shimura Danzo thought to himself. Although he failed to obtain tangible results, Shimura Danzo still felt that his action was very meaningful. If there was no such action, he would not know the strength of the ninja clan, the Samsara Eye, and the fire release of the ninja clan leader, which was the strongest in the ninja world. A failed action could not hit Shimura Danzo. If it didn't work this time, he would think of a way next time. The rain country is about to change. Huang Tu admired the dazzling fire dragon for the last time, and then left with his subordinates. He wanted to bring this information back to the Hidden Rock village. Even if the other ninjas of the ninja clan were not counted, Muyu, Kakazu, and Nagato together would be a considerable force. Although Hanzo's reason for attacking the ninja clan was to give an explanation to the Hidden Rock village, there were still some doubts about this incident, and Huang Tu would not act rashly. Moreover, with the strength shown by Muyu and the others, the little power Huang Tu brought was not enough. If he really wanted to deal with Muyu, Huang Tu felt that either his father would do it himself or send out a Jinchuriki. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Teacher, are you okay? After waking up, Nagato asked about Muyu's condition regardless of his own weakness. It's just a minor injury. Muyu replied with a warm smile. If Muyu wanted, he didn't have to get hurt. Sometimes it's better to get hurt. Chapter 415 Nagato explodes gold coins. Disciple Nagato's trust level has been upgraded, and the current trust level is 3. As Muyu expected, the trust level has been upgraded. Before, he confessed his identity to Nagato, which increased his trust to a certain extent. Now he is fighting to protect each other, so it is normal for the trust level to increase. If Muyu had been with Nagato for 2 years instead of 2 months, Muyu felt that he might be able to rush to the trust level 4 in one go. After all, the time was too short, but Muyu was satisfied with the current results. In addition to completing the plan to recruit disciples, Muyu also did some things within his ability for the ninja world as he had thought before. He founded the ninja sect in the Rain Country to spread the idea of peace. If the ninja sect continues to develop at the current momentum, it will not only maintain world peace, but also change the chaotic situation in the Rain Country. I will treat you first. Muyu split his shadow clone to treat the ninja sect ninjas, and then used the Palm Immortal technique to heal himself. Seeing that Muyu seemed to be fine, Nagato, who had been tense, finally relaxed, and his face was pale and he was breathing heavily. Although he was brave and valiant when he ran away, his chakra and energy consumption were very high. The other Shinobi clan ninjas also collapsed on the ground with a sense of relief. Although not much time had passed, this tense life and death battle was particularly tiring. We actually won. Kai Chang, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, was a little bit unbelievable. He originally thought that the best result would be that Muyu led them to escape successfully. After all, the opponent was Hanzo, the strongest demigod in the Rain Country and also known as the top ninja in the ninja world, and Hanzo brought so many elite Rain ninjas. This time it was a complete victory for them. No one died, only people were injured. Of course, Kai Chang also knew that although he was one of the participants, this victory had little to do with him. It was all Muyu, Kakazu and Nagato who made the effort. The best player of the game was undoubtedly Muyu, who stopped the strongest Hanzo and helped them out when they were in the most difficult time. Kakazu also made a great contribution. If it weren't for Kakazu who stopped so many Rain ninjas alone, those weak Shinobi clan ninjas would not be able to withstand such great pressure. Before Nagato exploded, he acted as a ninjutsu turret output. After the explosion, he quickly solved many enemies, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Although he won a rare victory, the atmosphere was very quiet. No one spoke. Even Yahiko, who usually spoke the most, was silent. However, everyone had different reasons. Nagato and Chichan were too tired to talk, and Yahiko was too shocked to speak. Even if Yahiko hated Hanzo now, his feelings for Hanzo were real before today. He really admired and yearned for Hanzo. He met Muyu and became a member of the ninja sect, and walked a distance on the road of pursuing peace. He was invited by his idol Hanzo to maintain peace in the Rain Country together. These two things were very happy things for Yahiko. The combination of the two should have brought him a dream-like happiness, but the reality was that the cooperation was just a bait, and Hanzo wanted to get rid of the ninja sect. Why did it become like this? Are those rumors all false? Are they all promoted by Hanzo? Yahiko couldn't figure it out. The person who finally broke the silence was Kakazu. Sosuke, you are such a strange person. Kakazu sewed up his body and said to Miyu. Kakazu didn't know how to evaluate Miyu. To say that Miyu was naive, he felt that the entire development of this incident was under Miyu's control. Miyu took the initiative to walk into Hanzo's trap because she wanted the Shinobi clan ninja to see the cruel reality. Can people who do this and think about these things be said to be naive? Kakazu felt that naive people would not be like this. A slight mistake might kill some weak Shinobi clan ninjas. If Miyu is not naive, Miyu's goals and thoughts are naive fantasies that cannot be realized in Kakazu's eyes. What kind of person is Miyu? Kakazu became more and more confused as he got along with her, but Kakazu was not without gain. He knew that Miyu was very strong, and there was a kind of unfathomable strength. Just strange. That's okay. Miyu smiled easily. He thought Kakazu would say more aggressive words. Kakazu's face darkened slightly. He still respected the strong. You're still crying even though you won. I don't know why I thought you lost the battle and your companions died. Kakazu was not so gentle to Yahiko and opened fire directly. Yahiko wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. He felt that the fact that the ninja clan fell into Hanzo's trap had a lot to do with him, and he deserved to be blamed. Why? Do you think everything is your fault? Don't think too much of yourself. Kakazu seemed to see through Yahiko's thoughts, because Yahiko wanted to explain, but found that Kakazu's words blocked him. Seeing that Yahiko was being criticized too harshly, Konan wanted to speak up to help Yahiko. But Kakazu didn't care about gender or age, and attacked both Konan and Yahiko at the same time. However, Kakazu would not target people under normal circumstances, so he attacked others as well. It's not terrible to encounter setbacks, but it's terrible to be unable to recover because of setbacks. We should learn from the lessons and use them as nutrients for growth to make ourselves stronger. Miyu ended the dispute with one sentence. Kakazu had to admit that Miyu was very good at speaking nice words. He understood the truth, but if he wanted him to speak so nicely, Kakazu really couldn't do it. You didn't kill me. I saved your subordinates, so the grudge between us is even. Kakazu suddenly said. I really helped a lot this time, thank you. Miyu smiled and nodded to thank him. Without Kakazu's help, this battle would not have been so smooth. No need to thank me. If you really thank me, just give me money, Kakazu said bluntly. That won't work. The money I have is for treating everyone to a meal after the meeting. But I can treat you to a meal together. Miyu refused to pay. Do you want to eat? Yes, Kakazu agreed without hesitation. He must give Miyu a good meal. Kakazu believed that Miyu had no money, because although Miyu was very powerful, he would definitely have no money if he didn't do commissions and didn't steal or rob. Before leaving, Miyu found the kunai that Hanzo had originally thrown to Miyu to commit suicide, and the kunai became worn out because it was affected by the explosion. Miyu gave the worn-out kunai to Yahiko. If you really can't let it go, you should learn from this experience. Yahiko nodded seriously and put away the worn-out kunai. He would probably never forget what happened today. Although Miyu said that he would treat everyone to a meal, he still had to go back to the Shinobi headquarters first to announce Hanzo's affairs. In addition, some people were worried that Hanzo would send ninjas to kill the Shinobi ninjas who did not attend the meeting. After returning to the Shinobi headquarters, Yahiko Chichan was relieved to see a peaceful village. Kakazu was not worried because he felt that Miyu must have been prepared and left some backup. Miyu summoned the Shinobi ninjas and told them about Hanzo's conspiracy. The Shinobi ninjas all looked incredulous. If it wasn't Miyu who was speaking, they would never believe that Hanzo would do such a thing. Some of them were not interested in Hanzo, but no one thought that Hanzo was a sinister and cunning villain. In the impression of the Rain Country ninjas, Hanzo has always been a broad-minded strong man. I didn't expect Hanzo to be such a person. Are you alright? Boss, Hatosuke immediately believed Miyu's words and looked at Yahiko worriedly. Although Hatosuke usually liked to joke with Yahiko, he also knew that Yahiko would definitely not be in a good mood at this time. It's okay, Uncle Sosuke is very strong, and this time Hanzo is asking for trouble. Yahiko shook his head and said, read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar. First published this novel, being mediated by Kakazo and Miyu along the way. Yahiko has thought a lot at this time. It doesn't matter what kind of person Hanzo is, what's important is what he will do next. After listening to the whole process of Miyu and others attending the meeting, a large number of shinobi ninjas showed shocked expressions again. It's not that they are easy to make a fuss, but the content is too shocking to the Rain Country ninja. The shinobi ninjas all respect Miyu, but in their hearts, the strongest in the Rain Country is still Hanzo, because this is the impression that has been held for decades and it is difficult to change all at once. Miyu's repulsion of Hanzo is basically equivalent to the 3 views of the Rain Country ninja being shattered, and it is difficult not to be shocked. Miyu also knew what kind of impact this incident would have on the Rain Country ninja, so he gave them enough buffer time and did not arrange any affairs. After a brief rest, Nagato could not help but ask Miyu for advice on fire escape. After this battle, Nagato found that although he was proficient in using various ninjutsu, there was still a lot of room for improvement, whether it was simple ninjutsu or high-powered ninjutsu. While helping Nagato solve his doubts, Miyu also taught Nagato a fire escape ninjutsu. You taught your disciple the fire dragon flame bomb. Because your disciple was very grateful for the reward, you received a great critical hit and received a reward. Lightning attribute chakra nature change. Mastery level. Miyu nodded in his heart. This reward was not bad, although he relied on brushing classes to brush out the mastery level of lightning attribute chakra nature change. His proficiency was not high. Repeated rewards can increase his proficiency. However, for Miyu, the best reward for Nagato is the usual apprenticeship return to the master, and every day he is improving Miyu's chakra. Disciple Nagato's diligent practice increases chakra. Apprentice returns to master with chakra plus 240. If Miyu wants to get these 240 chakras through classes, she has to take 12 small classes to get them. But they are only the rewards for Nagato's one-day practice at the second level of trust. Miyu saw the hope of chakra freedom in Nagato. Maybe in a few years, he will not need to shut down the breathing chakra mode after entering it, and the armed color domineering can be used with other ninjutsu at will without worrying about consumption. Since the content of this teaching is not special, Miyu did not take Nagato to the barrier hut on purpose. Other ninjas of the Shinobi clan came to listen to the class subconsciously. Later, Miyu simply gave a fire escape class, and even Kakazu listened to the class seriously. Using fire escape to defeat the strongest water escape in the current ninja world, the gold content of Miyu's fire escape is too high. Miyu lectured until the evening, and because of time factors, he just ate at the base. At night, Kakazu lay in his room and kept thinking about Miyu's lectures. If this guy charges for lessons, he might make more than me. Kakazu admired Miyu's ability to explain. Mastering something and being able to teach others well are two different things, and teaching others is also a talent. After Kakazu closed his eyes, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. Aren't I going to leave? Why am I sleeping here? Kakazu then remembered that he and Miyu said that they were going to cancel out their grudges and that they were going to run away. But Sosuke hasn't eaten yet. Kakazu got up and sat on the bed again and fell into thought. He found that it didn't matter whether he left or not, and he had no home to go back to. Kakazu's home used to be Teikainen village, but because he was betrayed by the top leaders, Kakazu had no home and had been wandering freely in the ninja world, going wherever there were ninjas with high bounties. People like Sosuke and forces like the ninja clan will probably clash with many strong people in the future, and it will definitely be easy for them to encounter people with bounties. Kakazu thought a lot. He recalled the first battle with Miyu. At that time, he felt that Miyu was very strong, but according to the battle between Miyu and Hanzo, Miyu actually showed mercy. Kakazu also recalled his life when he was sealed in the ninja clan by Miyu. In order to deny Miyu's idea of denying the ninja clan, Kakazu kept an eye on the entire ninja clan during his journey. After all, he had nothing else to do. Finally, thinking about today's battle, Kakazu finally lay back on the bed. Following the ninja clan, he could meet ninjas with bounties, and he could also take Muyu's class. It didn't seem to be a bad thing. Besides, he hadn't eaten the meal that Muyu said he would treat him to, so he had to finish the meal before leaving, otherwise he would lose out. Sosuke knows the Samsara Eye, but he doesn't seem to be interested in it. Sosuke is very powerful and can suppress Hanzo's water jutsu with fire jutsu when it rains. Black Zetsu told Uchiha Madara everything that happened in the land of rain. It shouldn't affect my plan in the short term. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to what Black Zetsu said later. For the ninjas of the land of rain, Hanzo is the strongest person engraved in their minds. But for Uchiha Madara, Hanzo is just a junior who is not very familiar with him. How strong can he be? Uchiha Madara looked down on everyone except Hashirama equally. Keep an eye on him and collect information about him. Uchiha Madara thought for a while and said, Nagato occupies an important position in Uchiha Madara's resurrection plan. His successor will guide Nagato. If Muyu is still with Nagato at that time, then Muyu will be an obstacle that must be removed. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who didn't care much about Muyu, Black Zetsu was a little disappointed. He thought Uchiha Madara could come up with some solutions to Muyu. Black Zetsu attaches great importance to Muyu. The level of fire escape technique Muyu showed after the battle with Hanzo made Muyu's so-called ninja inheritance more credible. How could an ordinary person practice fire escape technique to this level? After living for thousands of years, doesn't he know the limits of ordinary ninjas? Madara is only this level, so it's good. As long as the Moon Eye plan is completed, the last step will be very simple. Black Zetsu is ready to find a way to deal with this ninja named Sosuke. Chapter 416 Return to Konoha. After Hanzo was defeated, the name of Ninja Master Sosuke spread throughout the ninja world at a very fast speed. The impact caused by this time was far greater than any previous time. Kakazu was not weak in strength, but his reputation was very ordinary in the entire ninja world. Only some strong people or ninjas in the black market knew Kakazu. Hanzo was different. All the wandering ninjas from the ninja villages and countries in the ninja world knew that there was a top strong man named Demigod Hanzo in the ninja world. Even among ordinary people, Hanzo was extremely famous and was a strong man who truly shocked the ninja world. Therefore, the news that Hanzo led the ninja army to be defeated by Ninja Master Sosuke spread very quickly after it spread out. This was also a shocking event in the chaotic ninja world today. However, the reason why it could spread so quickly was not entirely because of Hanzo's fame, but also because someone was secretly fanning the flames. Muyu was also a little surprised when he learned that the news spread throughout the ninja world, because he did not instruct the ninjas of the ninja sect to spread this matter specifically. As for the ninjas of Rain Village, it is even less likely that they will actively spread the news, because after the news came out, Rain Village also came out to refute the rumor, indicating that their leader Hanzo had never taken action, and it was even less likely to retreat. Of course, the refutation of the rumor by Rain Village did not have much effect, but further confirmed the authenticity of the news, because Rain Village only said it, and did not take any actual action immediately, as if they were afraid of something. In addition, there are too many details in the circulated news. Even the location of the battle is very clear. There are ninjas who went to check the situation, and there are indeed traces of a powerful ninja battle. Under the comprehensive consideration of various factors, Hanzo's retreat was confirmed, and the ninja master Sosuke was identified as a top ninja in the ninja world who is good at fire escape. Muyu guessed that it might be Shimura Danzo's work, which would further intensify the conflict between the ninja sect and Rain Village. However, Muyu did not care too much. If the ninja sect wants to develop and spread its ideas, it will inevitably conflict with the Rain Village, and this matter is not without benefits. At least the reputation is spread, and ninjas who agree with the ideas of the ninja sect will take the initiative to join the ninja sect. Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Building. Huang Tu personally handed the information he had collected in the valley to Inoki. Lord Tsuchikage, Hanzo is willing to cooperate with our Iwagakure to eliminate the ninja clan. Do you want to cooperate with them? Huang Tu asked after Inoki put down the information. Although Hanzo can't defeat Sosuke, it's not easy for Sosuke to defeat Hanzo. As someone who watched the battle in its entirety, Huang Tu knew the strength of both of them very well. In terms of hard power, Muyu is much stronger than Hanzo and can suppress Hanzo's water escape with fire escape, but Muyu can't deal with Hanzo's toxic fog of salamander. In addition, Hanzo's water instant body technique is very exquisite, so it is not easy for Muyu to defeat Hanzo. Inoki shook his head and looked at Huang Tu and asked, why do we have to cooperate to eliminate the ninja clan? Is there any benefit for us in Iwagakure? If the ninjas on the border are really killed by the ninja clan, I think we can cooperate with the rain ninjas. We can't let the ninjas in the village die in vain. We have to avenge them. Huang Tu expressed his thoughts. Huang Tu would not act rashly before the matter was investigated clearly, but if it was really done by the ninja clan, Huang Tu would never let the ninja clan go just because Muyu was strong. A trace of disappointment flashed across Inoki's face. It was good to care about the village ninjas, but to become a shadow, more was needed. This matter would not be done by the ninja clan ninjas. Inoki searched on the desk for a while and threw a document to Huang Tu. Huang Tu took the document and looked through it, and found that it was all kinds of things that the ninja clan did during their travels, helping the villagers solve various difficulties and fighting bandits. This is a ninja force that yearns for innocence and peace. They have no reason to kill the ninjas of the great ninja village, which will bring disaster to the rain country. Inoki explained. In Inoki's imagination, there could only be one reason for the conflict between the ninja clan and the Iwagakure ninjas, that is, the Iwagakure ninjas attacked the rain ninja village and were seen by the ninja clan ninjas. But attacking the rain ninja village is not within the scope of the Iwagakure ninja's job. The main job of Iwagakure in the rain country is to provoke conflicts between Konoha Kumagakure and Sand Village. Even if the two sides clashed, Inoki felt that they should not kill all the Iwagakure ninjas based on the performance of the Shinobi clan ninjas. Inoki judged from his own senior experience in troublemaking that it was most likely that other forces killed the Iwagakure ninjas and then put the blame on the Shinobi clan. Inoki could not be sure which force it was, because since the news that Sosuke had the inheritance of the Shinobi clan spread throughout the ninja world, many people had their eyes on the Shinobi clan and Sosuke, especially after Sosuke defeated Kakazu. From the reputation of the Shinobi clan, it is true, but now all kinds of evidence point to the ninjas in the Shinobi clan. Maybe this is the personal behavior of some Shinobi clan ninjas. Huang Tu thought for a while and said, then you continue to investigate in the rain country, don't get involved yet. Inoki sighed slightly. If Huang Tu said that the Shinobi clan had too much potential and might pose a threat to Iwagakure in the future, he would not be so disappointed. Huang Tu was too honest in thinking about this matter. Huang Tu said goodbye with a respectful face and walked out of the Tsuchikage office. There are too few talented people in the village, Inoki thought as he looked at Huang Tu's back. After a long period of recuperation, the ninja power of Iwagakure has developed very well. The number of combat-ready ninjas in the village has exceeded 10,000. But what worries Inoki is that Iwagakure has not seen a successor that satisfies him. Huang Tu is quite capable, but his character is too honest and he is not suitable to be the Tsuchikage. Other people with suitable characters are too weak and cannot convince the public. The Land of Lightning. The Raikage's office. What kind of inheritance does Sosuke have in his hands? Is it the ninjutsu of the Six Paths Sage? After reading the information, the third Raikage became a little interested in Sosuke. Although the Rain Village is not strong, the third Raikage still recognizes Hanzo's strength. He is definitely a strong man who can beat Hanzo. The Cloud Village believes in the existence of the Six Paths Sage, because there are descendants of the Six Paths Sage in the Cloud Village, and there are also the ninja tools of the Six Paths Sage. Lord Raikage, do you want to mobilize our forces in the Land of Lightning to investigate the inheritance of the ninja sect in Sosuke's hands? Tsuchina asked. Not for the time being. The third Raikage refused. Although he was somewhat interested, the war was raging everywhere, and the Third Raikage felt that it was not worth putting manpower and resources into this aspect. After all, Sosuke was not made of clay, and it would take a lot of effort to deal with him. Fire Country, Konoha. Danzo opened the door with a gloomy face and walked into the Hokage's office without knocking. Hiruzen, I'm right. This ninja master Sosuke must not be underestimated. He has made such a big name in such a short time. We should. Danzo, why did you come in without knocking? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted before Shimura Danzo finished speaking. The increasingly fierce war had already made Sarutobi Hiruzen anxious, and he decided to give Shimura Danzo a warning to make him behave himself. Hiruzen, this is not important. Didn't you see what I gave you? Shimura Danzo wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen again. At work, you call your position, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he could only reluctantly call him Sandaime. He didn't want to call him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was too strong. If he didn't do what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, there might be no way to continue the conversation. You are the assistant of Konoha's Hokage after all. Don't be impatient when things happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and spit out a puff. Hiruzen, I'm doing this for the village, Shimura Danzo emphasized. Look, you're impatient again. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk with his fingers twice. Sandaime, how can I not be impatient about things related to the future of the village? Shimura Danzo said with a dark face. It's too much to say that it's related to the future of the village. Even if Sosuke can defeat Hanzo, his ninja clan is just a ninja organization with less than 100 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with Shimura Danzo's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that Sosuke was a top ninja in the ninja world, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think that Sosuke could cause trouble to Konoha. If one person is strong, that is just one person's business. It is difficult to affect a war. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's experience, Hanzo will be more troublesome than Sosuke in the war, because Hanzo's poisonous fog is difficult to crack. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Shimura Danzo hesitated to speak. There are some information that he cannot tell, otherwise it will expose the unauthorized actions of the root. Compared to the Rain Country, you should put more energy on Kirigakure. The frontline ninjas have sent information that Kirigakure has increased ninjas to increase the invasion of the East Coast. This kind of invasion of the country is intolerable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious. The Fire Country daimyo gave Konoha so much money every year, but it was not given for nothing. Now is the time to do something. Shimura Danzo nodded on the surface, and he felt a little relieved. If this happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no time to investigate the root. He didn't have to worry about his actions being discovered, and he could also take the opportunity to develop the root. This Hanzo seems to be really something. It seems that Sosuke has become much more famous after defeating Hanzo. Many people are discussing it. Obito found that Hanzo seemed to be a good opponent to make a name for himself. The discussion about Ninja Master Sosuke this time was completely different from before. Even some villagers in Konoha were discussing this matter. Why? Do you also want to challenge Hanzo? Kakashi looked at Obito. He felt that with Obito's brain circuit, he might really have such an idea. Of course not. I think if Teacher Muyu goes, he will definitely become famous in the ninja world. Obito waved his hand. He did have the idea of challenging Hanzo, but not now. He had to wait until he felt that he was strong enough before going. Do you think Teacher Muyu likes to be in the limelight as much as you do? Kakashi felt that Obito didn't need to think about changing his position and replace himself with Muyu. If Muyu wanted to be famous, she could have been famous a long time ago. Just stopping the new ab combination of Kumage Cure alone was enough to make Muyu famous in the ninja world. Why did Kakashi dare to be so sure? Because Minato Namikaze became famous for this record, but Muyu was too low-key and never publicized his record. It's not a matter of being in the limelight. I just feel that the title of Ninja Master is more suitable for Teacher Muyu. Obito looked at Muyu next to him. Teacher Muyu, I really think this title is very suitable for you. Those students you taught all said it was good. Only those who are strong and good at teaching can be called ninja masters. But it's not good to snatch other people's titles. Why don't you call your title Great Ninja Master, Teacher Muyu, to be more domineering? Obito thought of a good idea. Bang! Muyu's finger hit Obito's head accurately. Don't think about these messy things. Shisui, who practiced together, is much more proficient in using the great fire extinguishing technique than you. Obito laughed a little embarrassedly and didn't care. Things that don't exist will not be hit. In terms of learning, except for the breathing of fire, Obito is ahead of Shisui, and the progress of any other ninjutsu is not as good as Shisui, so he never compares the progress of ninjutsu with Shisui, but only compares this specific combat power. I'll show you again. Watch carefully. Muyu called Shisui and walked to the open space to demonstrate. Muyu gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra, and then instantly spit out a large flame that was enough to form a sea of fire. After a simple demonstration, Muyu began to explain the techniques, and then demonstrated them in slow motion while talking. Obito and Shisui both showed thoughtful expressions, and quickly started practicing after a break. Not only Obito and Shisui, Muyu also taught all the disciples who were practicing in the South Forest. The disciples had accumulated for 2 months, and with the guidance of Professor Muyu, they all felt that they were in a surprisingly good state today and had gained a lot from their practice. At this time, Muyu was the real body that rushed back from the Rain Country, not the shadow clone. The enlightenment skills can be remotely blessed with the panel, but the professor cannot. Only Muyu himself can play the effect. This is a very embarrassing thing, which makes Muyu can only run back and forth between Konoha and the Rain Country. Fortunately, the improvement of the Yang Seal has solved the problem of the Shadow Clone's chakra to a certain extent, allowing the Shadow Clone to exist longer. Otherwise it would be more troublesome, because in Konoha he has to teach his disciples to handle ninja school affairs, and he is still the leader of the ninja sect, and he has to attend classes to plan the development route of the ninja sect. In order to solve the problem of students attending classes, Muyu has an idea to develop a projection ninjutsu that can see each other thousands of miles away, so that the disciples can take his online classes. Since the class is still the main body, it is reasonable that the teaching skills can be triggered normally. Shisui, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Do you want to participate? After the training, Muyu looked at Shisui and asked, "This Chunin exam is different from Obito and others. It is just a Chunin exam held by Konoha village itself, not jointly held with other ninja villages. In fact, it is now the norm to hold it alone, and it is rare to hold it jointly. After all, the purpose of jointly holding is to show off military power and attract commissions. Konoha's current situation is not suitable for a large-scale Chunin exam." "Yes, please." Shisui thought for a while and replied, "It is beneficial and harmless for him to improve the ninja level. The higher the ninja level, the more important he is in the Uchiha clan." Chapter 417, The Pressure of Sharingan. It may be that Sarutobi Hiruzen is busy recently, or Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to further train Muyu, so Sarutobi Hiruzen directly handed over the Chunin exam to Muyu. In name, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the general manager, and Muyu is the deputy, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is basically just a figurehead. The examination process and the selection of examiners are all decided by Muyu, and he can make the decision directly without reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In a sense, this can also be regarded as a temporary holding of power, because this authority can not only mobilize Konoha's Jonin, but also mobilize part of the Anbu. Even if it is not jointly held with other ninja villages, Konoha attaches great importance to the safety of the Chunin exam. Of course, Muyu has no idea about this, because it is meaningless to him. If this power has always belonged to him, it would be useful, but in essence, this power is temporarily lent to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he can take it back with a word. Compared with being in charge of the exam, Muyu would rather hold the second term of the Anbu training. The S-level reward for the intermediate course is still very good, but it is not realistic now. Konoha's Anbu is very busy and has no time to receive training. Although she has no feelings about being in charge of the Chunin exam, this Chunin exam has a certain meaning for Muyu herself, because Shisui will participate in this Chunin exam. According to Obito's experience, if you can perform well on the Chunin exam, the reward can be said to be quite good. Muyu's Ice Release and Golden Skyline are the results of Obito and his participation in the Chunin exam. In addition to skills, the chakra reward is not small. If there is a chance in the future, Muyu wants Nagato to participate in Konoha's Chunin exam as a ninja from the Rain Village. Although it is a bit bullying, the reward must be taken. Teacher Muyu, I want to be an examiner, Obito volunteered after hearing Muyu say that he would be in charge of the Chunin exam. It's not okay to be the chief examiner. I can only be an ordinary examiner. Muyu thought about it and replied, the chief examiner is generally at least a special jonin, and the rest of the examiners can be chunins. Even ordinary examiners generally do not choose chunins who have been promoted not long ago, but will choose chunins with more qualifications. But Obito's mission record is excellent, and in Konoha, where strength speaks for itself, no one would say anything if he became an ordinary examiner, because if you really compare, most ordinary examiners' mission records may not be as good as Obito's. Obito and his companions followed Minato Nimike's and carried out many A-level war missions on the battlefield. Ordinary chunins usually only do C-level and B-level missions. It doesn't matter if I'm an ordinary examiner, I want to be the examiner of the first exam. Obito looked very excited. Kakashi looked at Obito with a strange face, and for a moment he didn't understand why Obito wanted to be an examiner. It can't be that he lost the last battle and spent half a month doing questions and became a psychopath who wanted to watch others do questions and enjoy the other person's painful expression. The first exam of the village is still too lax. You can pass it by just throwing a note. Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. Since it is a test of teamwork and intelligence-gathering ability, at least it should be done in a more secretive way. Obito also practiced hard to pass the exam. He felt that it was too easy to pass the exam just by taking the note, and it couldn't play the role of the exam. Let me use the Sharingan to supervise them, Obito shouted very imposingly. Kakashi looked at Obito with a frown on his face. What hatred or resentment. He actually wanted to use the Sharingan to catch cheating. It's okay, but it's better not to keep the Sharingan all the time. It will put pressure on the candidates. Muyu's expression was a little subtle. Obito's motivation to become an examiner is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Shisui's expression was indifferent without any change. He was absolutely sure to complete the written test, not to mention the Sharingan. Even if the Byakugan was used as an invigilator, it would be fine. On the day of the Chunin exam, Akaya walked into the Chunin exam written test classroom as a candidate. Seeing Obito in the classroom, Akaya was slightly stunned. Didn't he become a Chunin last year? How could he be in the Chunin examination room? Akaya was a little confused. As one of the most talented ninjas of the younger generation of Akaya, even if Akaya didn't specifically inquire about Obito's news, he could still hear some information about Obito. He also went to watch the Chunin exam. Obito's strength when he took the exam was not comparable to that of ordinary Chunin. When the examiner finished speaking, Akaya was dumbfounded by Obito's speech. My eyes will be on you. You can't pass the exam if you cheat too poorly. Obito opened his Sharingan, glanced at the classroom, and then quickly closed it. Some ninjas with poor theoretical knowledge couldn't help sweating on their foreheads when they saw the blood in Obito's eyes. Hey! Are you serious? Let a Sharingan ninja be the invigilator. The person who arranged him as the examiner must be a devil. How can he cheat like this? Obito only showed his Sharingan for a few seconds, and the candidates below began to sweat. They had a hunch that this might be the most rigorous Chunin exam they had ever participated in. I didn't expect Obito to be the examiner. Fortunately, our theory is not bad, Shiranui Genma said thankfully. Sharingan invigilation is also the first time in the history of Konoha Chunin exam. Compared with the actual combat part, the first round of written test is relatively unimportant. Konoha even worried that the ninjas would not be able to do it, and specially arranged examiners to disguise as students to provide answers. Ebisu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and nodded in approval. Akaya is in a complicated mood now. The last one in the same class and clan has become an examiner, and he is the examinee being supervised. Because of Miyu's reminder, Obito was not too arrogant, but only occasionally opened the Sharingan to scan a few times. However, this still successfully made the first exam of this Chunin exam unusually calm. Few people made small movements, for fear of being stared at by Obito's Sharingan. When the exam was over, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Obito's opening of the Sharingan gave them too much pressure. It really deserves to be the legendary Sharingan. I didn't expect Obito to be so oppressive. A ninja in the same class as Obito couldn't help but complain. Because of Obito's personality, even if he won the first place in the grade later, no one would feel that Obito in a non-combat state could give people pressure. This time, the examiner Obito made them unlock a new image of Obito. Gemma, Shao, wasn't I handsome just now? Obito said with a smile as he put his hands on their shoulders after the exam. It's hard to say whether I'm handsome or not, but I feel suffocated by your Sharingan, Shiranui Genma said honestly. Ebisa raised his sunglasses and finally shut up. He felt that no one among the candidates present would think Obito was handsome, and they would only curse in their hearts. Haha, isn't this quite handsome? I really should let Zealand come and take a look. Obito thought Shiranui Genma's description was very handsome. Looking at Obito who was grinning, the other students decided to withdraw their previous evaluation. Obito in a non-combat state really couldn't give people pressure. Just now, it was because of his special status. Obito didn't ask Shisui how he did in the exam. Obito was still very clear about this. In terms of theoretical scores, the only person among Miyu's disciples that Obito could surpass was Might Guy. In terms of the exam items, Miyu didn't make too many changes. The second exam was still a group confrontation, testing the students' ability to fight together. Of course, if a person is strong enough, the second exam can also become a personal show. This time, Miyu didn't have to go through so much trouble. She didn't need to collect the scrolls of heaven and earth. She directly drew lots to decide the opponent. The winning team entered the third exam and the loser was eliminated. Half of the teams were eliminated directly in this stage. Not only was Shisui strong enough, but his teammates Inuzuka Midori and Iburame Naoya were also strong. If it weren't for the special situation of the previous Chunin exam, Inuzuka Midori and Iburame Naoya's combined strength could have been promoted to Chunin. Relying on the strong comprehensive strength, Shisui's team easily defeated the opponent and entered the third exam. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The third exam was still the same as before, a personal battle, and the battle was still based on the result of the draw. Although there were no daimyo and a large number of officials to watch the game, there were also many ninjas and villagers to watch the game. It happened that the ninja school was on vacation at this time, and some ninja school students would also choose to come to watch the game and learn from the experience of their predecessors. Hongdu, Gang Ziti, and Shinryu Izumo made an appointment to go to the venue of the third round of the Chunin exam that day. I wonder if Shisui will come to watch the competition. He must be very eager to know the good news that I won the first place in the practical grade. After entering the venue, Hongdu looked around and said, since Shisui graduated, Hongdu finally got rid of the perennial second place position and successfully won the first place in 2 consecutive exams in the first semester of the third grade. I think no one else wants to know except you. Gang Ziti complained speechlessly. I don't know if it's because she has been the second for too long. Hongdu now emphasizes that she is the first in practical every day. Gang Ziti's ears are about to be calloused. He got full marks in the theory test that year, but he only boasted for half a semester. Some people can get the first place in the grade because they have absolute strength, and some people can get the first place because the original first place graduated early. Shinryu Izumo couldn't help but say. Hongdu set her sights on Shinryu Izumo and rubbed her hands. Shinryu Izumo didn't even pretend, and she almost read out her student number. If she can't beat Shisui, can't she deal with you, a little Shinryu Izumo? You know, I'm talking about Kakashi-senpai. Since Kakashi-senpai graduated, there are more people in the school who can be compared with Kakashi-senpai in talent. Kamatsuki Izumo said calmly. Although he had not yet enrolled in school when he was a Chunin, it did not prevent him from hearing the legend of Kakashi. After listening to Kamatsuki Izumo's explanation, Hongu felt that there was nothing wrong. Hurry up and sit down. The exam is about to start, Gangziti urged. Kamosuke Izumo silently gave Gangziti a thumbs up. Good brothers are still reliable. The venue was bustling with people who knew each other discussing various miscellaneous things. The current ninja world is more chaotic than more than 10 years ago. This time, all 5 major ninja villages have entered the venue. Some people discussed the current situation in the ninja world. I wonder if this Chunin exam will produce dark horses like Uchiha Obito and Might Guy. Some people were curious about the next battle. Because Shisui participated in this Chunin exam, many Uchiha ninjas also came. Uchiha Fugaku even brought his son Uchiha Ichi to watch the Chunin exam together. Why don't I take Ichi back? It's too noisy here, Uchiha Mikoto suggested when she saw Uchiha Ichi frowning. The noise of this kind of conference hall is still a bit unbearable for a child. He will become a ninja in the future. It's nothing that he can't stand this kind of noise. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and refused. He had high expectations for Uchiha Ichi and hoped that Uchiha Ichi could become a genius like Obito and Shisui. Uchiha Mikoto was hesitant to speak, and finally just stroked Uchiha Ichi's head. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been a hands-off boss, also showed up on this day and sat on the top floor of the venue to watch the exam, while Miyu stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Miyu, you have worked so hard these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the pipe from his mouth and said with a smile. Although Miyu did not try new things in the Chunin exam like a pioneering internship, but just held it normally like previous years, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is actually a plus point, which shows that Miyu is stable enough. Chunin can already serve as the captain of a team. The Chunin exam, which allows ninjas to be promoted to Chunin, is a relatively important event for Konoha. For such a major event, not making mistakes is a great success. I just gave orders, but it wasn't too hard, Miyu replied with a smile. For most things, Miyu only needs to make the final decision, instead of doing everything personally. Shadow clones can't do this either. After they are removed, they will still be very tired, which will affect their learning efficiency. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui vs. Uchiha Tiu. In the gap between the two chatting, the referee called out the list of players for the first battle. This Uchiha Shisui is your disciple, Miyu, right? How does he compare to Uchiha Obito? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the center of the venue with an interested look. Since the Enbu would monitor the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Shisui was a genius, but Miyu didn't know that the Enbu was monitoring the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to hear how Miyu would evaluate his disciple. Each of them has their own strengths and weaknesses in battle. Obito is better at creating miracles, while Shisui is good at thinking and calmer in battle, Miyu replied after thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Shisui's battle is about to begin. Ichi, you have to watch carefully. He is the target you will chase in the future. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to Shisui's position and said. Uchiha Ichi was very obedient and tried to open his eyes wide and look in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku. In fact, Uchiha Ichi now didn't understand why he had to chase Shisui, and Shisui would not snatch his dango like the old lady in Obito's story, but his father asked him to watch carefully, so he watched carefully. Chapter 418 Determination to Win. So Shisui is participating in this Chunin exam. Anko was a little surprised to hear the referee's voice. Anko hadn't seen Shisui since Shisui graduated, so she didn't know that Shisui participated in this Chunin exam. They are obviously students of the same class, but some people are complacent because they have achieved a little success in the practical exam, while others are about to become Chunin. What a difference in the world. Gangziti sighed. Anko's scumbag radar subconsciously activated, and her eyes shifted from the center of the venue to Gangziti, who was sitting next to her. She saw that Gangziti's words were full of meaning. Ziti, you are right. I shouldn't be proud of being in the top 4 in the grade practical exam. Shisui is our role model. Shinayu Izumo replied with a guilty look on his face, as if Gangziti was talking about him. A trace of guilt flashed across Anko's face. She wondered if she was a little too violent to her brother and should be more kind. Gangziti gave a thumbs up to Shinayu Izumo in a place where Anko couldn't see. The cooperation was so good. This is their combination skill. Izumo Kanzuki smiled back at Gang Zaidetsu, and then turned his gaze back to the center of the venue. Shisui and Uchiha Tetsuka stood in the seal of opposition, and the battle was about to begin. Looking at Shisui in front of him with a calm face, Uchiha Tetsuka's heart was also surprisingly calm. Although the battle has not yet begun, Uchiha Tetsuka already knows the result. There is no doubt that the winner must be Shisui, not him, Uchiha Tetsuka. The gap between the two is too big, and Uchiha Tetsuka can't see a glimmer of hope of winning. Unlike Obito, when Uchiha Tetsuka met Shisui, Shisui was already a genius of Uchiha, so Uchiha Tetsuka had no psychological burden about losing to Shisui. After all, he had never defeated Shisui since he was a child. The battle begins, the referee shouted after seeing the two ready. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Tetsuka quickly formed a seal to condense chakra and spit out a fireball at Shisui. Even if this is a battle without suspense, Uchiha Tetsuka must fight with all his strength, which is the quality that an Uchiha should have. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui also likes to use great fireball as the starting ninjutsu, and he also used great fireball immediately after the referee called the start. Although it is the same ninjutsu, there are differences when different people use the same ninjutsu. There are many factors that can affect the power of ninjutsu: the amount of chakra, the level of nature change, and the proficiency of ninjutsu can all affect the final power of ninjutsu. Shisui, who has awakened the three Magatama Sharingan and practiced the breath of fire to a normal level, can naturally suppress Uchiha Tetsuka in all aspects. Uchiha Tetsuka can only try his best to dodge the fireball. Shisui, who has gained the advantage, will naturally not let Uchiha Tetsuka dodge easily, and immediately throws out the ninja tools in his hand. Swoosh! Exclamation mark! Several shurikens with tricky angles successfully left scars on Uchiha Tetsuka. As expected of Shisui, he is crushing in all aspects. Uchiha Inahiro exclaimed. Although Uchiha Tetsuka was in a mess, Uchiha Daihao knew that it was not Uchiha Tetsuka's problem, but Shisui was too strong. Even if he, a Chunin, went up, the result would be the same. In Uchiha Daihao's opinion, Shisui could probably fight against the Uchiha clan's Jonin now. Under Shisui's violent attack, Uchiha Tetsuka lay down powerlessly in less than a minute. Uchiha Shisui wins. The referee announced the result of the battle. The audience instantly became lively. Uchiha Shisui is known as a genius in the Uchiha clan, and he is also a super genius recognized by all grades in the ninja school. But looking at the entire Konoha, Shisui is not really famous. After all, Uchiha ninjas will not brag about their own geniuses to outsiders, and the ninja school has limited influence. No one will pay attention to ninja school students unless his identity is very special. But after the first game, it was different. Anyone with a little vision could see that Shisui's strength was not simple. However, due to the strength of the opponent, they could not judge whether Shisui's strength could reach the level of Kakashi and Obito. Before there was Uchiha Obito, and now there is Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha is indeed the most powerful family in Konoha, and ninja couldn't help but sigh. It is so difficult to find such a genius among civilian ninjas. It is really 1 in 1,000, and Uchiha has produced 2 in a row. Listening to the praise of Shisui by others, Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly. This is the future of their Uchiha clan. The most important thing for a ninja is strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, everything will be fine. Uchiha Fugaku taught earnestly. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, the dilemma of the Uchiha clan is actually very easy to solve. That is, to produce a strong enough person to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had no hope. He was almost 30 years old, and it was difficult for his strength to improve much. But Shisui and Obito were different. They had stronger ninja talents than Uchiha Kagami. If Ichi could also have such talents, then one of the 3 of them would surely become Hokage in a few decades. Uchiha Ichi could not quite understand what Uchiha Fugaku meant, but he silently kept Fugaku's words in mind. Battles began and ended one after another, but no one reproduced the suppression power shown by Shisui in battle. After the second round of battles began, Shisui still easily defeated his opponent, and the battle process was full of ease and comfort. The talents shown by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui have surpassed Kagami, but with Minato and Miyu guiding them, there shouldn't be any problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself as he stroked his goatee while watching the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as crazy as Shimura Danzo in dealing with the Uchiha issue, but he was still cautious about the Uchiha, because the Uchiha really rebelled. During the reign of the second Hokage, a hawkish Uchiha named Uchiha Setsuna wanted to stage a coup, and was suppressed by the second Hokage's Anbu. It was this incident that caused the Uchiha to be under the surveillance of the Anbu for many years. Until now, because the Uchiha has always been relatively peaceful, the intensity of surveillance has weakened a lot, and generally only 1 or 2 Anbu will be sent to monitor. If their teacher was not Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have chosen one of them to be trained in the Anbu. There was no malice. It was purely to strengthen the education of the will of fire, but with Miyu around, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still relieved. Round after round of battles made the audience gradually deepen their understanding of Shisui's strength. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Only discussing the dominance in the battle, Shisui's performance was stronger than Obito and Kakashi, because after entering the third round of the last Chunin exam, even the final winner Kakashi had a very difficult battle. Unlike Shisui, Shisui was still calm and at ease until he defeated the last opponent. Of course, even ordinary people can know why this is the case, because there were too many strong candidates in the last round, and after the third round, everyone was not far behind, so it was very difficult to fight. But this time it was different. Although there were also good genin in addition to Shisui, they were not at the same level as Obito and Might Guy. Damn it, I should have known not to be an examiner. I should have taken part in the Chunin exam again. Obito looked at Shisui standing on the field and receiving the cheers of the crowd with envy. In the last Chunin exam, he didn't even make it to the finals. He was eliminated by Kakashi in the semi-finals. In this Chunin exam, Obito can only say that he could have made it to the finals without Shisui. You, a Chunin, are taking part in the Chunin exam? Kakashi complained speechlessly. You are the only one who has no right to say that to me. Last year, you, a guy who has been a Chunin for several years, still had the audacity to take part in the Chunin exam, Obito said with indignation. If Kakashi hadn't blocked his way, he would have been at least in the top 2. Kakashi's mouth twitched. This is arranged by Minato-sensei and the others. It's not that I want to take part. To be honest, Kakashi himself was a little confused when he was notified to take part in the Chunin exam. He had to take the exam again after being a Chunin for several years, but after taking the exam, Kakashi understood that this was Konoha's preventive policy to prevent the Chunin exam from going wrong and allowing Kirigakure to win a great victory. Konoha jointly held the Chunin exam not to make Kirigakure famous, but to show strength and attract commissions. The performance of the candidates was a game between Konoha and Kirigakure. Facts have proved that Konoha's concerns were not wrong. Kirigakure was even more unethical. Kakashi felt that several Kirigakure ninjas did not behave like genin at all, especially the team where the shark-faced team was. No, I have to ask Miyu teacher next time. Obito wanted to get the first place in the Chunin exam. Kakashi's expression was a little bit tense. He felt that Miyu would not agree to such a messy idea. If the candidates who did not become Chunin in this exam continued to participate in the next time, and found that the examiner of the previous exam became the candidate and took the exam with him, I wonder how much psychological shadow the candidates would have. Compared to this, you should worry about the civil war in a while. Didn't you notice that the 3 months are almost up? Kakashi reminded. In fact, Kakashi didn't pay much attention to this. The time of immersive training passed quickly. However, Might Guy has been trying to challenge Kakashi recently, hoping to break through the 8 gates with the help of Kakashi's pressure in the battle. Kakashi just thought of this as an excuse to delay time. I'm still a little short of haki. I don't know if I can catch up. Kakashi is very anxious now. The price of losing is too painful. Even he doesn't want to lose. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's expression also became serious. He had enough of the painful days of doing questions. "I will never underestimate the enemy again this time," Obito said in his heart. The lesson of failure was too painful, and now Obito is determined to win no matter what. "Shisui, don't underestimate my determination not to do questions." Obito is very confident. He has studied Shisui thoroughly, and with his own strong strength, he will definitely win this time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Kakashi's Promotion Reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin. He was rewarded Chakra plus 1800, random bloodline limit extraction scroll. Although Shisui got the first place much easier than Kakashi, the rewards given by the system were the same. Miyu judged that the rewards for the Chunin exam were fixed like the rewards for the ninja school exam, and were given according to the ranking. Miyu went to the kitchen, turned on the faucet to wash her hands, and then prepared to use the bloodline extraction scroll. Although it is not necessary to use both hands when operating, the sense of ritual is still necessary. After greeting all the great gods in her heart, Miyu consciously controlled and clicked to extract. Random bloodline limit extraction scroll has been consumed, and bloodline limit, wood release has been obtained. Wood release, it's not bad. Miyu nodded when she saw an additional entry-level skill in the skill bar. The strength of Hashirama Senju is not because of wood release. With Hashirama Senju's chakra, any ninjutsu used is very powerful, but wood release is still considered an excellent bloodline limit. Wood escape can absorb chakra to suppress the power of the tailed beasts, which is why Kakashi must task Yamato for help when training Naruto. Miyu is also very troubled by the tailed beasts. They are resistant to beatings and have the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball. It is indeed much easier to fight the tailed beasts with wood escape. Of course, this requires a certain level of proficiency in wood escape. After all, even Yamato's wood escape has a mastery level, but the proficiency is not high. He probably can't grow a tree that is too tall with his entry-level wood escape. Miyu's mind moved and used the last nature change experience scroll on wood escape. This is one of the upgrade rewards he received for the training settlement of 700 students. He received 2 in total, and the other was used on ice escape. Because Miyu's 7 natures are all at the mastery level or above, according to Miyu's experience, it will be more difficult to improve the proficiency of high skill levels. For example, a skill with a little proficiency in entry-level skills can be upgraded from entry-level to proficient by repeatedly obtaining the same ninjutsu 3 times, but the proficiency added by obtaining the same entry-level skill after the proficiency level will be reduced. 18 repeated entry-level skills cannot make the proficiency level skill become proficient. Skill, wood release, proficiency, 1003 thousandths. As the scroll was used, many experiences of practicing wood release appeared in Miyu's mind. In an instant, he changed from a person who had never practiced wood release to a person who knew a little about wood release. Then Miyu went to the South Forest to test his wood release. Before the test, Miyu first used the perception ninjutsu to sense the surroundings, and then opened the transparent world and the white eyes to confirm that there was indeed no one around, and then began the formal test. Miyu put his palm to the ground and quickly converted the chakra condensed in his body into wood release chakra to activate wood release. Under Miyu's gaze, the young sprouts rushed out of the soil and grew into a tree 8 or 9 meters high at an unscientific speed. What a magical property! After checking the tree he created, Miyu exclaimed, "It stands to reason that this tree should be very unhealthy if it is forced to grow, but the fact is that this tree is very healthy, even healthier and more vital than a normal growing tree." After actual testing, Miyu can confirm that the change in the nature of wood release's chakra itself carries a strong vitality. However, this vitality is only reflected in the trees created by wood release, and can only be used as a ninjutsu. The vitality of wood release is like the burning of fire. It is the effect of this nature and cannot give the person who uses wood release a strong vitality. How can I improve the proficiency of wood release? Should I hold another training? Muyu fell into thought after burning the tree he created. Compared with ice release, wood release has more strategic value for Muyu, which can enrich his means of dealing with the tailed beasts. So Muyu wants to improve his proficiency in wood release. Muyu is willing to practice by himself. He has never been idle when traveling through the Naruto world, and he doesn't mind turning some of his time into wood release practice time. But practicing by himself will be very inefficient. Yamato has practiced for more than 20 years and has just reached the mastery level. Unless Muyu's talent for wood release is the same as his talent for sealing techniques, he will not be able to practice anything by himself even if Uchiha Madara takes action. Muyu has a clear self-awareness of this. Even Senju Hashirama himself did not become invincible after practicing wood release for 2 or 3 years. Since practicing by himself is not possible, the only way is to cheat. Muyu's current idea is to start special training and then brush to nature change experience scrolls for wood release. Not teaching wood release directly to brush wood release experience is not because Muyu dare not expose wood release, but because he can't brush it. Muyu has also brushed a lot of S-level evaluation lectures and figured out the mechanism of S-level evaluation rewards. The first major factor of S-level evaluation rewards is to reward what you teach. But this factor has a prerequisite, that is, the student's gains. The more students gain, the more rewards they provide, and vice versa. The less students gain, the less rewards they provide. This is one of the reasons why there was a gap between different natures when Muyu taught nature changes before. People's chakra attributes are not balanced. Wind is very rare, while fire, earth, water and the like are relatively common. Muyu doesn't think those students can understand the wood release he talks about. The blood limit depends on learning and metaphysics, and it is difficult to popularize it. The next day, the disciples took the initiative to invite Muyu to be the referee of their civil war. Everyone is getting stronger and stronger. If you want to decide a winner, you will inevitably get hurt. It is safer to have Muyu on the scene. Of course, Kakashi and his team had not been able to hide it from Muyu from the beginning. But nothing happened, so Muyu did not show up. Muyu felt that regular civil wars were indeed a good method, which could give the disciples more motivation to practice. It's still a little short, it would be better if it was a little later. Kakashi sighed slightly. His armament haki was still stuck at the last point. He could use it, but not every time. This was a fatal flaw for Kakashi, who had a strong burst. If he couldn't use the slash that he put all his strength into, then he had not learned armament haki. Shisui, I will definitely be the winner this time. Obito, who had read Shisui's detailed information overnight, was full of confidence. This time he had the information and would not be careless, and his winning rate against Shisui was more than 90%. Obito, how did you know that the opponent you drew would be Shisui? Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. They were randomly fighting by drawing lots and there was no fixed opponent. Obito's face froze when Kakashi reminded him of this. Although he was a little panicked, Obito's mouth was still very hard. I will win no matter who my opponent is. Obito seemed to have already booked the first place. I will win. Kakashi recalled Obito's expression 3 months ago and imitated him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. As Nohara uncovered her mouth and chuckled, Obito's face gradually became ruddy. 3 months in the west, 3 months in the east. Kakashi, don't underestimate my growth during this period, Obito said in a loud voice. Kakashi smiled but said nothing. How could he not know how much progress you have made when we practice together every day? Muyu coughed twice and began to draw lots for the disciples. Don't be Kai, don't be Kai. Obito put his hands together and prayed in his heart. He was not afraid of Might Guy. Obito was afraid of the punishment for losing the first round. Might Guy was his opponent with the lowest winning rate. He would rather fight Kakashi. After the last battle, Obito thought about how to beat Might Guy, but found it too difficult and the conditions were too harsh. Obito vs. Kakashi, Shisui vs. Kai. Muyu announced the results of the draw. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have as much chance of winning against Kakashi as Shisui, but he was still much better than Might Guy, which was a blessing in disguise. Shisui looked at Might Guy and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He lost to Might Guy in the last civil war, which made Might Guy the strongest disciple for 3 months. Obito and Kakashi stood opposite each other and made the seal of opposition, and both sides had a burning desire to fight in their eyes. They both didn't want to lose this battle, not only for punishment, but also for personal reasons. How can I lose to you under Zealand's gaze? Feeling Noharalin's gaze, Obito exerted 120% of his strength. This time there was no carelessness or complacency. Obito remained cautious throughout the whole process and did not fall into Kakashi's battle trap. The two sides went back and forth, and the fire escape and dazzling lightning escape sword techniques continued to bloom. Kakashi wiped off the sweat on his forehead caused by the hot flames, and kept running to avoid the high-temperature flames. Obito used his Sharingan to the fullest to prevent himself from being caught off guard by Kakashi's high-speed slash. The overall strength of the two sides was almost the same. After several rounds of fighting, they were evenly matched, and neither could defeat the other in one breath. Under the pressure given by Obito, when Kakashi tried to use the armament haki for the third time, he suddenly realized something and successfully mastered the armament haki, no longer needing to gamble on luck and rely on feelings. Kakashi wins. After the last battle between Fire and Lightning, Miyu announced the result of the battle and treated the two together with Nohara-Lin. Disciple Hitei Kakashi has worked hard to practice under your guidance and has improved his overall strength to a certain extent. He has received the improvement reward Thunderbolt Flash Middle. Godspeed. Mastery level. Many memories of the Thunderblade technique suddenly appeared in Miyu's mind. Miyu is not unfamiliar with this skill. This is the thunder breathing move in Demon's Lair. It is the ultimate Thunderbolt Flash. It is extremely fast and powerful, and is very suitable for the current Kakashi. Obito lowered his head while receiving treatment. He did not dare to look at Nohara-Rin, fearing that he would see a disappointed expression on her face. Obito had no excuse for his failure this time, because he had tried his best and did not underestimate the enemy or be careless. I will win no matter who my opponent is. Kakashi imitated Obito again after noticing his disappointment. Damn Kakashi! Obito, who could not hold back, suddenly raised his head and looked at Kakashi and cursed. The moment he raised his head, Obito noticed the expression of Nohara-Rin beside him. She was not disappointed as he thought, but only encouraged and cared for him. Chapter 420 Yen Emperor. The battle begins. Following Miyu's order, Might Guy directly opened the fourth gate of the 8 gates and rushed out with his breathing concentrated. Facing Might Guy, who used all his strength, Shisui did not dare to be careless. He immediately opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and concentrated all his breath of fire. This was the first time Shisui used the 3 Magatama Sharingan in a formal battle. In the Chunin exam, no opponent could force Shisui's Sharingan out. He relied on fire escape and physical skills to defeat all opponents. Under Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan, Might Guy's extremely fast speed also slowed down, and his physical movements became observable. But Shisui still did not choose to fight with Might Guy and physical skills. Although his pupil power allowed him to see through Might Guy's movements, his body might not be able to keep up with Might Guy's rhythm. Rock breathing is the best breathing method for improving the body. Coupled with the first 4 gates of the 8 gates, any physical skill of Might Guy has a good power and cannot be measured by normal physical skills. Unlike Obito, Shisui treated all his disciples except Nohara-Rin as imaginary enemies, and used this to analyze the battle plan in detail. Shisui believed that if he wanted to defeat Might Guy, he had to delay the battle until Might Guy's peak period came to an end. The 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock breathing were powerful, but they put a lot of pressure on the body. The longer the battle was delayed, the better it would be for Shisui. However, this plan was easy to say but difficult to do, because Might Guy was not only strong and fast, but also had the Golden Skyline, which had terrifying attack power. If Shisui made a mistake, Might Guy would send him away. In the last battle with Might Guy, Shisui had experienced the Golden Skyline once, and he still couldn't resist it even with the armament haki. In terms of power alone, The Golden Skyline was the strongest physical technique Shisui had ever seen. However, Shisui also knew that the armament haki was not bad, but he had not practiced it well enough at the moment. With his highly proficient instant body technique and the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Shisui didn't let Might Guy touch the corner of his clothes. But such dodging is not easy for Shisui. High-intensity use of the instant body technique will make the legs tired, and the highly concentrated mind will also consume more energy. In order to make himself more relaxed and to consume more of Might Guy, Shisui dodged while releasing various fire escape techniques. Although his body is very strong, Might Guy will not resist ninjutsu without necessity, and he will dodge while chasing. This fight is too boring. They haven't even met each other once. Obito couldn't help but complain. In actual combat, any tactic that can win is a good tactic, Kakashi said lightly. If he were put in Shisui's position, Kakashi would also adopt this delaying tactic. Because Shisui's speed is not bad, his insight is strong, and he has enough chakra, he is qualified to compete with Might Guy for consumption. Kakashi himself cannot use this tactic when fighting with Might Guy, because Kakashi will be consumed first, and he can't outlast Might Guy. Lightning breathing consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength. Kakashi has more chakra than most people, but not as much as Shisui, and Uchiha with 3 Magatama Sharingan. In Kakashi's imagination, he has to burst to the extreme and use a stronger attack than Might Guy to defeat Might Guy. I didn't say it's bad. Obito curled his lips. He just complained that in a real battle, he would definitely fight in any way he could win, if he could think of it. Shisui ran away from Might Guy's chase. The figures of the two kept flashing in the forest, and one tree after another fell in the chase between the two. Golden Skyline. In the end, Might Guy won his victory with a golden line, and Shisui was still caught up. If the advantages of Obito and Shisui are combined, maybe it will work. Kakashi analyzed in his heart, if Obito has Shisui's level of instant body technique and combat wisdom, or Shisui has Obito's level of fire breathing, then they have a good chance of defeating Might Guy. Uchiha wins. Muyu announced the end of the battle. Muyu expected Shisui to lose, because Shisui was not only inferior to Might Guy in comprehensive strength, but also restrained by Might Guy. Illusion was Shisui's strength, and Might Guy happened to be the type of person who was least afraid of illusion. With the increase and decrease of one, it was even more difficult for Shisui to defeat Might Guy. The mid to late training plan customized by Muyu for Shisui would gradually reduce the proportion of illusion. On the surface, ninjutsu and Tegen were the 3 indispensable abilities of ninjas, but Muyu, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this was only for ordinary ninjas. Even the Mangekyo illusion was difficult to play a big role in the late stage of the gods' battle, let alone ordinary illusions. Illusions would not go far. At least the local illusion system of Naruto was like this. The last opponent is you, Kakashi. Is this our bond? Might Guy was already excited before the battle began. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a black line. There were only 4 people participating in the battle. What kind of bond was there? After resting and recovering their strength, the two began to prepare for the battle. Kakashi's eyes became sharp. This time he had a good chance of winning the title of Muyu's strongest disciple. Compared to 3 months ago, he had completely mastered the armament haki, while Might Guy's 8 gates and rock breathing had not made much progress. The advantage is mine. Kakashi's breathing gradually became concentrated, and the moment Muyu shouted start, he instantly entered the transparent world state. Kakashi knew that Might Guy's 8 gates was only 1 point away from being completed, so he didn't want to give Might Guy any chance, and directly attacked Might Guy with full strength. The thunder breathing fully concentrated on increasing the body and thunder properties, and the thunder attribute chakra enhanced the power, followed by the perfect force of the transparent world. Finally, Kakashi applied armament haki to the blade of the White Fang short blade to make his momentum reach its peak. Even though Might Guy also showed his full strength, he still felt a huge crisis in such a Kakashi, and scars soon appeared on his body. The burning and stinging slash on his body did not make Might Guy retreat, but laughed excitedly. Kakashi is the enemy that Might Guy had identified. Might Guy has always believed that Kakashi can catch up, just as he believes that he can become the strongest in physical skills. Kakashi showed such a strong suppression force, which was undoubtedly a response to Might Guy's expectations. How could Might Guy not be excited? 8 gates. The 5th gate, the gate of the gate, open. Might Guy was not defeated. His strong resilience allowed Might Guy to enter the 5th gate at the limit and increase his strength. Feeling the large amount of chakra that suddenly emerged in Might Guy's body, Kakashi's face changed suddenly. The further the 8 gates of the dazzling lightning strike collided with the golden thread, and the torn lightning silently announced the final result of the battle. It's still a little short. Kakashi, who had exhausted both his chakra and physical strength, sat on the ground helplessly. Because he had just succeeded in training, the strength of his armed color was average, which could not be compared with the powerful chakra added by Might Guy's 5th gate. Aga has won again, so amazing, Noharlin praised. In her opinion, Kakashi and Obito were already very powerful, and Might Guy actually defeated them twice to win the final victory, which made Noharlin very impressed. Listening to Noharlin's praise, and then looking at the weak Kakashi on the ground, Obito felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, and his desire to defeat Might Guy became stronger and stronger. Shisui thought about how long he had to practice to regain the title of the strongest disciple. Everyone is tired of fighting, so there is no need to practice in the next period of time. Let's take a break and eat hot pot and end it. Muyu took out various tools from the scroll and said with a smile. Muyu's words dissipated the extra atmosphere on the field, leaving only joy, and all the disciples looked happy. The fact that we don't need to practice next is not the point is that we can eat hot pot together. Muyu opened the panel while processing the materials. Under your guidance, my disciple Might Guy has worked hard to practice and has improved his comprehensive strength to a certain extent. He has obtained the improvement reward, Explosion Fist, Mastery Level. Muyu didn't remember which world this skill came from at first. It sounded too ordinary. When the practice memory appeared in his mind, Muyu knew that this was a fighting skill in Pokemon. In Pokemon, this is a skill with a low hit rate but will cause confusion when hitting the opponent. After localization, the confusion effect has become a temporary disorder of the opponent's chakra. This is not a very special effect. The Rasengan can also cause a temporary disorder of the opponent's chakra when hitting a person. However, Muyu is still very curious about the skills in the Explosion Fist, because the Rasengan is a ninjutsu, which relies on the extreme compression and rotation of chakra, while the Explosion Fist is a physical technique. After sorting out the memory, Muyu found that the two are actually somewhat similar. While pouring all the strength of the whole body into the fist, a large amount of chakra is condensed and compressed and wandered in the fist, and finally all burst out in an instant when it is swung. Although it is a physical technique, it is not very suitable for Kai, Muyu thought to himself. After opening the 8 gates, the chakra in Might Guy's body was too violent, and he couldn't complete this kind of delicate operation of chakra. Moreover, the explosive punch requires some proficiency. If you are not proficient in using it, it is easy to spend some time on compressing the chakra, resulting in the failure to immediately send out the explosive punch and let the enemy be on guard. Muyu thinks this is probably the localization effect of low hit rate. Have a good rest after you go back. I will teach you something new tomorrow. Muyu patted Kakashi on the shoulder after eating hot pot. Kakashi's eyes lit up instantly, and generally what Muyu specifically mentioned would not be bad. Teacher Muyu, do I have it? Obito asked expectantly. Snap. Muyu knocked on Obito's head with her fingers. Let's practice the fire escape that we are learning now first. It is very happy to learn fire escape and physical skills under Muyu, because Muyu has many high proficiency skills in these two aspects and has a deep understanding of these two aspects. It may be the stimulation brought by Might Guy's 2 consecutive titles of the strongest disciple. Obito and Shisui are particularly motivated to practice, and they also get breakthrough rewards not long after. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Obito has worked hard to cultivate and his overall strength has improved to a certain extent. He has been awarded the promotion reward, Great Flame Ring Middle. Flame Emperor, Mastery Level. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Shisui has worked hard to cultivate and his overall strength has improved to a certain extent. He has been awarded the promotion reward, Water Instant Body Technique, Mastery Level, Chapter 421 High Level Decision. Muyu taught Kakashi the Thunderbolt Flash Middle Dot Speed, and then taught Nohara Rin the Explosion Fist and Water Instant Body Technique. Nohara Rin has a good ability to control chakra, and has a unique advantage in practicing the Explosion Fist. If she can learn these two skills well, Nohara Rin's combat ability will be greatly improved. The Explosion Fist can be said to be an upgraded version of the Strange Power, which is more powerful and has more effects. The skilled Water Instant Body Technique can greatly improve Nohara Rin's mobility. Muyu has not taught the Great Flame Ring Middle Dot Entei to Obito and Shisui for the time being, and plans to teach them after they have finished learning the current fire escape. In fact, the power of the Great Flame Ring Middle Dot Entei is not as strong as the Fire Dragon Dance developed by Muyu himself. After all, the Fire Dragon Dance can be regarded as the ultimate level fire escape developed by Muyu by integrating many master-level fire escape experiences. However, the Fire Dragon Dance has too high requirements, so she can learn the Great Flame Ring Middle Dot Entei for a transition. Master Hanyu, please go to the Hokage building with me. The third Hokage is looking for you. When Muyu was about to have dinner, the Anbu suddenly came to the door. Muyu didn't say much, nodded and followed the Anbu to the Hokage building. Looking for me at this time should not be about the ninja school. On the way, Muyu thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose. Even the Hokage should be off work at this time, which means that Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently working overtime, and matters related to the ninja school are not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to deal with overtime. War. Muyu thought of a possibility. Originally, as a teacher of the ninja school, unless Konoha was beaten to the point of despair, he would not be allowed to go to the battlefield as a ninja school teacher. But Muyu is different. Even if Muyu has hidden a lot, Muyu's apparent strength has surpassed most of the Konoha ninjas, and he can be called a strong man. As a strong man, Muyu certainly cannot enjoy the same treatment as ordinary ninja school teachers. After all, the role played by the strong in the war is very different from that of ordinary chunin. If Muyu had not shown his extraordinary teaching ability, he would have been sent to the battlefield long ago. Dong. Muyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the office. Muyu pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office, while the Anbu stood outside the door and did not enter with Muyu. As soon as Muyu walked into the office, she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen with his hand on his forehead, looking a little tired. Sandame-sama. Muyu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a respectful face. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in response, and then said in a deep voice, Muyu, the village is under great pressure now. The three major ninja villages of Kirigakure, Iwagakure and Kumagakure are all in Konoha, and the Kirigakure village has even entered the Land of Fire and invaded the east coast of the Land of Fire. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other three Konoha high-level officials held a high-level meeting. They all agreed that they should give priority to solving the Kirigakure that entered the Land of Fire, and they must strike hard. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Muyu had the answer in her heart. If the village needs it, I can rush to the battlefield to support it immediately, Muyu said with a determined look. With Muyu's current strength, he can run away even if he can't win on the battlefield, so he doesn't need to worry about safety issues. In addition, Muyu wants to use the battlefield to train his disciples. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more chaotic, and Uchiha Madara may take action at any time. He must try his best to improve the strength of his disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Muyu's will of fire is too strong. With your teaching talent, Muyu, you should cultivate the next generation in the rear, but the village needs your combat power at this moment. We must drive the enemy out as soon as possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, because the replacement of the Jinchuriki on the side of Kumagakure lost a top combat power. The high-level meeting discussed and decided to transfer Orochimaru from the battlefield of the Land of Soup to the Land of Fire to deal with Kirigakure. In order to make up for Orochimaru's strength, The high-level meeting sent Minato Namikaze to the land of Soup to prevent the Ab combination from attacking. Kirigakure is one of the 5 major ninja villages after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Orochimaru alone is not enough. After sending in Oshikacho and a group of upper-level ninjas, he thought of Muyu again. Muyu is proficient in 5 types of chakra attributes and has mastered Ice Escape, and even learned the Flying Thunder God technique. She has defeated the Sand Village hero Ikang. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought carefully and found that Muyu was not famous, but her strength had surpassed most ninjas in the ninja world. It was Shimura Danzo who first proposed to send Muyu to the battlefield. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, because there are strong people like Muyu in Konoha, but Muyu's teaching ability is unique in the entire ninja world. As the person who excavated Muyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Muyu's teaching ability very well. It's not that he hadn't taught Asuma ninjutsu, but the effect was far less than Muyu. But after Danzo analyzed the pros and cons, and with the pressure from the Fire Country daimyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought carefully and finally decided to let Muyu join the battlefield to expel Kirigakure. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Because of the Flying Thunder God, Muyu has a strong ability to save her life and can escape even if she is defeated. After receiving the mission, Muyu left the Hokage building to gather the disciples except Might Guy and told them about participating in the war. Might Guy was not notified because Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Muyu a list of the support troops, and Might Guy's team was among them, so Muyu did not specifically notify them. Muyu notified Kakashi and the others because Kakashi's team was not among them, and Muyu wanted to take them there. Battlefield. Shisui's eyes flickered. He was the only one among Muyu's disciples who had never been to the battlefield. Obito looked indifferent. He already had a lot of battlefield fighting experience. The first time was when he encountered an accident during internship and participated in a big melee on the battlefield. Later, Namikaze Minato took them to the battlefield to perform many war missions. Since the Sandaime gave me some important tasks, I can't take you to fight every time on the battlefield like usual, Muyu reminded. Although he would definitely send shadow clones to protect his disciples, Muyu didn't want them to know about this, which would prevent them from facing a real desperate situation. Obito's expression changed. Without the protection of Muyu's Iron, the risk factor would be greatly increased. His experiences were backed up by someone, sometimes by Muyu, sometimes by Minato Namikaze. Mr. Muyu, I think there should be a vice captain. If you are not here, the vice captain will take charge. Kakashi thought for a while and said, although Obito rarely failed at critical moments, Kakashi did not want to take the risk. If he became the vice captain, he could command Obito legitimately. Well, the 4 of you vote for yourselves. Muyu nodded. In the end, Kakashi won the title of vice captain with a 3-vote advantage. Except for Obito who voted for Nohara Rin, everyone else voted for Kakashi. Chapter 422. Joining the war. Muyu asked the disciples to check their belongings, and after making sure nothing was missing, he led the disciples to the battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Dalin, why did you vote for Kakashi? On the way, Obito couldn't help asking Nohara Rin. Compared to Kakashi's 3 votes and his 0 vote, Obito was more bothered by Nohara Rin voting for Kakashi instead of himself for him, because this gave Obito a feeling that Nohara Rin trusted Kakashi more than him. I feel that Kakashi is very suitable to be the vice captain and will be very reliable. Nohara Rin thought for a while and smiled softly. Nohara Rin trusted Obito very much in other things, but when it comes to leading a team, Nohara Rin still thinks Kakashi is more reliable. This is not an empty conjecture, but a conclusion drawn by Nohara Rin based on their experience in carrying out missions. Kakashi can always analyze the most beneficial actions for them based on the current situation, and Obito may perform beyond his normal level when encountering a strong enemy, but it is limited to fighting, and it is impossible to expect Obito to formulate tactics. However, it may be a bit hurtful to tell the facts directly, so Nohara Rin just said what she felt. Obito's face fell suddenly. Is there anything more uncomfortable than a girl he likes praising another boy in front of him? Of course there is. That is, the boy being praised as his mortal enemy. Damn Kakashi! Obito roared in grief and anger. At this moment, in Obito's mind, Kakashi's image changed from a bad-tempered friend to a naturally evil Hotake kid. Obito felt even more uncomfortable when he thought about the recent civil war he lost to Kakashi and had to do a lot of questions. When he thought about how it would be even harder to catch up with Kakashi after learning the powerful new moves taught by Miyu, Obito instantly felt that it would be even more difficult. In just 1 minute, Obito remembered all the things that Kakashi did to make him uncomfortable. It's all Kakashi's fault. This time I must beat him on the battlefield. Obito secretly made up his mind, and his eyes looking at Kakashi were burning with fire. Feeling Obito's gaze, Kakashi turned his head slightly and looked at Obito for a second, then turned back with a calm face. Obito's thinking is too strange. He does things carelessly, and he gets carried away easily. Kakashi is worried about Obito's safety, so he proposed to Miyu to have a vice captain, with the identity of vice captain. Even if Obito doesn't accept it, he will have to obey obediently. After all, this is Miyu's personal decision, which may be more effective for Obito than the words of the Hokage. Seeing Kakashi's indifferent face, Obito became even angrier. Kakashi's words were simply saying that I haven't taken it seriously yet and you fell. Shisui saw Obito's expression, opened his mouth but didn't say anything to comfort him. Self-awareness is very important. If Obito has the illusion that he can lead the team just to comfort him, it may cause problems in the future. Everyone is a fellow student who lives together day and night, and they know each other very well. On the surface, the vote is a multiple-choice question, but Shisui thinks there is only one answer, that is Kakashi. Apart from other things, Kakashi beats everyone in terms of experience alone. Because he graduated early, Kakashi is already a ninja with 5 years of ninja experience. After arriving at the ninja camp, Miyu was invited to a meeting before she had time to talk too much with her disciples. As soon as Miyu walked into the big tent that served as a meeting room, she saw many familiar people. The first person she saw was the expressionless commander of the ninja army, Orochimaru, sitting at the front of the long table. Miyu calmly gave Orochimaru an appraisal. Name, Orochimaru. Chakra, 142,000. Potential, S. Skills, Yin attribute chakra nature change. Mastery, 4,815,000. Wind attribute chakra nature change. Mastery, 3,040 Fire attribute chakra nature change. Mastery, 2,815,000. Water attribute chakra nature change. Mastery level. Earth attribute chakra nature change. Mastery level. Shadow snake hand. Mastery level. Orochimaru's panel is a bit similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he also has a lot of ninjutsu, including S-level forbidden ninjutsu and D-level ordinary ninjutsu, which is very complete. However, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's highest proficiency is in the snake ninjutsu he developed himself, rather than the ninjutsu of the 5 basic attributes. From the panel, it seems that Orochimaru is the one who has the greatest hope of inheriting Sarutobi Hiruzen's skills, and there are many mastery level changes in nature. As for why Orochimaru did not choose to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's mantle, Miyu thinks there are 2 possibilities. The first is that Orochimaru feels that he is not as talented as Sarutobi Hiruzen in ninjutsu, and he can only become a junior 3rd generation if he follows Sarutobi Hiruzen's path. So Orochimaru chooses to go his own way. This conjecture is derived from the proficiency of Orochimaru's skills. Although there are many mastery level changes in nature, his proficiency is not particularly outstanding. The second is that Orochimaru's desire for immortality exceeds his desire for strength. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen's path strong? Of course it is strong. It is difficult to have an opponent without encountering a cheating ninja, but it is obviously impossible to live forever with combined ninjutsu, so Orochimaru gave up combined ninjutsu to study forbidden techniques. This is Miyu's conjecture based on the level of Orochimaru in the original work. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Miyu recalled the panel identified by Orochimaru at the previous Jonin meeting and thought to herself, it may be because of the war that they frequently fought with strong people of the same level. Although they did not make as much progress as young people like Minato Namikaze, Strong people like Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also improving. Miyu's eyes slightly deviated. Sitting on the right of Orochimaru was Narushikaku with a pineapple head, one of the contemporary Inoshikachu. Name, Narushikaku. Chakra, 23,000. Skills, Yin attribute chakra nature change, 2,615,000. Shadow imitation, mastery level. On the left was Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the current Hyuga family head. Name, Hyuga Hisashi. Chakra, 28,000. Skills, Gentle Fist. Mastery, 2,640 15,000. Miyu-kun, please sit down. Orochimaru spoke first, and his magnetic voice rang out in the tent. You all should know Miyu-kun, so I don't need to introduce him to you. Orochimaru looked around and asked. The Jonin in the tent nodded and greeted Miyu. Of course I know him. Miyu is so young and promising. He is an excellent Jonin in Konoha. I was fortunate to hear about Miyu's achievements in the Grass Country War. Although Miyu's victory over Yi Kang was not widely publicized, Miyu still had a certain reputation in Konoha. After all, he taught more and more people and made some contributions on the battlefield. Since they were in a meeting, the Jonin didn't say much and soon quieted down. Then Orochimaru looked at Narushikaku. Narushikaku nodded and stood up. I will explain the current situation on the battlefield. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly, Narushikaku said seriously. In fact, half of the Jonin in the meeting room had just been transferred not long ago, including Commander Orochimaru. Ninjas of Orochimaru's level are naturally qualified to obtain all kinds of detailed intelligence provided by Konoha, while some ordinary Jonins do not have this treatment. Of course, this is also due to a certain degree of confidentiality. Narushikaku's job today is to let them understand the battlefield situation and the tasks they need to complete. Narushikaku first circled the login point and main activity range of Kirigakure on the big map, and explained the approximate number of Kirigakure in the Fire Country and their combat methods. The Kirigakure ninja troops are generally equipped with at least one Kirigakure ninja who masters the Kirigakure technique. When the number is not superior and there are no sensory ninjas, try to avoid direct confrontation. Narushikaku reminded. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar first published this novel. He did not explain the effect of the Kirigakure technique. The Kirigakure technique is the most famous ninjutsu of a Kirigakure village. All the people present are Konoha Jonins, and they will not be unaware of this common sense. A Konoha Jonin frowned slightly. The Kirigakure technique is indeed very difficult to deal with, directly turning the normal battlefield into a dark battlefield for the enemy and a bright battlefield for me. Hyuga Hayashi's expression remained unchanged. This was exactly why Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a large number of Hyuga ninjas to the battlefield of Kirigakure. The Byakugan of their Hyuga clan was the best perception ninjutsu. Finally, Narushikaku talked about the noteworthy Kirigakure strongman on the battlefield. Karatachi Yagura is extremely good at water escape. Although he looks young, he is actually an experienced old ninja. He is the strongest Kirigakure ninja that has appeared on the battlefield so far. Mizunotsuki-kan, a Kirigakure village snow clan ice escape ninja, is good at bloodline limit ice escape and is very powerful. Hakatsuki Zanjetsu, a Kirigakure village ninja from the Hakatsuki clan, is good at water escape and can use water transformation techniques that are immune to physical attacks. He is very powerful. All members of the 7 ninja swordsmen need to pay attention. Each ninja in the 7 ninja swordsmen is an elite among the Jonin. Their strength should not be underestimated. The combined strength of the 7 is extremely dangerous. Please be careful when you meet them on the battlefield, Narushikaku said with a serious face. In terms of personal strength, any one of the 7 ninja swordsmen could not compare to the 3 people he singled out, but the 7 ninja swordsmen often went out as a team to assassinate, but Karutagi Yagura and others would not do that. The Jonins in the tent wrote down all the information that Narushikaku said. The Hidden Mist village is the most low-key big ninja village, because it rarely participates in wars on the mainland. Other ninja villages know less about them. For example, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Many Konoha Jonins have only heard of this name, but do not know their specific abilities and areas of expertise. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. After all, there is a gap between reality and comics. Even in Konoha, he knows some excellent jonins who are not in the plot. It is reasonable that two unknown strong men popped out of the hidden mist village with few plots. After speaking, Narushikaku sat down and nodded to Miyu. Because of his position, Narushikaku obtained the specific strength information of Miyu specially provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he is a military strategist. If he doesn't even know the strength of his own personnel, then he can't make the most appropriate battle plan. After reading the information given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narushikaku was a little surprised. Since Miyu and Jiraiya fought against the tailed beasts in the battlefield of the Land of Grass and were reported in the Konoha newspaper, Narushikaku was no stranger to Miyu. But the information given by Sarutobi Hiruzen still shocked Narushikaku about Miyu's strength. Helping Jiraiya to repel the Jinchuriki as an auxiliary is completely different from Miyu defeating the Sand Village hero Yikang alone. Narushikaku was not at the scene of the war in the Land of Grass. According to the article in the Konoha newspaper, Jiraiya was the biggest main force, and Namikaze Minato was the strongest helper, followed by Miyu. And according to the length of the article, Miyu, the second auxiliary, is a lot worse than Namikaze Minato. What kind of nature is it that Miyu defeated Yikang alone? Yikang's reputation in the Sand Village is stronger than Namikaze Minato's reputation in Konoha. The difference in the significance of the two records is too great. Narushikaku believes that if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been concerned about the ideas of the Sand Village, Miyu would have already become famous in the ninja world by stepping on the reputation of Yagura. Miyu doesn't even need to say it herself. Konoha will take the initiative to help Miyu promote. After all, this is a ninja from their own ninja village, and promoting it can attract commissions. But now the situation is a bit awkward. The Sand Village is the only big ninja village that has not gone to war with Konoha. If the Sand Village is unhappy about this matter and declares war on Konoha, then Konoha is really picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons. So Konoha can't help Miyu promote now, and it has to be careful that this information is known by too many people to prevent it from being widely spread. In Narushikaku's heart, Miyu is the second strongest on the battlefield, and his strategic position is second only to Commander Orochimaru. However, Narushikaku is not sure whether Miyu can beat Mizuno Tsukihan or Kizuki. Ninjas cannot judge the winner before they fight. As for Yagura, Orochimaru will be the counter. Miyu smiled and responded that Narushikaku is a smart person and it is easier to deal with smart people. Mr. Miyu, please stay. After the meeting, Orochimaru called Miyu alone. Narushikaku had information about Miyu's strength, while Orochimaru had more detailed information about Miyu. He even knew that Miyu was a root ninja before. The source of this information was not someone else, but Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root and partner of Orochimaru. In the information conveyed by Shimura Danzo, Miyu was a good assistant that he had won for Orochimaru by arguing with the third generation, and he could definitely help Orochimaru to achieve success and gain military merit. Mr. Orochimaru, is there any other task that needs to be assigned to me? Miyu turned around and asked calmly. Before setting off, Miyu had received instructions from Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo said that Orochimaru was also a member of the root family, and Miyu and Orochimaru should communicate more, get along more, and help each other. In addition, Shimura Danzo gave Miyu the task of helping Orochimaru gain military merit, and emphasized that this was Miyu's most important and highest priority task on the battlefield. Miyu certainly didn't take Shimura Danzo's words to heart. He was strong enough to ignore Shimura Danzo, and he was willing to pretend just to avoid trouble. But with Miyu's strength, he was helping Orochimaru by just making a few moves on the battlefield, and he didn't need to pay special attention to it. So Shimura Danzo's mission was actually equivalent to no mission. P.S. It's another day of visiting New Year's greetings everywhere. Today's meal can be described as a battle. It feels like there are 30 people. It's really not good to eat without some skills. Chapter 423, Malice Hidden in the Dark. I just have some doubts and want to ask Muyu-kun for advice. Orochimaru stood up and said with a slight smile. Orochimaru would certainly not tell Muyu about the route in public, and Orochimaru did have some questions to ask Muyu. Muyu nodded and followed Orochimaru, and walked with Orochimaru to a remote and deserted place next to the camp. Danzo should have told you what you need to do here. After walking to a big tree, Orochimaru stopped and turned to look at Muyu. The relationship between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo is a bit complicated. In name, Orochimaru can even be regarded as Shimura Danzo's subordinate, because he has a position in the root. But in fact, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are equals, and both parties can be said to be collaborators. They have many collaborations, including human experiments to study Hashirama's cells and research on forbidden techniques. But at present, their most important collaboration is the position of the fourth Hokage. Although Shimura Danzo wanted to become the fourth Hokage, he was not stupid. Under the current circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to become the fourth Hokage. Shimura Danzo mastered the wood release ninja, but his wood release ninja was too young to grow up, and he did not get the samsara and the inheritance of the ninja sect. For Shimura Danzo, becoming Hokage himself is the best development, but if this road is not feasible, then there is only one choice left for Shimura Danzo, that is, his partner Orochimaru. The other two popular candidates for Hokage have a general relationship with Shimura Danzo. If they become Hokage, it may affect Shimura Danzo's existing power in Konoha, but Orochimaru is different. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo have a deep cooperative relationship. If what they did is exposed, it is enough to make them both lose their reputation in Konoha. In other words, they are grasshoppers on a rope, and no one dares to betray each other easily, because they both have too much evidence. So Shimura Danzo can rest assured to fully support Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage. When Orochimaru takes the throne, with their relationship, Shimura Danzo will definitely gain more power than now. After all, if Orochimaru dares to say that I am the Hokage, then Shimura Danzo really has the ability to make Orochimaru regret it. I will do my best to assist Lord Orochimaru in gaining military merits, Muyu replied calmly. With the help of such an excellent ninja like Muyu, the harvest this time should be considerable. Orochimaru praised generously. But it's really surprising. I didn't expect that there is a genius like you, Muyu, in the root. Orochimaru glanced at Muyu with curious eyes. It's not that Orochimaru looks down on the root, but the fact is that there are only talents in the root, no geniuses. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let the real genius go to the root, Orochimaru can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been consciously controlling the overall power of the root. Lord Orochimaru is too kind. When it comes to genius, you, one of the three ninjas, are the real genius, Muyu said in a commercial way. Muyu has always been very self-aware, except for the sealing technique, which he practiced mostly by himself. His other abilities were basically obtained by cheating. He was able to develop the ultimate fire escape technique, Fire Dragon Dance, not because Muyu's fire escape talent was good enough, but because Muyu obtained the perfect fire attribute chakra nature change and a large number of mastery level fire escape from the system. Muyu's memory of practicing fire escape in his mind can be said to be countless. The same is true for breathing methods. Muyu was able to develop new breathing methods because he was already extremely proficient in breathing methods. As long as he was willing to work hard and spend time, it would not be difficult to develop similar breathing methods. I don't think so. At least you have surpassed me in the development of bloodline limits. After all, I have not successfully cultivated bloodline limits. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and said. Orochimaru was willing to spend so much time studying various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Of course, he had studied bloodline limits, especially in Wood Escape, where Orochimaru spent a lot of time. However, rather than saying that Orochimaru was studying Wood Escape, it would be better to say that Orochimaru was studying the vitality of Hashirama's cells. Compared to the power of wood release, Orochimaru hopes to obtain the huge vitality of Hashirama's cells, because ninjas are too fragile. Muyu, I wonder if you can see your ice release? Orochimaru thought for a while and said. Orochimaru was not very interested in ice release, but he was quite interested in Muyu, who practiced ice release. Muyu nodded and agreed, condensed chakra in the palm of his hand and then converted it into ice attribute chakra and released it all. Freezing ray, a blue-white ray shot out, instantly freezing a small area next to Orochimaru. Orochimaru clapped his palms twice. I am looking forward to your performance on the battlefield, Muyu. Orochimaru remembered that Muyu's intelligence was that he was good at the 5 major attribute ninjutsu, and could combine various ninjutsu to increase the power. Even the ice release that he had just learned not long ago had such a level. Orochimaru wanted to know what kind of power Muyu's ninjutsu would be good at. In order to let the disciples get used to the days without a teacher leading the team, Muyu quickly arranged a B-level war mission for them to investigate the village suspected of being haunted by the 3-person mist hidden team. Since the main body was free, Muyu did not send out the shadow clone to follow. The main body followed directly behind, leaving the shadow clone in the camp. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, Muyu left the flying thunder god kunai in the shadow clone, so that even if an emergency occurred, he could find out in time and rush back quickly. There are 6 villages in total. Do we need to split up? 2 people in a group. It will be faster. Obito made a suggestion after listening to Kakashi's explanation of the mission. It would be faster if 4 people split up, but even Obito didn't dare to be so reckless on the battlefield. It was okay for him, Kakashi, Shisui and the others, but it would be difficult for Nohara Rin to encounter the enemy. This is not safe. If you want to complete the mission quickly, move faster. Kakashi rejected Obito's proposal. If Muyu was there, Kakashi would agree, because Muyu's flying thunder god could provide quick support, but they don't have such good conditions now. They don't even have a sensory ninja now, so if their companions encounter an enemy, it is difficult to know it in the first time. Although the ability of the transparent world is somewhat similar to the Byakugan, it is far inferior to the Byakugan in terms of distance and cannot serve as a perception ninjutsu. Moreover, Kakashi's physical strength does not support Kakashi's use of the transparent world as a perception ninjutsu, which is his trump card in battle. Safety is still the most important thing on the battlefield. Nohara Rin agreed. You can use shadow clones. Obito and I will each create a shadow clone to investigate the village outside the main body, which can improve efficiency. Shisui thought for a while and said, maintaining the state on the battlefield is also a very important thing. So Shisui took the initiative to propose that he and Obito use shadow clones, because their chakra is much ahead of Kakashi and Nohara Rin. This is okay. Kakashi agreed to Shisui's proposal after a little thought. Since it is a war B-level mission, it is almost certain to encounter the enemy, and shadow clones are a good choice to collect intelligence. Obito, who felt that Shisui helped him save face, put his arm around Shisui's shoulder with a smile on his face, and thought that it was necessary to form a united front with Shisui against Kakashi, and Shisui did have something he lacked. Next, Shisui and Obito each created a shadow clone to investigate other villages, while their real bodies followed Kakashi and Nohara Rin to investigate, facing the ninjas of their country's official Great Ninja Village. The villagers of course knew everything and told all the suspicious people they had seen in the past few days. Just as Kakashi and his team were investigating the second village, Shisui's mind flashed with a memory of fighting with the Kirigakura ninja. They are in Tanashita village, probably with a leading Jonin and 2 Chonins, and Obito's shadow clone is still stalling for time. Shisui quickly organized his words and said, his shadow clone was cancelled by the shadow clone himself, with the purpose of letting the real body know the information over there. Although they are quite powerful, it is really too much to think that 2 shadow clones can defeat the Jonin team, and the real body must participate in the battle. Hurry up. Kakashi immediately gave the order, and then rushed out first. But this kind of team is a piece of cake for them now. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Except for Nohara Rin, any one of them has the ability to kill ordinary Jonin head-on. Although Nohara Rin cannot defeat the Jonin in terms of force, she can protect herself and has strong auxiliary ability. In other words, The actual combat strength of their 4-person team is 3 jonin plus a special medical jonin. After the Kirigakure ninja found out that the Konoha ninja they killed was actually a shadow clone, they wanted to retreat immediately, but Kakashi exerted his thunder breathing to the extreme speed and turned into a lightning in front of the 3 Kirigakure ninjas. Although Kakashi looked like a new ninja who had just graduated, Kakashi's appearance was too cool, and the Kirigakure jonin dared not underestimate him. Hearing the sound of the fast journey from behind, the Kirigakure jonin frowned, and did not care about Kakashi's performance just now, and immediately launched an offensive against Kakashi. Hurry up and kill him, there are Konoha ninjas behind. The Kirigakure jonin threw out the shuriken and ordered 2 subordinates to attack Kakashi. Although he was anxious, the rich experience of the Kirigakure jonin told him that this was not the time to be anxious. If he rushed forward and was killed by Kakashi because of misjudging his strength, his 2 subordinates would definitely die. On the contrary, if his 2 subordinates could find out some information about Kakashi, he would still have a chance to escape. 2 Kirigakure ninjas rushed out together. One used water escape ninjutsu to spit out water and rushed towards Kakashi, while the other drew out the long sword behind him and slashed at Kakashi. Flash! Kakashi concentrated his breathing to increase his strength, and all the chakra condensed in his legs was transformed into lightning chakra and burst out in one breath, and finally drew out the white fang sword blade and swung it forward. Swish! Kakashi disappeared from the spot, and the Kirigakure ninja who rushed towards him and swung his sword burst into blood. The Kirigakure shuriken and ninjutsu all fell on the open space where Kakashi had stood before. What a fast speed and slash! The pupils of the Kirigakure jonin shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that Kakashi killed someone while dodging the attack. Wait, this looks like that? It's the strongest genius of Konoha. Take Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi's white hair and the lightning on his body, the Kirigakure jonin finally came up with Kakashi's name. Before the war, the Kirigakure distributed the intelligence of Konoha's geniuses in the Chunin exam to the Kirigakure, increasing their priority. If they encounter them, they will kill those young geniuses first. Take Kakashi is the most dazzling genius among them. After all, he defeated everyone and fought to the end. The guy who was still taking the Chunin exam last year has such strength now? The Kirigakure jonin was shocked. At first, he thought Kakashi would be like Yagura, who looked young but was actually just short and had a baby face, but now it seems that this is a real young genius. The Kirigakure jonin ran to the side without hesitation. Although there was hope of winning, he didn't want to fight a battle where he would probably die. Kakashi's teammates were still on their way. Fire style, Phoenix Chlorette. Several kunai with flames flew towards the direction where the Kirigakure jonin was retreating, forcing the Kirigakure jonin to stop. The Kirigakure jonin turned around and saw a boy who looked even younger than Kakashi standing not far away, panting slightly and still throwing kunai. The ninja I just met. Thinking of Obito's face, the Kirigakure jonin was speechless. Did he meet Konoha's genius team? The team was full of geniuses. Illusionary body instant technique. Facing the enemy, Shisui had no intention of showing mercy. He directly activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan and performed the illusionary body instant technique to fight the enemy. At this moment, Kakashi killed another Kirigakure chunin with an extremely sharp slash and quickly rushed to Shisui's side to help. When Obito and Nohara Rin arrived, the Kirigakure jonin was already seriously injured. Kakashi killed the Kirigakure jonin with a single sword before Obito could show his strength. Almost. Obito scratched his hair unwillingly. If he had been faster, he would have caught up. In fact, Obito could have been faster, but he was worried that Nohara Rin would be in danger if she traveled alone, so he did not keep too much distance from Nohara Rin. The mission is successfully completed. Go back, Kakashi said vigorously. Kakashi traveled at full speed and fought the enemy with all his strength. Most of his chakra and physical strength had been consumed, so he wanted to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise they would lose one more combat power if they met the enemy. Obito could only walk back to the camp with a bitter face. He originally wanted to suppress Kakashi, but he didn't even have a chance to show his strength. This mission made Obito realize one thing. Sometimes speed is really important. The disciples were safe, and Miyu followed them back. Seeing Miyu leave, the hidden Zetsu showed up. This guy's desire to protect is too much. He has to protect him secretly even when he is carrying out a B-level mission. Ju is a little bit troubled. This made it inconvenient for them to carry out their plan. Chapter 424, 7 Ninja Swordsman. Although he was on the battlefield, Miyu's life became easier, because here he didn't have to take care of the ninja school and his disciples, and Orochimaru didn't assign him combat missions for the time being. Not only Miyu, but also many of the Jonins who had recently come to support him were not assigned combat missions, except for Orochimaru himself. There is no doubt that Orochimaru wanted to give Kirigakure a hard time and catch Kirigakure off guard. In order to disguise it more reasonably, Orochimaru only restricted most of the Jonins, and did not restrict the small number of Jonins and all the middle and lower nins. After all, Kirigakure had entered the land of fire, and it would be unreasonable for Konoha not to increase its troops. Orochimaru created an illusion for Kirigakure that Konoha wanted to strengthen its battlefield strength, but because of other battlefields, the forces that could be mobilized were limited. In order to arouse Kirigakure's desire to launch a large-scale attack, Orochimaru even took the initiative to expose the information of the troops stationed step by step to lure Kirigakure. It must be said that Orochimaru's plan was very good. In the eyes of many Kirigakure ninjas, the Konoha ninja troops fighting with them were just paper tigers that looked strong. That's right, paper tigers. Although it is still the strongest ninja village on the surface, and has repeatedly won battles on multiple fronts, it has already shown signs of decline in actual combat. There are many ninjas who come out to act, but their quality is low. If Konoha really still has the power to deal with Kirigakure, then it is necessary to specially transfer Orochimaru from another battlefield, send a large number of Chunin and Jinin to perform tasks on the battlefield. Lord Yagura, an intelligence officer, has discovered the information about the new camp of Konoha ninjas. I think this is a good opportunity to eliminate Konoha's living forces, Mizuno Tsukihan said at the Kirigakure combat meeting. Although Yagura Kujutsu doesn't look big, he is a real veteran Kirigakure ninja. Even Mizuno Tsukihan, one of the main forces of the Kirigakure army, has to use honorifics to Yagura Kujutsu. The information about the new camp was discovered so quickly. Can you confirm the accuracy of the information? This may be a conspiracy of Konoha ninjas, Yagura Kujutsu asked lightly without any change in his expression. He just looks like a teenager, and he has long passed that reckless age. A reliable adult will not take risks easily. I don't think so. According to the intelligence we have collected these days, although Konoha has sent reinforcements, their overall strength is still inferior to our Kirigakure. They are unlikely to want to have a large-scale head-on collision with us. Mizuno Tsukihan expressed his guess. Kujutsu Yagura showed a thoughtful look. Of course, he also knew the information that Mizuno Tsukihan knew. Recently, he could clearly feel that there were more Konoha ninjas, but they were basically middle and lower ninjas. There were Jonins, but very few. According to common sense, this was a manifestation of the lack of strength of a ninja village. But Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki has not appeared in any battlefield so far, and Kujutsu Yagura is very worried about this point. If the nine-tailed Jinchuriki secretly came to the east coast, then the power of Kirigakure might not necessarily have an advantage. The destructive power of the Jinchuriki is too terrifying. Not to mention the ninjas below the Jonin. Even ordinary Jonins can hardly play a role in the battle with the Jinchuriki. Kujutsu Yagura is confident that he can deal with Orochimaru, but he doesn't think that Mizuno Tsukihan and Kizuna Zangetsu can deal with the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Not to mention that the other side also has the current Inoshikacho. I don't want your opinion, I need the facts. Yagura shook his head and said, if the nine-tails Jinchuriki is in the Konoha camp, how should we deal with it? Yagura looked at the Kirigakure and asked calmly, we are the only ninja village that has invaded the land of fire. It is not surprising that Konoha will use any means to deal with us. Mizuno Tsukihan was speechless for a while. Even though he was the current patriarch of the Snow Clan, He did not have the confidence to say that he could deal with the Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons of the 5 great nations. Not to mention that the 9 tails is the best among the tailed beasts. The other Kirigakure ninjas looked at each other for a while and no one spoke. I can understand that you want to make achievements, but we don't need to be too anxious. Konoha should be anxious now. Yagura broke the silence and said. He did not blame Mizuno Tsukihan. After all, not every ninja is good at thinking. Some ninjas are only suitable as combat forces. Kirigakure really does not need to be too anxious, because Kirigakure does not have 3 big ninja village enemies like Konoha. Kirigakure is now only at war with Konoha. Now the only ninja village in the ninja world that is treated the same as Konoha is Kumagakure. Kumagakure is also at war with 3 major ninja villages, namely Konoha, Sand Village and Iwagakure. However, unlike Konoha, Kumagakure is more likely to take the initiative to start wars and cause trouble, while Konoha is passively accepting it. Are you going to do nothing? Mizuno Tsukihan was a little unwilling. This time, he was lucky to get the intelligence. If Konoha found that the problem had moved to other places, it would not be so easy to find. You are too extreme. War is not just about total war and truce. We can try it first, Yagura said with his hands folded on his chest. In Yagura's opinion, Mizuno Tsukihan was a little diode. He just said that a large number of ninja troops would be sent directly to besiege. How could it be that he did nothing? After making the trial arrangement, Yagura dissolved the meeting and sent his confidants to summon the 7 ninja swordsmen. Originally, the 7 ninja swordsmen were directly under the Mizukage. In theory, only the Mizukage could give them orders. But during the war, special matters were handled specially. The 3rd generation Mizukage specially gave Yagura the right to command the 7 ninja swordsmen. Go and destroy the logistical support of the Konoha ninja. Most of the Konoha ninjas that have been active recently are Chunin and Genin. It will be easy for you. Yagura marked the location on the map and showed it to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure is famous in the ninja world for its assassination ability. As assassins, they also have quite good intelligence capabilities and are not inferior to the Konoha ninjas in this aspect. Yagura's purpose is very simple, that is, to efficiently slaughter the middle and low-level forces of Konoha, in order to test whether Konoha really does not have enough power or is just pretending to be a paper tiger. He wanted to do this a long time ago, but the Konoha ninjas were very cautious before, and there were not so many teams active together. TSK, Chunin and Genin, the mission is to bully the weak. Biwajuzo, who was carrying a beheading sword, showed a disdainful smile. Biwajuzo can easily kill 10 mid-level ninjas by himself, and Yagura actually asked the 7 of them to hunt this kind of ninja team together. Biwajuzo couldn't think of any other description other than bullying the weak. It is indeed bullying the weak, but the mission can only be carried out, right? Kurashuraga looked at Biwajuzo and said lightly. Zigashan Pufferfish Ghost, Kurishi Kushimaru and other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen looked at Biwajuzo. They were not companions who went forward together. If Biwajuzo really didn't carry out the mission for this reason, they would be the first to stand up and clean up the mess. TSK, do I need to say this? Biwajuzo replied with a mocking look on his face. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he didn't refuse to complete the mission, because he was a Kirigakure ninja. For Kirigakure ninjas, the highest priority is the mission, and everything else can be ranked behind. So you guys are here too, Kai? Why don't you see Teacher Chen? Obito asked in surprise when he ran into Might Guy's team. Teacher Chen has something to do and will come later, Might Guy answered honestly. What a coincidence. So we are all teams without instructors now. Obito scratched his head and said when he thought of their current situation, although Miyu was on the same battlefield with them, he was unable to lead them to complete the mission because of his heavy responsibility. Didn't Mr. Minato come to this battlefield with you? Ebisu asked curiously. He felt that Namikaze Minato would not be such an irresponsible person to leave his disciples on the battlefield, and none of Obito and his team became Injonin. Teacher Minato is in another battlefield, and it was Teacher Miyu who brought us here. But he has other very important tasks and can't take us to do the mission for the time being, Obito explained. So that's it, this is the bond between us. Might Guy made an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then looked at Kakashi with excitement. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar first published this novel. Kakashi, he didn't say anything. How come he became a bond with him again? Since your instructor is not here, you must be more careful when performing the mission. Kakashi reminded him of something. Since there is no Jonin leading the team, even if Ebisu and Shire and Uigenma have been promoted to Chunin, Might Guy's team cannot accept missions above B level, but the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and even B level missions are prone to accidents, so they need to be vigilant at all times. The main reason is that Might Guy's team is not strong enough. Ebisu and Shire and Uigenma are excellent among their peers, but the battlefield is not a battle between peers. In a war, no one cares how old you are. To put it bluntly, Might Guy will even be safer to perform the mission alone. If Might Guy encounters 3 Jonins alone, Kakashi thinks that Might Guy can get away safely with all his strength, but it is not certain if Ebisu and Shire and Uigenma are added, because Might Guy can't do anything to abandon his companions, and Ebisu and Shire and Uigenma can't run away from the hands of the Jonin. Might Guy can only bite the bullet and fight head-on, as expected of a close friend. Mr. Chen has reminded us of this. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. At this time, Obito suddenly had an idea. Without a mentor, they could not perform high-level tasks. So, if they formed a new team together, could they take on A-level tasks? Why don't you join us, Kai? Then we will be a team of 7 Chunins, and we should be eligible to take on A-level tasks. Obito expressed his thoughts. Obito was really helpless. Before coming to the battlefield, he wanted to perform well on the battlefield and suppress Kakashi. As a result, Kakashi always took down the enemy first and dealt the most damage with his extraordinary speed. After several missions, Obito only fought with the Kirigakure in the first mission, and did not do much in the rest of the missions. Because the ninjas they encountered were too weak, at least they encountered a Jonin in the first mission, and the rest were all mid and low-level ninjas. Obito knew that this was not because of their bad luck, but because of the mission. It was normal not to encounter a Jonin in a B-level mission, and it would be an emergency if they encountered a Jonin. So Obito wants to perform higher-level missions, encounter stronger enemies, and have more opportunities to perform. Of course, Obito is not stupid. He will not clamor to do S-level missions. Doing so on the battlefield is pure suicide. You can't just join other teams like this. Shire and Uigenma said uncertainly. You can be more sure in your tone. Of course not. Ebisu shook his head and said, this is on the battlefield. How can we allow ninjas to merge and form teams at will? That would be a mess. Theoretically, it's not possible, but I can ask Mr. Muyu. Kakashi thought for a while and said, Kakashi thinks that merging with the Might Guy team is very good and beneficial to both parties. Kakashi's team has obtained the powerful combat power of Might Guy, and Ebisu and Shire and Uigenma are also safer. With the strength of the 7 ninjas, it is no problem to perform A-level missions. In fact, when Kakashi and others usually perform A-level missions in Konoha, they don't need Muyu or Minato to take action, unless there is an accident. Team up with your best friend? I think it's okay. Might Guy also wants to fight with Kakashi. After discussing for a while, they finally went to find Muyu to ask. It's a good thing to want to take on greater responsibilities. I'll go and talk to Lord Orochimaru about it. Muyu encouraged the disciples and said that he would help them solve it. This is also a good thing for Muyu, which can make him more relaxed and not spend two efforts to protect disciples in different places. They are all on the same battlefield, so Muyu must treat them equally and take care of all the disciples. Although Uchiha Madara will definitely not attack Might Guy, the tragedy of Might Guy in the original work happened to Kirigakure, so we have to be on guard for his help in making achievements in the future. Orochimaru did not hesitate and agreed directly to let Might Guy's team merge with Kakashi's team to form a new team and enhance the task authority. Since there is no instructor, we need a vice captain. Originally, I was the vice captain of our team, but after all, a new team has joined. For the sake of fairness, let's vote again. Kakashi took the initiative to propose to re-elect the vice captain. If only Might Guy joined, this wouldn't be necessary. But now the entire Might Guy team has joined, so a new election is necessary. Only when the vice captain is recognized will everyone really obey. The final election result was that Kakashi was elected as the vice captain again with an overwhelming advantage of 6 votes. Except for Obito, who voted for Nohara Rin, everyone else voted for Kakashi. Might Guy gives people a sense of security, but Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu think that Kakashi is more suitable for the position of giving orders. Usually, Ebisu thinks about things that their team needs to think about. Now there is a better candidate. Ebisu will definitely not do it himself. He has no confidence that he can compare with Kakashi. Chapter 425 Another unexpected event. Might Guy once performed missions with Kakashi and Obito during his trainee ninja period. Because they were both disciples of Muyu, Kakashi was not worried that Might Guy's joining the team would affect the overall teamwork. But Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu also joined. After careful consideration, Kakashi decided to maintain the status quo and complete the B-level mission to run in the team, and then upgrade the mission level after a period of running in. Kakashi does not need Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu to provide too much contribution. After all, there is a gap in strength. Kakashi is mainly worried that insufficient running in will bring negative improvement to the team. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu are not the kind of people who are both bad and playful. They consciously assist others and do not rush up to show themselves in battle. After a few days, they have run in quite well. It's so comfortable to team up with you. The mission was completed without knowing it. I really want to keep teaming up, Shire Anui Genma said in a joking tone. In fact, this is also Shire Anui Genma's true inner thoughts to a certain extent. It is indeed easy to team up with Kakashi and others, which is easier than doing D-level missions in Konoha, because the enemies were not enough for the main players in their team. The main players could not get many shots, let alone assist, and they were rewarded for being soy sauce. Ha ha ha. After all, we are an elite team. Obito smiled proudly. Although the ninja level is still only Chunin, the comprehensive strength of their 4-person team has long surpassed the normal team with a leading Jonin. I will tell Teacher Chen about your proposal, Ebisu said faintly. Shire Anui Genjian's face frowns, and then he smiled awkwardly. There is no need to report this little thing to him. After being taught by Teacher Chen for so long, Shire Anui Genjian still doesn't understand Teacher Chen's temper. If he said this, he would definitely be beaten up. Teacher Chen usually doesn't put on airs and is very easygoing. But Teacher Chen has his own set of requirements for the growth of his disciples. They can choose not to complete tasks beyond their ability, but they cannot enjoy the results of the tasks as a pendant. In fact, Shire Anui Genjian also understands that it is not that Teacher Chen is rigid and thinks that getting something for nothing is not good, but that it is not conducive to their growth. After all, Mr. Chen, at his age, still reads that kind of book in public, so he can't be considered rigid. After completing 2 B-level missions, Kakashi felt that they were almost ready and started to accept A-level missions. In the middle, something worth mentioning happened. They met Might Guy's father, Might Guy, at the camp. Combining what he saw and heard at the camp with the actual situation on the battlefield, Kakashi had a hunch that a large-scale ninja war would soon break out on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Konoha not only transferred Konoha's signature strongmen like Orochimaru, but also summoned a considerable number of Jonin and Chunin. Even low-key strongmen like Muyu were sent to the battlefield. This was obviously the rhythm of doing something big. Kakashi was not too worried. With their ninja level, they couldn't accept 2 important combat missions, and it was not a problem to protect themselves in the melee. Finally, I started doing A-level missions. I hope I can meet stronger enemies this time. Obito clenched his fists and showed an eager expression. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi stopped moving forward. This is not an ordinary mission. If there is an accident during a war mission, we may encounter powerful enemies that we cannot resist. Kakashi did not want Obito to maintain this mentality on the battlefield, as it would easily cause problems. I am not Kakashi, so there will not be such an accident, right? Obito felt that he could not be as bad-mouthed as Kakashi. Kakashi's highest record was that he had 4 consecutive missions with accidents. and the most serious one was that he was directly involved in a ninja war with 1,000 people. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. It was indeed uncommon for major accidents to occur, but this was not the point. He just wanted Obito to adjust his mentality. I mean that you should be more serious and careful in dealing with war. It's not that you said that there will definitely be an accident in this mission, Kakashi explained helplessly. Obito scratched his head, as if he understood, but also as if he didn't understand. Seeing this, Kakashi gave up explaining. He once again felt the power of Muyu's teaching ability. Muyu could actually teach Obito to pass the theoretical exam. It was really a godlike teaching ability. If it was Kakashi, he would probably collapse before Obito got impatient. The mission went smoothly. Kakashi and his team successfully found the enemy described in the mission. The enemy's combat power was not too variable. There was 1 Kirigakure Jonin, 2 Kirigakure Chunins, and 2 Kirigakure Genin. But not long after the battle began, the perceptive Kakashi suddenly felt something and immediately withdrew. Swish! Exclamation mark! 2 sharp kunai carrying lightning pierced through the air and pierced into the open space where Kakashi had just stood. He actually dodged it. Kurokirige was a little surprised. He, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, sneak attacked a boy who looked about 10 years old and didn't hit him. Even if there were various factors, he would definitely be laughed at if it was spread out. As Kurokirige expected, his teammates laughed without hesitation. Kurokirige, didn't you have enough food when you came here? Tatsuyaido laughed loudly. Kurokirige's face was slightly dark and he didn't explain. The attack just now was indeed a bit embarrassing. The sudden change made Obito and the others temporarily stop their attacks and look around vigilantly. We're saved. The besieged Kirigakure Jonin breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the approaching Kurokirige and Tatsuyaido with a surprised expression. As a Kirigakure Jonin, he certainly couldn't fail to recognize the Kirigakure Ninja Swordsman 7. When he saw them for the first time, the Kirigakure Jonin knew that he was saved. The Kirigakure Jonin didn't care about his severely injured subordinates, and immediately used the instant body technique to close the distance with Kurokirige and Tatsuyaido. 2 new enemies, you can't run away. Obito didn't panic. Even if the 2 new enemies were Jonin, they could handle them with ease. But what Obito didn't notice was that Kakashi's expression gradually became serious and even nervous. Oh no! Kakashi's heart skipped a beat after seeing who was coming. How could Kakashi, who likes to collect intelligence, let go of the enemy intelligence on his battlefield? He instantly recognized that the 2 were Kurokirige and Tatsuyaido from the 7 ninja swordsmen. If it were just the 2 of them, Kakashi wouldn't be too stressed. Their 7-member team has 4 Jonin-level fighters, plus a medical special Jonin and 2 Chunins. It's hard to say who will win or lose if they fight, but if Kakashi remembers correctly, on this battlefield, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist like to act collectively, which means that when you see one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you have actually met all of them, but the others haven't come out yet. No matter how confident Kakashi is in the strength of their team, he is not sure that he can fight against the entire 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen together are equivalent to the powerful ones who are famous in the ninja world. Even if Konoha Inoshikatsu came, they would be slightly inferior. Obito, and everyone else, don't act trashly. Kakashi took a deep breath and said, make some noise to attract reinforcements. There is too much uncertainty. Maybe the first ones to come are the enemies. At this time, Kakashi was thinking frantically about how to keep more people alive. Obito looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look on his face, and searched for information about the Kirigakure in front of him in his mind, but he didn't get an answer in the end. Obito raised his sunglasses, his fingers trembling slightly. These seem to be the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. They like to act in groups. Maybe the remaining 5 are hiding in the dark. Obito's heart was pounding, and the moment he recognized them, he couldn't help sweating on his forehead. This was too exciting for him, to actually encounter such a powerful enemy with terrifying strength in a war. I'm so unlucky today. Shire Anui Genma swallowed his saliva, as if he had already seen his own tragic death. Shire Anui Genma believed in the strength of Kakashi, Might Guy and others, but the enemies they encountered this time were different. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar is the first to publish this novel. Kakashi and his friends are genius ninjas, while the 7 ninja swordsmen are the strong men in the ninja world who have grown up. Shiranui Genjin has never wanted to see Teacher Chen so much. He really hopes that Teacher Chen will use the Konoha dragon god to come down from the sky and knock the enemy away. But Shiranui Genjin knows that this is impossible, because Teacher Chen has not come to the battlefield yet. And of course it is impossible for him to come down from the sky to save them. It turned out to be the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito heard Ebisu say the enemy's title and finally remembered some information about the other party. Obito did not succeed in memorizing their appearance, but he still remembered some basic information. There are 7 members in the 7 ninja swordsmen, and each of them has a ninja sword with special abilities. Thinking of what he said before he set off, Obito's expression became subtle. The crow's mouth turned into himself. I really can't talk nonsense before I set off. Obito regretted it a little. Might Guy's expression also became solemn. Obito knew the information about the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Might Guy naturally knew it too. I hope this time it's not a collective mission. Ebisu prayed silently in his heart. If it were just 2 people, they would still have a little hope. But the next person who came out was Biwajuzo, who completely shattered Ebisu's luck. Biwajuzo slowly walked out of the darkness carrying a huge ninja sword, and glanced at Kakashi and the others with a bloodthirsty look. We really encountered a weakling who is particularly easy to bully. Let's end the battle quickly. Biwajuzo put down the beheading sword from his shoulder, leaned on the beheading sword with one hand and said. As soon as Biwajuzo finished speaking, a relatively large orange-haired ninja walked out. Biwajuzo, these are not weaklings who are particularly easy to bully. 3 of them are Konoha geniuses who need to be killed first. Zigashan Puffer Ghost said in a deep voice. Take Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Obito. These 3 must be killed right here. Unlike Biwajuzo, Zigashan Puffer Ghost thought that they were lucky this time, and killing 3 Konoha geniuses would be much more meaningful than killing a few ordinary jonins of Konoha. If Kakashi and the other 2 were not killed here now, in a dozen or so years, Kirigakure and Konoha would go to war again, and perhaps Kakashi and the others would become Kirigakure's new powerful enemies. Aren't geniuses who haven't grown up weak? Biwajuzo laughed disdainfully. Who wasn't a genius before? When he was a genin and chunin, he was also a well-known genius ninja in Kirigakure. As the 7 ninja swordsmen walked out one by one, Kakashi's heart sank to the bottom. Not to mention others, even 7 ordinary jonins are not easy to deal with, and the 7 ninja swordsmen who are famous in the ninja world are obviously not ordinary jonins. In addition to the Kirigakure jonin they hadn't killed yet, the enemies they needed to deal with now were 7 titled jonins plus an ordinary jonin from Kirigakure. Obito silently walked to Nohara Rin and protected her behind him. They were facing an unprecedented major crisis. Even the 2 previous encounters with the Raikage candidate were not as dangerous as now. The 7 ninja swordsmen may not be able to defeat the ab combination of Kumagakure, but when they encountered the ab combination, they either had Muyu or Nimike's Minato by their side. This time, Muyu and Nimike's Minato were not there, so they could only rely on their own strength. Everyone subconsciously moved towards Kakashi, including Obito. Kakashi was not the strongest in the team, but as the vice-captain, he was the absolute core of the team. The reason why Obito still didn't vote for Kakashi in the second vote was not because Obito didn't recognize Kakashi as the vice-captain, but because he knew that his vote was insignificant. If he didn't vote for others, he would definitely vote for Kakashi. In the end, Kakashi became the vice-captain. Instead of voting to admit defeat, it would be better to vote for Nohara Rin, which can also express his respect and recognition for Nohara Rin. Kakashi, what should we do now? Shiranui Genma couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Kakashi sighed slightly. He was just a slightly better chunin. In such a situation, he couldn't come up with a perfect solution in such a short time. Kakashi quickly glanced at the 7 ninja swordsmen. They stood very loosely, as if they didn't regard the people in front of them as normal enemies. But Kakashi knew that this was just an appearance. The seemingly loose standing actually blocked most of their escape directions. If they wanted to retreat and escape, there would definitely be 2 people among the 7 ninja swordsmen who could instantly block their retreat. What should I do? Kakashi asked himself in his heart. As the fastest burster in the team, Kakashi was the one who had the most hope of escaping successfully, but Kakashi couldn't think of escaping anyway. He could leave, and Might Guy also had hope of leaving, so what about the rest? Now Kakashi didn't want to abandon his companions anyway. Kakashi silently pulled out the white fang short blade on his back. Since he didn't want to run, the only thing left was to fight. Even if the enemy was the famous 7 ninja swordsmen in the ninja world, he had to fight for his teammates' chance of survival. This was his responsibility as the vice captain. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.